Hello, and welcome to Eastern Roman History. Today, I'm hosting this special stream to commemorate the Emperor Basil II, later known as the Bulgar-slayer. Since today, it is 1,000 years since he died on the 15th of December, AD 1025. As Basil II was the longest ruling emperor and a very notable figure in the history of the Eastern Roman Empire, I have dedicated this entire stream to discussing the man, the legend, and the reign of this important figure from the past. I'm very honoured to be joined today by a number of other YouTube channels to help me discuss this topic. While they won't arrive just yet, as they are busy today, and unfortunately Basil II did not have the foresight to die on a weekend, they will be joining me later in the day. However, we should be joined eventually by Romaboo Ramblings, Schwerpunkt, Project Glorious, and Byzansimp, who will appear later to help me discuss the life and world of Basil II. I would also like to thank Adventures in Historyland, who would have liked to have participated in this stream, but was unfortunately unable to do so today. And of course, if you enjoy the stream, please like and subscribe. And I would also encourage everyone watching to subscribe to the aforesaid channels. They all make very interesting videos about the Eastern Roman Empire and at least deserve a look. Now, how this will work is I will talk about a specific topic. So, for example, the Bulgarian Wars of Basil II, and then during that allotted time slot, we will, or I, or we, or whoever, will have a chat about the main points that we want to make. And then after we're comfortable that we've said everything we wanted to, we'll open the floor up to whoever else, if you have questions you want to ask, or if there are comments which you want us to talk about, then that will be our opportunity to do so. I intend to be spending quite a lot of time today talking about each of these various aspects, so I will have a break every so often, but I will put in my little screen that you can see when I will be back and when we'll resume. So stay tuned when that happens. So, who was Basil II? So, he was in short, he was a 10th century emperor. He was the 5th generation of the Macedonian dynasty, and he ruled for roughly 49 years, and he reigned from AD 963 to AD 1025, which, funnily enough, is not the longest reign. Is the longest reigning emperor for the Eastern Roman Empire was his brother, who reigned 3 years longer than he did. But in terms of his personal rule, he is the longest. But in those 50 years, dramatic events took place in the Eastern Roman Empire. And this is all stuff we will be talking about today. So, I think an important question to ask about Basil II, before jumping into the details of his life, his reign, and so forth, is how do we know what we know about Basil II today? And so for this time slot, I will be talking a little bit about the source material, the primary sources, the information that historians, scholars, and the rest of us use to understand his reign. So, unfortunately, despite, or perhaps because of, the length of Basil II's reign, there are great gaps in our knowledge about it. So, the most well-documented periods of his reign are right at the beginning, during the first 13 years. So from roughly 976 to 989, we have very good sources, a lot of information about what he did. And then from AD 1014 to 1025, we also have quite a bit of information about his life, his reign, etc. But those intervening years from 989 to 1014, a lot of information is missing. In fact, there are 10 years during his reign where we know almost nothing about his reign. In fact, one of our main sources, John Skylitzes, writes off 10 years of his reign by just saying he invaded Bulgaria every year, which tells us very little. So these are some of the key things which limit our understanding of Basil II. And so when we ask questions about why he didn't do this, why didn't he do that, what happened here, unfortunately, his reign in particular, we can't answer a lot of those questions. But as I was saying, who documented this stuff? Who wrote these things down? So we have two contemporary Byzantine sources for the reign of Basil that survive. We have Leo the Deacon, who actually wrote during his reign, and he wrote 10 books of history about the emperors Romanus II, Nicephorus II, and indeed John I. Struggling with names at the moment. John I, and then Basil II himself. He covers this first 13 years. But it's only an aside that he talks about Basil II. So in some respects, there are already limitations there for him. But he mentions in his history that he was planning on covering the rest of Basil II's reign, but presumably he died before he could do so. So unfortunately, Leo the Deacon is out of the running already. There is also another contemporary, a guy called Yahya of Antioch, who's a very interesting contemporary source. He was the Arab doctor who was a Christian from Egypt who migrated to Antioch, which was at the time part of the Eastern Roman Empire, to escape persecutions by the megalomaniacal Caliph al-Hakim, who was the Fatimid Caliph of Egypt. And his chronicle covers history from AD 937 to 1034. And so a lot of the information he talks about, which is written in Arabic, is it focuses a lot on the East, but it's very accurate, usually taken very seriously, and is considered to be one of the more reliable historians for Basil II's reign. So we have them, and then the next source in our list is Michael Psellos. So he was a polymath from the 11th century. He was born during the reign of Basil and grew up after he was dead. But he, in his chronographia, begins with the reign of Basil II, and he talks about three major events, and then largely talks about the character of Basil II. He talks about the revolts of Bardas Skleros, Bardas Phocas, and the downfall of Basil Lekapanos, who was the emperor's great uncle. But it's very broad strokes, and it's also a highly constructed history. in the sense that he's trying to make a point. So some of the most famous things Basil was known for, the Bulgarian Wars, his fighting in the east, the conversion of the Rus, etc., etc. That's all left out because Michael Psellos isn't interested in that. He's interested in Basil and constructing this narrative of this this dissolute youth who becomes a austere and militaristic emperor in his later years, and the steps that kind of took him along this road to get there, so that by the end of his reign he is the sort of awe-inspiring autocrat. But also there's a point to that, and the point is that Michael Psellos, in the Chronographia, he starts with Basil, and then he initially ended his history by talking about the Emperor Isaac I, from the house of Comnenus. And Isaac I was very active in trying to promote himself as a second Basil. So a lot of scholars have talked about how, and this is included in Linda Garland's article about Basil II, how Michael Psellos is intrinsically trying to link Basil II and Isaac I together. And he's also linking what good things they do, in that they're successful generals, they are austere, they're generally pleasant people, but also that they make mistakes, and Psellos doesn't like Isaac, and he probably doesn't like Basil, even though he admires him. So there's definitely a lot to consider when reading about Basil II from Michael Psellos, and we should be very careful about trusting what he says about this stuff. Because, of course, he's trying to make the point about Isaac I rather than necessarily Basil II. So there's that. The other historian, who is, although he himself was not a contemporary, his history that he's deriving his own history from probably was. So this is John Skylitzes, and he wrote towards the end of the 11th century during the reign of Alexios I in the 1090s. Michael Psellos probably wrote in the 1060s and 1070s. And so he is further removed from the events of Basil II's reign and didn't know him at all. But how his synopsis works is it's an entirely derivative source, and he is largely faithful in copying the sources that he used to construct his history. And in a very helpful passage at the beginning of John Skylitzes' history, talks about the historiography of the Eastern Roman Empire up until his own times. And he talks about how George the Syncelos and Theophanes had written great chronicles, which were absolutely fantastic up until 811, but no one had satisfactorily written a great sweeping history from then until his own times. So he's made it his own mission to go ahead and write that himself. And he lists a whole bunch of historians, some of which are lost or otherwise unknown, but some of which survive, including Leo the Deacon, Theophanes Continuatus. And so historians have been able to study his working method And generally, what he writes in his synopsis of histories is a largely true reflection of a trimmed down, but true reflection of what his source wrote. And so one of the sources that he mentions he uses was a chap called Theodore, Bishop of Sebastia, which would have been in Anatolia. And Theodore, from other sources, is known to have written a history of Basil the Porphyrogenitos, Basil II. And so there are also a couple of notices in some of the manuscripts of John Skylitzes that tell us and mention Theodore during this passage. And so it's pretty certain that he used Theodore to write what's in the synopsis for Basil II. So the trouble is, we don't know all that much about Theodore himself. And from his history, it's very uneven. So there's a lot of information, as I mentioned before, about the early reign of Basil, the two major civil wars, which we'll come to. And there's a lot of information about the end, about the final years of the Bulgarian wars. And then there are a lot of shorter paragraphs about the intervening years. And as I mentioned, there's a sentence discussing one decade. And then for the final, and then some of his other points he mentions, there are little paragraphs to talk about these episodes, like his Basil's introduction of the Elengeron, the repair of the aqueduct of Valens, his planned expedition against Sicily, and so on. So this probably reflects either Theodore's interests or what information Theodore was able to get hold of. So it's theorized that he was relying on talking to a lot of veterans from these wars who told him, oh, Basil did this, Basil did that, etc. And so once Theodore had written this history, lots of people, apart from Michael Sellos, essentially just ended up copying it. So John Skylitzes, and then later historians like John Zonaras and George Sedrenos ended up just copying John Skylitzes. So by the time Basil II's reign was over, we had Theodore's history, and then by the time that other people started writing about Basil II, there were no more contemporaries to give a different view of things. So that's John Skylitzes. There is also one other unique source from writing in Greek, which is Michael Italietes, and he wrote in about 1080, 1081. And there's a short digression about Basil II while he's talking about the family and background of Nicephorus III Botaniates. And it's a heavily propagandistic account. It's trying to link his family, which first emerges of any significance under the reign of Basil II. And he's talking about the Battle of Clydion, Basil II's wars against Georgia, which Theophylact and Michael Botaniates, the grandfather and father of Nicephorus III, ended up fighting in. There's not much information, but there are a couple of episodes which help add to the existing source material about Clydion and the Battle of Thessalonica, or Second Battle of Thessalonica, and the Georgian Wars. But it's short. Again, much like Sellos, it's meant to try and push a message of how great Nicephorus III is, and we should read it with a pinch of salt. And is very rarely used by modern scholars for the reign of Basil. Then we come to the other sources outside of the empire. So those are the main narrative sources that came from within. Now we're talking about those that came from without. The first major one is Stephen of Tyron, who was an Armenian chronicler who wrote a world chronicle in the beginning of the 11th century. And he is mainly interested with talking about Georgia and Armenia, and then the Eastern Roman Empire, when it factors into those, gets mentioned. But he does also stray into the careers of Armenians in imperial service, and also those that end up in Bulgarian service. So he does talk a bit about the Bulgarian campaigns of Basil II. And so the main limitation is that his history ends in AD 1004. So there's the next 21 years that he doesn't cover. And then some scholars have kind of debated as to whether how reliable his information is, because he's writing in Tehran. He's talking about things far away. And also some of the claims he makes about some of the key actors, how essentially they're all Armenians. So, for instance, he says that the Komentopuloi, who are the chief instigators of the Bulgarian wars, and Samuel are descended from Armenians. How true that is, I don't know. So some people have had doubts about that. But on the whole, he is a rather useful source. And then to add to the end of him, you have Aristarchus Lastiver, who wrote later in the 11th century. And he begins his own history with the end of the reign of Basil II, and so kind of helps bridge the gap between Stephen and himself by the Armenian sources. And he talks about the Georgian wars and things to do with Armenia, as well as the revolt of Nicephorus Phocas and Xiphias in 1021 to 22. So he's also another useful history. But again, he's writing towards the end of the 11th century in 1080s, 1090s. So he's relying on information which is either half remembered or from sources which are now lost to us. So, after a short sip of water. So, those are the main sources for Basil II, which could be considered to be contemporaries or near contemporaries. But you've also got a lot of other histories that add little bits to our understanding, and some of these range from just snippets to big paragraphs of information. So you have the Georgian Chronicle, which deals with the history of Georgia and George I and David of Tyron's wars with Basil II. There is the Life of John and Euthemius, which is a Georgian saints' lives about two saints from the reign of Basil. There's a Syriac chronicler who wrote in Syriac and Arabic called Elias of Nisibis, who's talking about is largely talking about an Arab emirate in Syria, but it does include a little bit of material about Basil II. There's Ibn Mishkawara, who is an Arab historian from the Buyids, the Buyid kingdom in Baghdad. Moving further afield, there's the Chronicle of Kartli, which is another Georgian source from the 11th century by Sumbat David, which helps to add in material that isn't in the Georgian Chronicle. And then there's a lot of sources from the West as well. So There's the Annals of Bari. There's Lupus Protospatharios's chronicles that cover Basil's reign. There's the Annals of Benevento, Amatus of Monte Cassino, and William of Apulia, who the latter two, they start talking about the Normans coming into southern Italy at this time, and also a lot of the others are talking about Byzantine Italy or the Lombard kingdoms around Byzantine Italy during Basil II's reign. And also there's John the Deacon, who's a Venetian historian, who talks about Venice and its involvement with the Eastern Roman Empire at this time. Because Venice is still in this kind of middle ground between being a sort of client kingdom and independence. And then there's Adhemar of Chaban, who's a French historian who occasionally has little deviations that talk about Basil II. But his information is very unreliable and distant. So the provenance of where he's getting this information from is tricky. And he's also a Latin source. And then you have much later historians that talk about his reign. There's Matthew of Edessa, who's an Armenian historian who wrote in the 12th century. There is Thomas Artsruni, who's another Armenian historian who wrote in the 12th century, who kind of follows on from Matthew of Edessa. There is Michael the Syrian, who's a Syriac chronicler from the 12th century and also Patriarch of Antioch. There is Bar Hebraeus, who is a 13th century Syriac historian, who also mentions Basil. There is the Russian Primary Chronicle, which was written in the 12th century in Old Slavonic. And that talks a lot about Vladimir the Great and his interaction with the Romans and his conversion. And finally, there's the history of the priest of Dioclea, which is a sort of Serbian West Slavic source, which was written in the 12th century. A lot of its information is sort of legendary and unreliable, but there's also some good stuff in there which helps to balance out the history that John Skylitzes talks about, because essentially those are the main two that talk about the Bulgarian wars in any sort of detail. And then we come to all sorts of other things, which there's saints' lives, there's letter collections such as Leo Synoda, there's the Escorial Tacticon, which talks about court titles and rankings. There's the Strategicon of Corcomenos, which talks a little bit about things from Basil's reign. It's mainly about aristocratic home management. There are ecclesiastical records from Mount Athos. There's a few panegyrics. So Leo the Deacon is known to have written a panegyric to Basil II in his early reign. There are the poems of John Geometres, who was a court poet and soldier at the time. There are charters. There's a will from John Xenos of Crete. There's Basil's laws, of which there are two. There's archives from southern Italy talking about Roman Italy at the time. There's the Tactica of Nicephorus Oranos, who was a very close friend and subordinate under Basil II's reign. And then there's coins, seals, and inscriptions and other archaeology. So there is an abundance of sources for the actual reign of Basil II, but without the narrative detail, you have these sort of things that crop up, and they can just kind of fall into a, like a drop in the ocean of all this stuff that happens. And it's a big problem as well as to try and connect all the dots where all these things fit. And sometimes that's impossible. But also in a more historiographical sense, because a lot of historians have not studied Basil II, so he's not received as much attention as, for instance, Justinian I. There's a lot of sources and information that has yet to be tapped or more properly edited or looked at or re-examined and so forth, which could help to increase understanding of Basil. That hasn't happened yet. So until that time, our understanding of Basil will just increase and change and evolve. But this stream should hopefully get to grips with our understanding of Basil at the moment and help set some of the limitations of our understanding. So I will now take some saucy questions about our sources, if you wish. Let's have a look. Not at the moment. Well, the good thing is that sources, we can always come back to the sources. What did I miss? You have missed me harping on for half an hour about the sources for the reign of Basil II. That is what you have missed so far. So, let's make sure we're all on the same page. And I'm going to cover in broad strokes the reign of Basil II so that we will have a rough understanding of what was happening. So, in 963, Basil II's father, Romanus II, dies, and Basil and Constantine VIII, his brother, both become co-Augustuses. But it's not until 976, when John I Tzimiskes dies, on the 10th of January AD 976, that Basil II and Constantine VIII actually become the senior Augustuses. And finally, they are in charge. And they're roughly between the roughly 18 and 15, or maybe slightly older. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly when Basil II was born, but it's probably sort of 957, 950, later 950s. So about that time. And to help them, we have their great uncle, the Parakoimomenos, who is the Grand Chamberlain of the palace and effectively the sort of like a sort of prime minister, if you will, Basil Lekapanos. And so Basil Lekapanos is essentially in charge of the empire for the first 9 years of Basil and Constantine VIII's reign. So Basil Lekapanos is in charge, and he is who is Basil? He is a eunuch who is the bastard son of the Emperor Romanus I, and that's the technical term of the use bastard. And he is essentially catapulted into a sphere of importance during the reign of Basil II's grandfather, Constantine VII, as the Parakoimomenos, and it falls out of favor during Romanus II's reign, but then is put back by Nicephorus II, and he's essentially in charge of the administration of the empire during this time as a sort of fixer for the emperor. and continues to do so during the reign of Basil II. So, Basil Lekapenos starts making changes, and one of the first things he does is sack Bardas, who was a notable general during the reign of John I, and he is demoted as commander-in-chief of the East, Domestikos, and becomes the Duke of Mesopotamia. So he's taken a step down. But we are told that Skleros had been planning to revolt against the emperor for some time, and this probably pushed him over the edge. And so in June AD 976, he rebels, and then there is a major civil war which goes on. And major civil war. It lasts 4 years, ends in 979, or 3 years, 3 and a bit years. And Skleros is initially very successful. He defeats multiple armies that are sent against him. Basil Lekapenos brings Bardas Phocas out of exile. Bardas Phocas had previously rebelled against John I, try and depose him, and so he'd been exiled. So he's brought back, and then he is put in command of the army and then sent against Skleros. And then he is also unsuccessful initially, and then eventually he manages to use his connections and go circles behind Skleros in Anatolia, and gets help from the Georgians, and then with a combined army of Georgians and Armenians and Romans and so forth, he then fights and defeats Skleros in battle on the 24th of March AD 979 at the Battle of Aquae Saravenai. Aquae Saravenai. Gosh, try saying that when you're drunk. And so he defeats him, and Skleros retreats, and he flees to the court of the Caliph in Baghdad, which is under the control of the Buyids. And so there's a bit of a respite, and things start to settle down. However, during the civil war, you've had the Bulgarians revolt, and you've also had the Arabs in Aleppo and the Fatimids pushing in against the eastern frontier. And in fact, the situation in Bulgaria is really serious. And one of the issues which the Basils have with dealing with Skleros's revolt is that they have to choose between pulling units from the west, which are desperately needed to fight the Bulgarians, or use whichever units in the east which haven't already defected to Skleros. So this is a really serious revolt, and is a big issue. But even once Skleros is defeated, the frontiers still need to be defended. And Samuel, who rebels right at the beginning in 976 against Roman rule in Bulgaria, he keeps attacking Roman territory. Whereas Bardas Phocas, he's placed in charge in the east as the new Domestikos of the east. And he starts to put the frontier back in order. So at least on the eastern front, things are okay. However, during the early 980s, and probably from the beginning of his reign, Basil II gets, and he's now starting to head towards the end of his 20s, he is increasingly frustrated with the power that Basil the Kapanos wields. And then in a dramatic moment in 985, he dismisses him as Parakoimemenos. And then after he finds out that Basil the Kapanos starts plotting against him, the emperor exiles him and seizes his property. And then his great uncle dies later in that year. So that is the end of Basil the Kapanos. And so Basil II is in charge. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, he's not very experienced with statesmanship or rule or any of this sort of thing, and has a complete disaster the following year when he leads an expedition against the Bulgarians, and his army is almost wiped out. He barely escapes with his own life, and then the Bulgarians sweep in and manage to conquer or reconquer a lot of eastern Bulgaria, which John I had conquered. And then, to make matters worse, in December of 986, the Buyids release Bardas into the wild, and then he arrives in Melitene, and then declares another rebellion in February the following year, and then resumes his revolt against the emperor. So, and this is probably the darkest few years of Basil's reign in terms of his fortunes, because it's been a decade and he's had 2 rather bloody civil wars with not much to show for it. So Bardas' focus is sent against Bardas Skleros, and as you can imagine, everyone seems to be called the same thing at this time period. So Bardas' focus is sent against Skleros, and he decides to join him because he is upset with Basil, because Basil II purges the administration of all of Basil the Kapanos' followers, and he demotes Bardas' focus to being Duke of Antioch from Domesticos of the East. So he decides to join him, and then Focus very quickly takes over Skleros' revolt and places him under house arrest. So that's the end of him, essentially, during the revolt. And this revolt is just as serious, well, civil war, essentially, is just as serious as the previous one, because all of the Eastern themes join Focus. And Basil needs help. The enemy are attacking Abydos, which is on the coast of the Sea of Marmara, and they're also attacking Chrysopolis, which is across the coastline from Constantinople. And he also has a fleet ready to transport his troops across the Sea of Marmara. And so Basil II and Constantine VIII, in a desperate bid, give their sister Anna in marriage to the Grand Prince of Kiev, Vladimir the Great, in exchange for Vladimir converting to Christianity and also lending him 6,000 Norse mercenaries, which are the nucleus of the Varangian Guard. So this happens, and there's an interesting passage in I think it's the Russian Primary Chronicle, where Basil and Constantine are basically begging Anna to do this because, well, it could be very bad if they don't. And also, Anna is also really reluctant to do this because she has to leave Constantinople, which is not something most people want to do, and also has to marry a filthy barbarian, which is something else that most people don't want to do in this time. But she does this, and he gets the mercenaries, and then Basil is immediately successful. He destroys the besieging army in Chrysopolis and actually hangs the commander for treason. And then he swings round and defeats Phocas, who apparently during the battle at Abydos, Basil II burns Phocas's fleet, and then there's a battle, and then during the battle, Phocas suddenly stops, falls over, and dies because he's had a heart attack. So that's rather fortunate. Also, the Varangians are a pivotal element in Basil's victories. They just smash through Phocas's forces. And so by the 13th of April 989, Phocas is dead. The rebels end up very quickly surrendering and are mopped up. And by the end of that year, the civil wars are all finished. And we will talk more about that later. So then, from 989 onwards, things get better. There's an earthquake in that year, which was quite damaging. Also, Basil starts fighting the Bulgarians and starts pushing them back. And then there's also campaigning in the east against the Fatimids and the Syrians, and starts pushing them back. And so throughout the 990s, he is very busy with putting to rights everything that had gone wrong in the previous, at this point, 13 years of his reign. And it's not until 997 that there's a major victory in the Balkans against the Bulgarians, the Battle of the River Spercheios, which is in Greece. And the Bulgarians are pushed out of Greece forever. And this is quite important because up to that point, Samuel, the Tsar of the Bulgarians at this point, had been raiding, burning everything in his path in Thessaly and central Greece. He had attacked southern Macedonia. He'd been pillaging everything in Boeotia and Attica, and causing mayhem. So by winning this victory, things start to really turn around. And also, it's quite a few years until the Bulgarians are able to launch a major offensive against the Romans at that point. It's not until 1002 that Samuel is seen leading an army again. And from 998 until that time, Basil and his generals quickly start reconquering everything that had been lost since the reign of John. So the Eastern Balkans is secured again. In the year 1000, Basil inherits the kingdom of Tau from David, who had foolishly decided to join Bardas Phocas in the second major revolt. And in 1001, there's a 10-year truce with the Fatimids. So by the beginning of the 11th century, things are really starting to turn around for Basil. And then things carry on with his fighting against the Bulgarians. There's an attempt at a marriage alliance between a whole bunch of different people, including the Holy Roman Emperor. And then, in much the same way that the Roman historians skipped over a whole bunch of years, for a whole bunch of years he keeps campaigning against the Bulgarians. And then in 1014, he wins a double victory against the Bulgarians in a major Bulgarian offensive where Samuel sends one army to fight the to try and take Thessalonica, which is under the command of Theophylact Botaniates and his son Michael, and also tries to bottle up Basil in his campaign into Bulgarian territory that year at the Clydion Pass. And Theophylact and Michael crush this army that's sent against them. And then in Clydion, Basil similarly destroys the Bulgarian army. And in the subsequent few years, Basil is slowly capturing more and more Bulgarian territory. And there's a lot of successes and failures. But by 1018, the last Bulgarian Tsar dies and Bulgaria gets annexed. So suddenly the whole of the Western Balkans is up to Sirmium has been conquered, which puts an end to Basil's war in the Balkans. And so he shifts his attentions to the east. And there's a lot of fighting with the Georgians. And then he's victorious. And during that war with the Georgians, there's a major rebellion by Nicephorus Phocas and Nicephorus Xiphias, which is defeated. There's also a lot of gains in Armenia, including the kingdom of Vaspurakan, where the Armenian king Sennacherib, just hands his kingdom over to the Romans because he's being attacked by these strange things called the Turks, which are coming into the Middle East at this time. And once the East is secure, Basil starts to look further westward and plans to conquer Sicily, when in 1025, on the 15th of December, at roughly the age of 67, he dies. And he hands the throne over to his brother, Constantine VIII. And so that, in brief, is the reign of Basil II and our sources for him. Now, to spare my voice slightly, I will have a short break, but I will be back at 1300 with a special guest star, and we will be talking about Italy. So, I will see you all shortly. Hello, I have returned. So we're just waiting for Schwerpunkt, who should be here to talk about Italy. But in the meantime, let's have a look at some of these comments. Now, as I said earlier, we will come to a lot of these points, but let's have a little read through. Why did Romanus II not like Basil the Capanos? Well, he had another favourite eunuch who was Joseph Bringas, who was a major rival to Basil the Capanos. And so there were some professional differences. Also, Romanus II wanted his own man in charge instead of someone who had been loyal to his father. So a bit like how all these things happen, it's a bit of regime change. There's always a few people that lose out and people that are favored and so forth. So it's nothing necessarily untoward. It's just new man brings in new men, which has some catastrophic consequences for Joseph Bringas after Romanus is dead, because then Basil Lycapanos gets his revenge in the dramatic usurpation of Nicephorus II. And so Joseph Bringas is driven into exile and later dies. So, yes. Still no answers. One moment. I'm just helping him get in. Well, I sent him the link. I shall wait a little bit and see if he manages to get on. But anyway, any other burning questions at the moment? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So, Italy. Aha! We have movement.
You have movement, but you can't hear me for some reason.
I can hear you.
Ah, okay. So we are rolling, right?
We are indeed rolling.
Oh, finally. So thanks for having me. Sorry for the delay. It's the first time.
That's no problem. Thank you very much for being here.
So I have just a 360 degrees overview about Basil's southern Italy, even though he never went over there, as you explained in the introduction. I'm simply gonna read. The script is fairly long. It should take like half an hour. My bibliography is l'Italie méridionale, l'Empire byzantin, then Catherine Holmes, Basil II, Governance of the Empire, Vera von Falkenhausen, that is the major study on Basil II's southern Italian government between two empires, southern Italy in the reign of Basil II. Also drew something from Nicole, Arms and Armor of the Crusading Era, 1050, 1350, because in the initial part there is some interesting stuff about the urban militias of southern Italy during Basil's reign. So I'm gonna read. If you need to stop me at any time, feel free to do that, but I guess we can simply chat later about it. Here we go. So the 50 years of Basil II's personal rule, 976-1025, constitute the clearest possible demonstration of how completely the fate of Byzantine Italy was subordinated to the empire's simultaneous crisis on every other front. Byzantine Italy in this period consisted of only two disconnected regions in the far south of the peninsula, Calabria and Longobardia, the latter the official imperial name for the remaining Byzantine possessions in Apulia and adjacent areas. They formed the westernmost remnants of Roman territory on the Italian peninsula. Calabria is the toe of Italy, essentially modern Calabria and southern part of modern Basilicata, almost uniformly Greek-speaking, Chalcedonian Orthodox, and subject to the ecclesiastical authority of Constantinople. Longobardia, essentially the old Longobard Duchy of Benevent, reduced to the coastal plain of Apulia, the Terra di Bari, and northern Basilicata, overwhelmingly Latin-speaking, governed by Longobard law, faithful to Roman rite, and culturally far closer to the neighboring Longobard principalities of Capua, Benevent, Salerno, Naples, than to the distant imperial capital. From the late 9th century onward, the imperial administration had pragmatically accepted this duality. Greek law, Greek clergy, and Greek liturgy prevailed in Calabria and Apulia catepans, from the Greek katepano, the governor general of the whole of Byzantine Italy, and strategoi, the military governors of individual cities or districts, routinely confirmed local Longobard gastals, the Longobard administrative officials, and judices, the judges, signing charters alongside Latin notaries, and left the Latin liturgy undisturbed except during the short-lived and largely unsuccessful Hellenizing drive of Nicephorus II Phocas, 963-969, who briefly ordered Latin rites suppressed. Liutprand of Cremona says, in omni Apulia seu Calabria, and created a new Greek metropolitan see at Otranto on the Straits, with suffragans at Acerenza, Tursi, Gravina, Matera, and Tricarico, most of which quickly reverted to Latin usage after his death. Bishops and archbishops everywhere were local men. Many Apulian sees were deliberately raised to autocephalous archbishoprics, namely Bari, Trani, Siponto, to free them from the Longobard metropolitan of Benevent, and largely independent of both Rome and Benevent, and catepans showered lavish donations on Latin monasteries, including the great Abbey of Monte Cassino, the most important Benedictine house in southern Italy, situated beyond the frontier in the Principality of Capua. Papal involvement in southern Italy, southern Italian affairs was remarkably weak and intermittent, with Rome riven by local aristocratic factions and direct papal influence over Byzantine churches being minimal. Only in the very last years, when Basil Boioannes founded Troia and persuaded Pope John XIX, 1024, 1032, to take the new diocese directly under Roman jurisdiction, did a tentative reassertion of papal interest appear. The single command of the Catepanate of Italy centered on Bari, the main Byzantine port and administrative capital on the Adriatic coast of Apulia, emerged in the 60s of the 10th century as a direct response to Ottonian penetration. The Ottonian dynasty, so Otto I ruled 936 to 73, Otto II until 83, and Otto III until 1002, sought to revive the Western Roman Empire and dominate the entire Italian peninsula. The Patricius Eugenius may already have exercised unified authority in the late 60s of the 10th century when confronting Otto I's attempt to extend influence over the Longobards princes. The office is securely attested by 970 and appears without qualification in the Escorial Tacticon, alongside the ducates of Antioch, Mesopotamia, Thessaloniki, and Adrianople, so it's really central from a Western perspective. Yet the Catepanate remained highly elastic. When the center was under extreme pressure, the post could be left vacant. For years, most of the 90s and of the 10th century and the early 1000s, its functions temporarily assumed by the senior tagmatic officer of Bari, usually from the regiment of the excubitores of I Canati or by the separate strategos of Calabria. Senior appointments in the difficult decades were brief and unstable. Calocurus Delphinas, 982-83, John Amiropoulos, 988-989, Gregory Tarchaneiotis, 998-1006, Basil Mesardonitis, 1010-1016, and many others rarely held office longer than 12 or 18 months. The Catepanate was governed through a flexible mixture of central Byzantine institutions grafted onto older thematic structures and local practices. At the top stood the Catapan, when one was actually appointed a senior general sent from Constantinople who combined military, judicial, and fiscal authority. Beneath him, the old thematic apparatus survived. Strategoi of Calabrian until the early 11th century of Longobardia, turmarchs, judges, decreti, protonotarioi, cartularioi, and a host of minor officials, many of them local men bearing Greek titles, but signing documents in Latin. Apulia retained large zones governed by Longobard law and Longobard gastals or judices, as we've seen, while Greek law prevailed in Calabria and parts of the Salento. The Catapans and Strategoi explicitly recognized this duality, with privileges granted to the new towns of the Capitanata in 1024, guaranteeing the settlers, quote, their Longobard law and customs, while Greek law continued in neighboring districts. Mixed courts were common. Bilingual documents, Greek and Latin on the same sheet, appear from the 90s of the 10th century onward, and judges freely cited whichever code suited the parties. This is, I think, very interesting. The juridical elasticity of southern Italy at this point. Taxation was collected in cash and kind through a combination of Constantinopolitan officials and indigenous notables. Receipts such as the 1016 Apodaixis from Palagiano show that even remote communities sometimes paid the Catapan directly. After 1018, Boioannes introduced a more aggressive centralized style. New fortresses were administered by imperial comites. Garrisons were strengthened with troops from the central army, and the Catapan began to intervene directly in ecclesiastical appointments and urban privileges. The system worked remarkably well, while strong Catapans and adequate resources were available. However, it remained critically dependent on Constantinople and never fully replaced local power structures. The legal landscape was one of deliberate and pragmatic pluralism that reflected the mixed population and the empire's limited administrative reach. Two parallel systems coexisted without serious conflict: the Basilica, the Ecloga, and later novels in Greek zones, the old Longobarд law of the Edict of Rotary, and the later Carolingian capitularies in most of Longobarд Apulia for example, inheritance, dowry, land transfer, and criminal cases. Ecclesiastical law was equally flexible. Latin rite bishops and monasteries in Apulia followed Roman canon law, while Greek monasteries in Calabria obeyed Constantinopolitan synodal decrees. Only in taxation and high justice did Constantinople insist on uniformity. For obvious reasons, these were the highest sources of income. This flexible accommodation, far more tolerant than the later 11th century attempts at Hellenization, helps explain why religious or legal grievances almost never appear as motives for revolt. The great uprising of Melos were driven by fiscal and political, not legal or cultural resentment. For the first 3.5 decades of Basil's reign, southern Italy was repeatedly sacrificed. The civil wars of 976 and 989, as you have already explained before in your brilliant introduction, the long Bulgarian War that absorbed the main field army from 986 until 1018, and the simultaneous need to hold Syria against the Fatimids left almost no regular troops available for the West. For most of the reign, the military presence was strikingly thin and defensive in character until the final decade. The Catapanate possessed no large standing field army. Defense relied on local theme troops, urban militias, especially strong in Bari, the most important city as we've seen, small tagmatic garrisons, scole, excubitores, icanari. So these were actually picked units, and occasional detachments from the naval themes of Cephalonia or Samos. Long stretches in the 90s of the 10th century saw no catapan at all. Islamic raids from Sicily, then under the Chalibid dynasty, nominally subject to the Fatimids, and Ifriqiya became almost annual events, with Gerace, Cosenza, Gravina, Matera, Oria, and the suburbs of Bari itself repeatedly sacked or besieged between 976 and 1009. The Annals of Bari, Lupus Protospatarius, Venetian chronicles, and occasional Arabic sources record the rhythm with painful precision. Gravina and Oria sacked in 976-77. Matera devastated, Gerace briefly occupied, and Cosenza's walls destroyed in 986. Repeated direct assaults on Bari in 988 and 1003. Cosenza reoccupied for several months in 1009. The hinterland of Bari reduced to misery by 992, according to a contemporary landowner near Conversano. Calabria bled population on a massive scale. Entire monasteries transplanted themselves to the Longobard principalities, to Rome, or even to Thessaloniki. Individual saints such as Vitalis, Sabas the Younger, Nilos of Rossano, Christopher and Macarius, Luke of the Menna, Nicodemus, Gregory of Cassano, Fantinus fled north or east. Greek monks and artisans appear founding new communities at Monte Cassino, Gaeta, Naples, and as far as a field as Cologne, Eastern Frankish Kingdom. Apulia, somewhat better shielded by distance and by the permanent tagmatic garrison at Bari, suffered less demographic loss, but descended into near anarchy among its own archontes, the local Longobard or Greco-Longobard notables. The Annals chronicle an almost unbroken sequence of assassinations, coups, and factional struggles. 979, the Protospatarius Porphyrius murders Bishop Andrew of Oria. 982, the brothers Sergius and Theophylax surrender Bari to Catapan Calocurus Delphinus. 987, the Protospatarius Sergius is murdered by the citizens of Bari. 989, Catapan John Amiropoulos executes the Icanatus Leo, the Cretus Nicholas, and the Protospatarius Porphyrius. 990, the Excubitores Bubalis and Peter are killed. 997, the Excubitor Macro Theodorus is murdered at Oria by the brothers Smaragdus and Peter. 998, the Cretus Busitus barely escapes a coup. 999, Catapan Gregory Tarchainiotis besieges Gravina and captures Theophylact, 1000 Smaragdus is finally taken and punished. We know this because the annals of Bari just are this, in fact, annalistic entries that tell us every year what happened. Some of these local notables openly collaborated with Islamic raiders, by the way. Others oscillated instead between Byzantine and Western imperial allegiance. For the first 35 years, the Western powers were overwhelmingly predators rather than partners. The Kalbid emirs of Sicily, operating from Palermo and Mazara and supported by the Fatimid fleet out of Mahdia and Tripoli, treated the Byzantine Calabrian Apulia as an open raiding ground. The Ottonians regarded southern Italy as a legitimate sphere of Western imperial influence. Otto I had already forced the Longobard princes into clientage in the 60s of the 10th century. Otto II invaded the Catapanate in 982 with the proclaimed intention of expelling the Muslims, only to suffer catastrophic defeat at Stila in Byzantine Calabria at the hands of the same Sicilian emir whose raids had provoked his expedition. The battle killed both the emir and the princes of Capua and Benevent, inadvertently removing the most dangerous organized opponents of Byzantine rule and allowing the Catapano-Calo-Kyros Delphinus to recover lost ground in northern Apulia. Yet the Western emperors never abandoned their claims. Otto III pursued a Byzantine marriage alliance in the late 90s of the 10th century while simultaneously competing for control of Rome and the Longobard courts. And Henry II would march south in 1021-1022 with the explicit aim of dismantling the new Byzantine order in the Capitanata. Relations with the German emperors, so basically the Holy Roman Empire, has oscillated between intense rivalry and pragmatic detente, though direct German intervention ceased for almost 20 years after Otto III's death in 1002. The Longobard principalities oscillated between the two empires, the indigenous Longobards, so Latin-speaking, as we've seen, Roman Rite population of Apulia, and the neighboring independent Longobard principalities, Capua, Benevent, Salerno, Naples, forming the single largest ethnic and political component of the region. Inside the Byzantine Catapanate, they supplied most of the local judiciary, tourmarks, urban notables, and their law continued to be applied in large parts of Apulia alongside Greek law. Periods of cooperation alternated with sharp resistance. Capua, Benevent, and Salerno, for example, repeatedly served as refuges for anti-Byzantine rebels, primarily Melos of Bari in 1011 and again in 1017, and as staging posts for German intervention. At the same time, their rulers were perfectly willing to become Byzantine clients when circumstances favored it. Pandulf IV of Capua, the most predatory of them all, formally submitted to Basil Boioannes after Cannae in 1018, handed over the golden keys of his city, and fought alongside imperial troops until Henry II temporarily deposed him in 1022. The smaller maritime cities, Naples, Gaeta, and above all, Amalfi, pursued a more consistently pro-Byzantine line, driven by trading privileges in Constantinople and the need for mutual defense against Islamic piracy. Only Venice, among the Western powers, functioned as a genuine strategic partner for most of the reign. The Chrysobull of March 992 granted Venice a drastic reduction of commercial dues at Constantinople and Abydos in return for a perpetual obligation to transport imperial troops to southern Italy whenever summoned. The alliance was sealed around 1004 by the marriage of the Doge's son, John, to Maria Argyropulina, a close relative of the emperor. Venetian ships duly relieved the prolonged Muslim siege of Bari in 1002 and 3. Crucial context is provided by the Historia Venetorum of John the Deacon, finished around 1008. Peasant vessels assisted the defense of Reggio in 1006. These Italian maritime cities, not the imperial navy, which barely existed in the Western Mediterranean, by the way, were the true bulwark against Kalbid and Fatimid sea power. Defense, therefore, depended almost entirely on diplomacy and allied fleets with gifts dispatched to the Kalbid emir of Sicily and embassies exchanged with the Umayyad Caliph at Cordoba, revealing parallel attempts to purchase Islamic forbearance or to set one Islamic power against one another. Byzantine southern Italy was a profoundly bilingual and bicultural society, as we have understood, whose fault lines did not yet run along the sharp Greek versus Latin divide, however, of the later 11th century, when the Normans had taken over, and a zone of striking religious coexistence and fluidity rather than sharp confessional conflict. In Calabria and the Salento, the population was overwhelmingly Greek-speaking, using Chalcedonian, and tied to a dense network of villages, monasteries, and small fortified castra, with a K, the Greek way of the Latin term. Calabrian asceticism remained extraordinarily vibrant, with saints such as Nilus of Rossano, most famously died 1004, his disciple Bartholomew of Grottaferrata, Sabas the Younger, Fantinus the Younger, and Vitalis of Castronuovo, embodying a vigorous Italo-Greek monastic tradition that radiated influence as far as Rome. Think about the relation of St. Nicholas Otto III and the same Monte Cassino. Many Greek monks and clerics migrated northward because of Arab raids, carrying relics and manuscripts and founding or refounding monasteries in Lazio and Campania. In Apulia, especially the Bari-Trani-Barletta Triangle and the Tavoliere Plateau, the majority remained Latin-speaking Longobards who followed the Roman Rite and Longobard law. Between these two zones lay a broad band of mixed communities where Greek and Latin clergymen, notaries, and landowners coexisted comfortably, often within the same family. Catapans and Byzantine officials lavishly endowed Latin churches and monasteries. Social hierarchy was dominated by a land-owning urban elite, the archontes, the dunatoi, the primati, who supplied judges, tourmarks, bishops, and rebel leaders alike. Below them were free peasant proprietors, tenant farmers, many paying the classic Byzantine triad of land tax, earth tax, and corvée, artisans in the ports, and a growing number of dependent paroikoi, so parishes attached to monasteries or lay lords. So private churches was really also typical of other parts of Western Europe at the time. Arab raids repeatedly displaced Calabrian Greeks northward into Longobard territory, even to Rome and Campania, while after 1018, Boioannes deliberately resettled thousands of Apulian Longobards into the new fortified towns of the Capitanata. Slavery persisted, mostly captives taken in raids or war, but the society was not servile in character. Pilgrimage traffic to Jerusalem via Apulian ports increased noticeably after the year 1000, and the destruction of the Holy Sepulchre by Al-Hakim in 1009 was widely reported in both French and Italian sources as a stimulus for Western pilgrims, some of whom would linger as mercenaries. By 1025, the province had become markedly more urbanized and fortified than in 976, with the religious map showing deep Greek roots in Calabria and the Salento, a Latin Rite but often bilingual clergy in Apulia, and no systematic policy of Hellenization or Latinization from Constantinople. Loyalty was owed less to Greek or Latin than to city, king, and patron. The economy was predominantly agrarian and local, yet showed clear signs of recovery and modest growth in the final 15 years of Basil's reign. Gold coinage, numismata of Basil II and Constantine VIII circulated sparingly. The everyday currency was the Sicilian Arab tari in Calabria and lower value Byzantine Milia Resia and anonymous bronze fulles in Apulia. Hoards and single finds suggest that coin circulation increased noticeably after roughly 1010. Land values rose in secure zones. This is, as you explained before, also connected with the stabilization of Basil's rule in the east. New villages were founded, churches and monasteries received larger donations, and the Catapans' own building program, fortresses, praetoria, churches, injected cash and employment. Fiscal pressures was real, right? Complaints about excessive taxation helped spark Melus revolts, for example. But the state extracted revenue efficiently through a mixture of direct assessment and farming to local notables. The province remained a net exporter of grain, oil, wine, timber, and later raw silk, while importing luxury textiles, glass, and spices via its ports. By 1025, the economy was markedly healthier, more monetized than half a century earlier, yet still far from the commercial dynamism that Amalfi, Salerno, and later Norman Bari would display. Trade was overwhelmingly maritime and concentrated in a handful of ports: Bari, Trani, Otranto, and outside direct Byzantine control, Salerno and Amalfi. Bari served as the administrative and commercial capital, handling grain, oil, timber, and slaves from the hinterland in exchange for Constantinopolitan luxury goods and Eastern spices. Venetian merchants enjoyed reduced duties, as we've seen after the 992 Crucible, and regularly transported Byzantine troops in return. Their ships relieved Bari from the Arab siege in 1002 and maintained the vital Adriatic lifeline when Bulgaria temporarily blocked overland routes because they arrived up to the Adriatic from the Balkans. Amalfitans, despite living under Longobarд princes, traded intensively with Constantinople and the Islamic world, often evading Byzantine restrictions. Jewish merchants appear frequently in documents that were specifically targeted in Basil's Venetian privilege in favor of this case of the maritime city. Long-distance luxury trade, such as silk textiles, glass lamps, incense, ivory, remained modest in volume but highly visible in church treasuries. Arab raids disrupted coastal traffic until the early 11th century, but after roughly the second decade of the 11th century, security improved and pilgrimage traffic to Jerusalem via Apulian ports grew noticeably. By Basil's death, southern Italy functioned as a commercial bridge between the Byzantine, Latin, and Islamic worlds rather than a major entrepot in its own right, but one whose ports were steadily regaining vitality. Artistic and architectural production was modest in scale, yet surprisingly vigorous, especially given the insecurity of the previous decades. Calabria and the Salento remained the heartland of Italo-Greek culture. Rock-cut hermitages and cave churches known as laure continued to be dug and painted, often with simple but expressive fresco cycles reflecting the ascetic spirituality of figures such as Nilus of Rossano and his disciples. Excellent dated examples survive at Carpignano 1020 and in the crypt of Saint Christina at Carpignano, in fact. In Apulia, where Latin Rite patrons dominated, a distinctive school of church building emerged around the first quarter of the 11th century. Large three-aisled basilicas with transepts and domes over the crossing were erected or rebuilt at Bari, the old cathedral, Taranto, Otranto, San Pietro in the latter, Vieste, and Siponto, frequently with metropolitan Byzantine financial or technical support. Their sculptural decorations, capital transcende, altar screens blends late antique Apulian traditions with current Constantinopolitan fashions, peacocks, lions, and interlaced patterns executed in a crisp, almost graphic style. Manuscript production in the Greek zones never ceased. Several important 11th century South Italian Greek codices, for example, the Typicon of St. Nilus for Grottaferrata or the lectionary Vatican Greek 2138, were copied in this period by scribes trained in Calabria or the Terra d'Otranto. Bronze doors, Bari Cathedral, Trani, Salerno, and precious metalwork, book covers, or reliquaries were still largely imported from Constantinople. However, local workshops in Bari and Salerno were beginning to imitate them. After roughly 1010, the Catapans themselves became major patrons. Basil Mesardonitus rebuilt the Praetorium in Bari. Basil Boioannes probably sponsored new churches in the fortified towns of the Capitanata. Economic indicators were uniformly positive. New basilicas rose at Bari, Taranto, Bovino, and Vieste under apparent metropolitan patronage. The frescoes of Carpignano, as we've seen, that are dated to the same period. The mulberry groves of Calabria, heralding the expanding silk production. The Capitanata rapidly generated thus significant revenue at minimal administrative cost for the empire. By 1025, a modest but unmistakable revival was underway, laying the groundwork for the richer flowering of the later 11th and early 12th centuries. It was against this background of neglect, devastation, and factional violence that the first great rebellion erupted in May 1009. Melos of Bari, a wealthy and ambitious notable from Bari, probably of mixed Longobard Armenian descent and certainly Latin in culture and religion, whose family may originally have belonged to the old Armenian colony of the city, in fact, emerges as the most prominent local leader in Byzantine Apulia during the later part of Basil's reign. First attested in the same 1009, he organized a serious urban revolt against the Catapan John Kurkuras, briefly seizing Bari and several other Apulian cities before the rebellion was crushed in 1010-1011 by the new Catapan Basil Mesardonitus. Menus fled to Capua. His wife and son were sent as hostages to Constantinople, and his property was confiscated. He never sought simple independence for Bari on the Amalfitan or Venetian model. He appears rather to have aimed at replacing Greek catapans with native Longobard leadership, while maintaining nominal allegiance to one or other emperor. With his brother-in-law Datus, he seized Bari, Ascoli, and Troia. Catapan John Kurkuras perished in the fighting. Constantinople reacted with unusual urgency. The new Catapan Basil Mesardonitus 1010-1016, assisted, if Sculitz is correctly interpreted, by the naval strategos Basil Argyrus from Samos, besieged and retook Bari after 2 months, crushed remaining resistance by June 1011, and received the surrender of most rebel centers. Melus fled first to Benevent, then to Salerno, and finally Capua. Mesardonitus immediately began reconstruction. He erected a fortified praetorium near the harbor on the future site of the Basilica of St. Nicholas, issued appeals for refugees to return under guarantee of safety, and conducted a demonstrative progress through Longobard territory to reassert imperial prestige. The respite lasted only 6 years. In 1016-1017, Melus, moving between the courts of the Longobard princes and the shrine of St. Michael of Monte Gargano, the most important pilgrimage site, not just in sort of Byzantine Apulia times, but also since the early Italics, recruited several hundred Norman pilgrims and exiles, promising land and plunder. The Norman presence in southern Italy effectively begins in embryonic form only in the very last years of Basil II's reign, and is inextricably linked to the two revolts of Melus. A small band of Norman pilgrims returning from Jerusalem, led by figures such as Gilbert Boiter and later Reinulf Drengot, were recruited by Melus around 1016-1017 to bolster his second rebellion against Byzantine rule. These adventurers, probably no more than a few hundred in number, some source says 250, inflicted surprising defeats on Catapanal forces in 1017, 3 successive victories over Catapan, Contole, and Tornikios, ravaging much of Apulia and coming close to destroying imperial authority in the province. But early victories encouraged fresh waves of Norman adventurers and alarmed Constantinople. In December 1017, Basil II appointed Basil Boioannes. In Italian sources, it's called Bojanus, Boianus. In Greek, it's Boioannes. In fact, a commander of possibly South Slavic or Bulgarian origin, because they thought of Bayan, like those Slavic chieftains, who had distinguished himself in the final Bulgarian campaigns as Catapan with plenary powers comparable to those once exercised by Nikephoros Uranos or David Arrhenitis. He stands out as the single most effective Byzantine commander ever to serve in southern Italy and the architect of the empire's last great phase of authority there. Reinforced by troops released from the Danube front, including the elite Varangian guard, specifically requested to face the Norman heavy cavalry, the rivalry between the two, of course, is already there. Boioannes won 3 successive engagements in 1018, the decisive battle taking place, famously enough, in October on the historic ground of Cannae, thus becoming the second battle of Cannae, the Second Punic War, beside the Ofanto River. The Norman leader, Gilbert Boiter, fell in this battle. Melus's army was annihilated. It said that only 10 Normans basically survived, and Melus fled north, first to the Papal States and then to the court of Henry II, the last Ottonian ruler, at Bamberg in Germany, where he was honorably received and granted the rather empty but still meaningful title of, quote, Duke of Apulia. He died in 1020, broken and far from home, before Henry's expedition of 1021-22 could achieve anything concrete in southern Italy. Surviving Normans initially dispersed, though most were crushingly defeated as Gilbert was killed. Within a year, however, Boioannes pragmatically hired a Norman contingent himself to garrison the newly founded fortress city of Troia, 1019, thereby turning former enemies into salaried troops of the empire, marking the first official Byzantine employment of Normans in Italy. Dattus held out until June 1021 in his fortified tower on the Garigliano River before being betrayed, brought to Bari, and executed by drowning in a sack together with a monkey, cock, and snake, as a form of ultimate humiliation. His repeated defeats and eventual death did not end the movement. He became a martyr figure for Apulian particularism, and his son Argyros would later lead further anti-Byzantine risings in the 1040s, at a time of great destabilization after Basil's reign. Boioannes transformed victory, however, into permanent gain. The turning point came only after the annihilation of the Bulgarian Empire in 1018, released the victorious Tagmata and Varangians for service in the West, marking the moment when the Western powers ceased to be predators and became, for a brief decade, objects of Byzantine manipulation. For 1017 onward, reinforcements including Varangians, Bulgarians, and Macedonians arrived. A chain of new fortresses was built across the Apulian plain and the Capitanata to shield mostly from the Apennine. In fact, in 1019, Boioannes founded the fortress city of Troia at the critical Apennine Pass, commanding the route into the Apulian plain, where the Longobards routinely came to plunder. Initially garrisoning it with loyal Normans. Over the next decade, he created an entire defensive belt across the previously desolate Capitanata, with new settlements at Civitata, Dragonara, Fiorentino, Montecorvino, Tertiveri, Melfi, Mottola, and others. Privileges issued in 1019 and renewed around 1024 deliberately invited Longobard settlers from the neighboring principalities by guaranteeing the continued application of Longobard law and the preservation of Latin ecclesiastical rights. The result was rapid colonization, the digging of irrigation canals, the building of mills, and the planting of vineyards, turning a former wilderness into one of the richest fiscal zones of the Catapanate within a single generation. Many Longobard families were forcibly resettled into the new fortified towns of the Capitanata, granted privileges under Longobard law, and bound more closely to imperial service. In the south, he fortified the Taranto hinterland with new strongholds against lingering Muslim raiding. Pandulf IV of Capua formally submitted, becoming an active Byzantine client. The Prince of Salerno accepted a comparable relationship. When Henry II, Holy Roman Emperor, led a large army south in 1021-22 to dismantle the new order, he in fact besieged Troia. Without success, however, briefly replaced Pandulf and withdrew after his local alliances dissolved, achieving de facto no lasting gains. In 1024, Boioannes even crossed the Adriatic, raided Croatia, and carried off the wife and son of King Krešimir III to Constantinople. That's a whole sort of different story. We are outside of Italy. We don't cover it, but Italy was used as a launching pad for storming those Slavic littorals and momentarily reasserting imperial influence over the entire lower Adriatic basin and securing the Adriatic itself, mostly also to the benefit of Venice, we should say. Now, by 1025, the balance of power among the Western actors had been almost completely reversed, as we've seen. The Chalbid Emirate was no longer capable of serious raiding. They had bled themselves white also against the Ottonians. The Longobard princes were clients or neutralized. Independent Longobard princes had been reduced to clients, yet the Longobard element remained the demographic backbone of the province and would provide the social base for later anti-Byzantine feeling. Henry II's intervention had failed. As we've just seen, Venice was bound by treaty and marriage. Pisa remained cooperative, and the first Normans, survivors of Cannae, were enlisted as garrison troops. As Basil's death in 1025 The Norman element remained tiny, scattered, and still under imperial pay rather than independent. The great wave of conquest that would sweep the Byzantines from the peninsula belongs to decades after 1030. With Bulgaria annexed and Italy pacified, Basil II turned to the objective that had eluded every emperor since Constans II, 641-668. That is, naturally, the reconquest of Arab Sicily. The aborted Byzantine expedition to reconquer Sicily in 1025 represented the culmination of Basil II's lifelong ambition to eliminate the last major Islamic stronghold in the Western Mediterranean and secure the empire's southern Italian provinces once and for all. For decades, raids from Calbit, Sicily, and Zirid, North Africa, had repeatedly devastated, as we've seen, Calabria and threatened Apulia, exposing the vulnerabilities of the Catapanate, despite the defensive successes of commanders like Basil Boioannes. In 1024-1025, a huge expeditionary force began to assemble, drawn from the victorious armies of the Balkans and the East, who were actually also veterans, and a diverse expeditionary contingent comprising the Rus, so the Varangians, Bulgarians, Vlachs, Turks, Macedonians, and others. The Catapan Boioannes and the eunuch Orestes, a veteran of the Bulgarian and Eastern campaigns, who had already led an advance party to Messina, landing across the strait, rebuilding the fortifications of Reggio in Calabria as a staging point, just facing Messina, and may have, in fact, briefly occupied himself parts of northeastern Sicily as a beachhead, and being placed, in fact, in joint command. The main army concentrated the tip of the boot, where the walls of Reggio were rebuilt, and mulberry plantations, as we've seen before, the raw material for the Calabrian silk industry that would flourish in the following decades, mostly under the Normans, were probably established at this very time. It's possible they were also older, telling the truth. Basil himself intended to lead the final invasion in person. Consider Basil would never, set foot in Italy. So this was a matter of major international prestige. An undertaking that would have required a large fleet, probably relying heavily on Venetian allies at this point. Before the emperor could depart Constantinople or the full invasion force crossed the Strait of Messina, however, Basil notoriously died suddenly on this very December the 15th, about of 1025. You would have liked him to live that long, at the age, in fact, of 67. Now, his brother and successor, Constantine the Eighth, immediately canceled the operation, also because he was not much of a person to lead such a thing himself, recalling the troops and abandoning any immediate hope of reconquest. The abrupt termination of the expedition marked the effective high water mark of Byzantine power under Basil, though a more famous attempt under Georgios Maniakes in 1038-1040 would achieve temporary successes. The empire never again came so close to recovering Sicily, which remained, in fact, under Islamic rule until the Norman conquest beginning in 1061. At the moment of the emperor's death, the Byzantine position in southern Italy was stronger, however, than at any time since the Arab conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries. Direct imperial rule extended across an enlarged and pacified Apulia and Calabria. Client relationships bound major Lombard principalities. The Adriatic was secured through Venetian alliance and Croatian submission. The Capitanata had been transformed from wilderness to prosperous frontier. Administration rested on a thin superstructure of centrally appointed catapans and tagmatic officers superimposed upon a deep substrate of local Lombard law, Latin clergy, and indigenous office holders, such as, again, like we've seen, the Marcae, the Gastels, the Judices, and bishops that were almost invariably local men, often rewarded with multiple sees, and even there were really lots of them in southern Italy, very also fragmented. It was not a very orderly administration. However, the new city of Troia was placed directly under papal jurisdiction with the agreement of John the 19th, but it was almost like, in terms of direct control, a sort of formality, like not really pretty substantial. Now, at Basil's death, the Catapanate was militarily stronger and territorially more secure than at any time, right, since the 9th century, yet it remained critically dependent on troops and money diverted from other fronts and on fragile alliances with Venice and local Lombard princes. The underlying structural weakness, lack of permanent fleet, and large indigenous army would become fatal in the following decades. Modern understanding of Byzantine southern Italy under Basil II rests primarily, just speaking of sources like you made before, great introduction, that say more in depth, like for southern Italy. It's a combination, of course, of sources that complement and correct one another, since the principal Byzantine narrative historian, John Skulitsas, treats Italy only in a handful of very terse passages, and the later Byzantine tradition largely ignores Italy, right? Or also maybe for a matter of pride, given that it would go lost. The richest and most continuous thread is provided by the South Italian Latin annals and short chronicles written inside the Byzantine territories themselves, above all the three related redactions of the Annals of Bari, so the Annales Barenses, Lupus Protospatarius, and the Anonymous Barenses, particularly valuable for the precise chronology of the arrival and departure of the Catapans and other officials, Arab raids, taxation, revolts, notably those, again, of Melus in 1009, 1011, and 1017, 1018. We've seen them all before. And activities of the great Catapan Basil Boioannes after 1017. They are supplemented by minor local chronicles from neighboring Lombard principalities, namely the Chronicle of Salerno, and by the entries in Lupus Protospatarius that extend into the 40s of the 11th century. A second major group consists of archive material surviving in the original or in early copies, several hundred Latin and smaller number of Greek and private and public documents, charters, judgments, donations, inventories. Those are sort of the most typical juridical sources, preserved especially in the archives of Monte Cassino, Cava, Bari, Trani, Conversano, and Salerno. When combined with xylographic, that is to say, like lead seals of officials, and occasional epigraphic evidence, these give concrete detail on day-to-day administration, landholding, taxation, the coexistence that we have seen of Greek and Lombard law, and the names, titles, and tenures of local and centrally appointed officials that the literary sources almost completely omit. From northern Italy, the most sustained contemporary narrative is the aforementioned Historia Venetorum of John the Diacon, finished at the beginning of the 11th century, which repeatedly describes the Venetian-Byzantine diplomatic, commercial, and military cooperation in the Adriatic sphere. Geographical texts in both Greek and Latin are surprisingly informative, especially the lives of southern Italian or Calabrian saints composed in the late 10th and early 11th centuries. The Vita Nili Junioris by a monk of Rossano, written around the 20s, the 30s of the 11th century. The Vita Sabae Junioris by Orestes, Patriarch of Jerusalem. The Vita Luce Abbatis, the Vita Gregorio of Cassano, and others. These often contain the precise chronological references to Catapans, Arab raids, and the movement of Byzantine officials, as well as vivid descriptions of social conditions and emigration from Calabria in particular. Western narrative sources outside Italy are sparse and usually indirect, but occasionally useful. Tithmar of Merseburg died 1018. For occasional diplomatic contact from sort of a German perspective, obviously. The French chroniclers Rodolphus Glaber and Ademar of Chabannes, both writing in the 20s and 30s of the 11th century, for the arrival, especially of, as you understand, Norman pilgrims/mercenaries and the destruction of the Holy Sepulchre in 1009, tells you how much the Westerners were already sort of pointed at the Levant at that time. And very late 11th century Norman texts, the famous, William of Apulia, Matus of Monte Cassino, Geoffrey Malaterra, for the rebels of Melus and the early Norman penetration, they are really important, even though they were written half a century or more after the events. There was all an epopee at that point, however, about the origins of the especially the Haute Ville, later prevailing. Arabic sources are almost silent, except for very occasional mentions in Ibn al-Athir and other later compilers referring to raids from Sicily or Ifriqiya. This corpus, despite its fragmentary and disparate character, really typical of Islamic literature, especially in the West, is in fact unusually rich for a Byzantine provincial periphery in the early 11th century, permits a far sort of overall these sources altogether. A more detailed reconstruction is possible for most other frontiers in Basil's empire. Yet, this late triumph, and I'm ending here because it's almost time, was built upon two fatally weak foundations: the personal authority of an aging emperor who left no successor of comparable talent, the rapidity with which Boianna's system later collapsed under weaker successors and larger Norman invasions, only underlying essentially the extent to which the late Byzantine revival in Italy was the achievement of one exceptionally able and energetic individual, backed for a brief window by the full resources of Basil II's empire at its zenith, right? And the failure to capture Sicily, which alone could have provided the permanent naval security and strategic depth the mainland provinces required, right? Mainland southern Italy would have obviously been very much strengthened and offered sort of further launching pad for invasions towards, say, central Italy, and making the empire more competitive against the Westerners had Sicily been secured, right? The Norman mercenaries, first introduced by Melus and briefly employed by Boioannes, will ultimately exploit both weaknesses quite cleverly. But in the winter of 1025-1026, the western frontier of the empire stretched farther than it had for 4 centuries, and appeared for one brief moment entirely secure. For one luminous moment, the Western powers that had preyed upon or contested Byzantine Italy for half a century were reduced to subordination or irrelevance, and the empire's frontier stood farther west than at any time since the age of Heraclius. And this is I gave you the sources initially, so I hope that you were listening, because I didn't watch the if the line was broken or something, but I see here, that you came back with the audio. So
Hello.
this is it. Yeah.
I've been listening very intently at your
thank you.
excellent piece about Italy.
I didn't calculate it would last an entire hour, but I'm glad I could fill the whole time with it.
Well, that's quite all right.
But thanks to you for listening, and to everyone out there.
Oh, thank you very much. Firstly, that was absolutely fantastic. And that's done my job for me in terms of Italy. Thank you very much. There was a question in the comments asking, do you think Basil II's actions in Italy had a butterfly effect leading to the Great Schism?
Well, honestly, from here, it seems as if that I'm sure that obviously in the broader stream of however you want to consider civilizational development, especially there was a weakening also after Basil. So that was very important in a way in the relation between the two powers. And there is also general, however, growth. We've seen it also from the same southern Italy that, in any case, puts sort of more resources at play. And so there could be more contrast than, say, opposed like early medieval times, where there had been already many tensions with the papacy. Think about the iconoclasm, or the sacking of papal possessions in southern Italy, etc. However, what really strikes me here is how, in a truly universal perspective, because this is what I call the Byzantine Empire, but I have some point on my channel on this topic, but is that this was a truly universal dimension. And when you look at southern Italy, in this case, or any other region of the empire, it's truly like a country on its own. And this is the thing that it's very interesting to appreciate also about pre-industrial culture and so on, that also the legitimacy of rulers, of imperial ruling in this case, is heavily dependent, obviously, on the quality of the rulers, such as Basil in this case is a giant, to say the least, but also, of course, like the traditional idea of conferring power to a ruler that effectively reigns. And in fact, here you can see that regardless of whether these people were sort of already projected towards like a more Western or say Catholic or Orthodox view, or what kind of ethnic background, what kind of language they used, whatever, they tended to operate within a system that contained them all. And so yes, that depends eventually on what the empire does, and probably there is an impact in this regard. But it's also like Basil does not show up. I mean, my intervention, I didn't talk about Basil at all, basically, because there was no and that was also another thing that I would note, that of course, like, he was very busy elsewhere. His presence would have been quite menacing in Italy had he, actually come, and surely triggered more attrition.
If
Please.
in my view, to answer that question, I would say no, because the Great Schism is far more about sort of ecclesiastical differences than political upheaval. Because when it happens in 1054, it just kind of happens rather than anything that Constantine IX has done. So I'm inclined to think that in the grand sweep of things, probably not. Probably things like the Scofian schism, a couple of centuries before, was more of an impact than Basil Boiana's conquering half of southern Italy. But I do agree that it's, as you say, with Byzantine southern Italy, it kind of goes in waves of fortune, where from Constans II onwards, who's the last emperor to go to the west, there are kind of waves of interest in the western provinces of the empire. So, for instance, the Isaurian emperors are essentially uninterested with Italy, but then the Amorian and particularly the early Macedonian emperors, like Basil I, are very interested in Italy and have a lot of contact with Italy in that area. And I think it drops off a bit in the intervening years between Romanus, the end of Romanus I's reign, and then picks up again on the middle of Basil's reign.
I think one of the reasons is that fundamentally Anatolia had remained a major landmass that was sort of the major, so at least also for the military foundations, etc., to just in immediate geographical terms to expand from. So during the Macedonian era, and those dynasties that you talk about, they just bear Anatolian name. And in this later phase instead, of course, there was a re-expansion that was, as far as the Byzantines go, always mostly on a coastal base, especially in the west at that point, and therefore more enveloping like these territories than even trying to simply force a direct control of the hinterland in particular, because that was not essentially much assimilable, and or it was not even that wilder, like, I don't know, the Balkans with the Bulgarians, and also it was a matter of prestige. I mean, Rome is in Italy, so a Roman emperor must do something about it. Whenever they have that power, they're surely going back to it.
I think also it's interesting that and important to remember when it comes to the subject of why didn't the Eastern Roman Empire do more in Italy, is that it's, to their minds, it's just not that important. When you're looking at the Bulgarians, who are raiding as far south as Attica, and well, by this point the annual Muslim raids have ended, but the threat of the Fatimids pushing into Syria, which are threatening Antioch, which the Romans have only taken a couple of decades before, there's bigger fish to fry. And then with when the Georgians are sweeping down into eastern Armenia and trying to retake their provinces, Basil is busy with that. And then there's the rebellion. So by 1020, well, I'd reckon it's probably about 1024 that Basil was starting to go, let's invade Sicily, because these things take time to assemble. So it's only right at the end of his life that he has the time and willpower to do it. And I think also in earlier centuries, there were a lot of other issues which were more apparent. So like in the early 10th century and late 9th century, you have a massive uptick in Saracen piracy, who are like the Second Thessalonica. And as you were mentioning with Italy, they're under the same issues right at the beginning in 976. So
yeah, I believe
almost
so.
in miniature, what happens with the rest of the empire happens in Italy in terms of what it's able to do. So the foreign invasions go away, the rebellions are all sorted out, the piracy and raiding comes to a stop, and then the Romans have the breathing room to actually start going on the offensive. Which is
my impression is always
earlier.
that in a sense Eastern powers were in their social cultural fabric a bit more destructured or unstable compared to paradoxically the Western ones. If you see even here with Basil, the priority is not launching an invasion to the southern Italian mainland, it's recovering Sicily. That is actually probably like the Islamic domination of Sicily to an extent was very, at least in the past, very historiographically overrated. It was actually a very soft area, as we've seen also in here, that just basically raid. They don't have a capacity to launch, I don't know, a field army to conquer some chunks of, the hinterland itself. In many ways, the Muslims had been used as mercenaries by the same Longbirds and so on. So it's like when you see the Normans arriving later, they just go. It's not such a bloodbath like the conquest of Britain with the herring of the North. Like the Normans have already some Muslim friends they have fought for in Sicily. They go castle by castle. It was sort of much more peaceful in a sense because there wasn't much of a cohesive
I think
force.
maybe not peaceful, but small scale. Like we're talking about armies
definitely
in
less intense,
hundreds,
less destructive. It took
rather
long.
than the tens of thousands.
Yeah, absolutely. And many also Muslims simply came back to Tunisia at that point. But you see, this was we can. I mean, it was west of Constantinople, but let's call it an Eastern power and say in a broader Islamic sense. The fiber of these cultures also in this was sort of apparently something that the Byzantines had it easier to take on. I believe the attempt, even just like back in the day, like with Constance II against Benemet, with massive siege and so on, it doesn't work. Admittedly, sort of the southern European hinterlands at large, whichever peninsula, are nightmares for any army historically. But I suspect that sort of the Apenninic backbone, the cultures that lived there, the proximity to, at this point, also to Western Empire, was really like they would have not gone at it in any particular way. If you think about also in Komnenian times, when under Emmanuel they launched the last big campaign to destroy the Siculo-Normans, and it fails. It almost succeeds, but the expectation was mostly to destroy this major regional threat for Constantinople and leaving this as a sort of decentralized frontier where the papacy in the empire would have just shared power. But in that moment, not much. Just okay, let's set foot to it. Let's keep sending troops against this more courageous Western power. They didn't seem to reason much in that direction. And you see also in this the aborted expedition in 1025, they were using largely also Italian navies. There were lots of the same Longbirds levied from the southern Italian hinterland. I mean, the same Byzantines were relatively dependent on powers that in quite a short amount of time will become ever more toxic, so to say, for the same Constantinople. That's the idea that I formed for myself.
I think with Italy, we're going to have to end it there.
It was enough.
Have to go on to our next topic of the rebellions. But thank you very much.
Thanks to you again.
If you want to hang around, stay on the stream, you're very welcome to.
All right.
But let's have a short break.
Perfect.
For, shall we say, 10 minutes? And we can see you at 2:20, where I will begin my next section about the rebellions. So I will hang on. Just got it all ready. But yes, no, thank you very much for your talk about Italy. That was super interesting, and
Again, thanks
I
to
appreciate
you, and
how much effort you
congratulations,
put into it.
anticipated congratulations for your 30,000 subscribers. Just also recently, so
thank you.
we are twin channels. Thanks for the opportunity. It was brilliant.
And thank you.
It was a pleasure.
So, well, I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will be back shortly at 20 past. Hello, I'm back. So, first of all, thank you very much to Schwerpunkt. That was a fantastic section about Italy. Now we're going to talk about the rebellions. There were 3 major rebellions during the reign of Basil II. And they happened almost immediately after he became emperor. So, the first is Bardus Skleros. Who was Bardus Skleros? As I mentioned earlier, he was a very successful general during the reign of John Zimisces, and he'd also been in Byzantine military service for a long time before that. He was quite a middle-aged man by the time he became a usurper. It said that when he surrendered in 989, for his final surrender, he was an old man. So to begin with, it is said that he wanted to become emperor for a long time, and when Basil II, who was a young man, inexperienced, had no experience of government or generalship, Bardus Skleros was demoted, and then he was hello, we have a guest. Not at the moment. Well, we may have a guest. Anyway, he was demoted from Domesticus of the East to Duke of Mesopotamia by Basil the Cappanos. And then in June AD 976, he decided to rebel and proclaimed himself emperor, which he did when he captured Melitene. Both Basil the Cappanos sends emissaries to Bardus Skleros to try and get him to quit his usurpation, try and negotiate, but he refuses. And so he marches against the Anti-Taurus mountains. So he's starting to move out of Western Armenia into Anatolia. And there are skirmishes between Eustathius Melianos and Michael Baltzes, but they are defeated by Skleros. Also, during this time, in 977, another group of generals, Leo the Protospatharios and Peter the eunuch, who is part of the Phocas household, are sent against him, and they are also defeated near Caesarea. Peter is killed, Leo is captured, and their soldiers, who are from Anatolia, desert to Skleros. So he's now got control of soldiers from the Western Armenian themes and the Anatolian themes. And to make matters worse, Aleppo ceases paying tribute to the Eastern Roman Empire. So that now the situation on the eastern frontier is starting to disintegrate. There's a battle in Phrygia, which Skleros wins again. And then he captures Nicaea, which was held by Manuel Comnenus, who was one of these up-and-coming aristocrats whose dynasty may or may not have an important impact later on. So he captures Nicaea, and all of Anatolia goes over to him. He captures. Then he starts besieging Abydos, which was to help threaten Constantinople's grain supply. So he captures Nicaea, Abydos, and then he takes control of Attalia in 978, which gives him a fleet. And this now gets very scary for Basil II, because with a fleet, they can cross the Sea of Marmara and besiege Constantinople. So they have to act quickly. Basil II and Constantine VIII dispatched the imperial navy, which was anchored at Constantinople, against Bardas Skleros's fleet, which are anchored at Abydos. And these are commanded by another Bardas, Bardas Passakutenos. And they arrive, and the imperial navy burns the Kibireot fleet while they're at anchor, and then they disembark and capture Abydos from Skleros's men. And there's a battle there as well. Basil the Kapanos, the Parakoimemenos, brings Phocas out of retirement and then sends him against Skleros. And so he's put in charge of the army, leads a campaign against Skleros, and travels to Caesarea, which is where he persuades previously loyal generals like Michael Baltzes, who switch sides to rejoin the loyalist cause. And in on the 19th of June, AD 978, there is the Battle of Pankaleia, where Phocas is beaten by Skleros, and in the autumn is defeated again by Skleros at the Battle of Basilica Therma. And this is partially because his army has had a defeat previously, the morale of his troops is starting to waver. And so at Basilica Therma, morale is a big part of why he fails there. So Skleros, despite having been unable to reach Constantinople, still is largely undefeated in battle at this point. This is already 2.5 years into the revolt. However, Phocas retreats, and he retreats to David, the Prince of Tau, who's a Georgian prince, and provides him with troops for another campaign. So this is where Phocas uses his connections in the area to muster Roman troops, Georgian troops, Armenian soldiers to challenge Skleros. And once ready, on the 24th of March, AD 979, Phocas leads his forces to Aquae Saravenai and defeats Skleros for the first time. And there is a interesting detail where it is believed that when Skleros... So there is a duel between the two commanders because the battle is not going very well for Phocas to begin with. And he rides forth and he attacks the commander of the rebel forces, Skleros, in hand-to-hand combat, and he is able to land a blow with his mace on Skleros's head, and his troops think that he's been killed. He's taken off his horse to be seen to, and there's blood pouring down his face, and so his troops start routing and start fleeing in panic, and Phocas's army pursues and defeats Skleros. So this is a really near-run thing. And Skleros is able to escape, and he travels to Baghdad to meet the Caliph Altai, and then he remains there as a guest of the Buyid kingdom until for the next 7 years, until 986. So this is a really scary revolt, and has cost a lot of lives. This is also where Nikephoros Oranos, a very competent general, governor, and also an accomplished author in his own right, appears for the first time. In 982, he is sent by Basil the Kapanos to the Buyids to negotiate for the extradition of Bardas Skleros and his followers, but and he even offers the Buyids several major concessions, such as handing over the emirate of Aleppo to them, or conceding territory to them, just to get this person back, which kind of gives us a sense of how desperate the imperial government were to get their hands on this fellow. But they refused all of these attempts of negotiation. And in fact, there is some people who are upset by just how much Basil II was willing to hand over to the Buyids to get what he wanted, which was Skleros. So, by the end of the 970s, the empire has been rent apart by the First Civil War. And then there is an interlude. And during this interlude between the two civil wars, you have the removal of Basil the Kapanos, the Grand Chamberlain. So Basil the Kapanos, as mentioned, was the bastard son of Romanus I. He was a eunuch, a statesman, patron of the arts. He had been in government since the reign of Constantine VII, Basil's grandfather, and he had also loyally served both Nikephoros II and John I, and for the first few years of Basil. However, there are reports that from AD 981 to 982, that tensions between the two Basils were growing. Selos reports this, but this is also particularly prevalent in Yahya of Antioch, when a diplomat called Ibn Sharam arrives at court. He notes the enmity between the two. And it's important to remember that Basil the Kapanos had immense power during this early part of his grandnephew's reign. So much so that it is said, let me just find the quote. So much so that it is said that essentially Basil II was he could essentially do nothing, and that Basil the Kapanos was the person that ran the empire. And even the court poet John Geometres at the time, who was one of Basil the Kapanos's patrons at the time, is also very praiseworthy of Basil the Kapanos, and basically says that he runs the empire. As you can imagine, for a young man, it's rather distressing when he's supposed to be the emperor. So, Basil... here we are. So in Basil II's land law, he says, our opinions had no effect, but his will, that's Basil the Kapanos, and command prevailed in all matters, which perhaps, considering this is from the horse's mouth, gives us an idea of just how much power the Kapanos wielded. And he fortunately, removing Lecapenus was significantly easier than removing Skleros because he was the emperor. In AD 985, he dismissed him from service and placed him under house arrest. And then, after he found out later in the year that Lecapenus was plotting against him, Basil II exiled him and confiscated his wealth. And then his granduncle died later that year. And that was the end of him. Then Basil II purged the government and removed all of Lecapenus's loyalists. Delphinas, the catapan of Italy, was recalled. Bardus Phocas was demoted from Domesticus of the East to Duke of Antioch. Leo Melissenos, who was the Duke of Antioch, was recalled to Constantinople. John Geometres, as mentioned, the court poet and soldier, was dismissed from service. And new people were put in their places. And we can imagine that this extended to other appointments too, which is not captured in our sources. But lots of key figures from the government of Lecapenus were removed. And then, in 986, the following year, Basil leads a campaign against the Bulgars, and it is a total disaster. And his army is annihilated at the Battle of Trajan's Gate. Basil barely escapes. And a lot of people are very annoyed with him. So a lot of the Eastern commanders wanted to go on the campaign, felt that they had been cheated. So Bardus Phocas, one of the impetuses for his revolt, was decrying Basil for not having sent seasoned men with him. And also John Geometres berates Basil for dismissing commanders with learning and who were well educated and appointing people who weren't, because for him, educated people make for very good commanders. And so a lot of people are unhappy with Basil II because of his this decision, and probably the result as well, with having an army basically destroyed because of his inexperience and treachery by his commander of the Scolai, leads to this disaster, and also begins the Second Civil War. And I think also it's important to note that this was the very first time that a Macedonian emperor, and specifically from the main line, I'm not talking about Romanus I or so on, that the Macedonian emperor had actually led troops into battle on campaign. And this is something that had not happened since the first Basil in the 9th century. So Leo never led troops into battle. Alexander, nor Constantine VII, nor Romanus II. So this is the first time in several generations that an emperor from the imperial dynasty has actually led soldiers into battle. And one could imagine that commanders with this kind of view in mind of the emperor as a civilian emperor leading troops into battle, they may well be thinking in their own minds that, why are they doing that? That's something I should do. So there's a lot of ill feeling in this second revolt that boils over in 986. So the second revolt in January to February AD 986. That is to say, in 986, Bardus Phocas rebels and starts gathering forces. Scratch that. in January or February 986, Bardas is released from Baghdad and resumes his rebellion in Melitene. And he's supported by the Buyids. So he arrives with lots of Arab and Persian and Kurdish auxiliaries. Then his army in the spring focuses. And since he's one of the main commanders on the frontiers, he's dispatched to deal with him again. And this time he decides to join him. And Focus uses his political capital as the descendant of Nicephorus II to position himself as the emperor and brokers a deal with Skleros in that Skleros will become Domestikos of the East once he becomes emperor. And so that is the agreement they come to. However, very quickly, Focus, once he's got control of Skleros's army, places Skleros under house arrest. And Skleros's son, Romanus, flees to Basil II and joins the loyalist cause. So this is a very, like in many civil wars, it's a very fluid sense of loyalty for many of these people. And unfortunately for Basil, this revolt is even more deadly than the last. And all of the Anatolian and Armenian themes join Focus. Because, of course, Focus is very popular. And so far, Basil II has fought a civil war, annoyed a lot of people by dismissing Lekapanos, and annoyed a lot more people by blundering in Bulgaria. So his record is not very good. So Focus immediately marches to the Sea of Marmara because he needs to take Constantinople. And the trouble for Basil is that throughout this period, the Bulgarians have been hammering on the western frontier. And Greece has been raided, Epirus has been attacked, Macedonia has been attacked, eastern Bulgaria has been attacked. Lots of territory has been lost in the west. So the western themes are not in a position to help Basil. And with all the eastern themes in revolt, and Basil, most emperors never pull troops from Italy because there's usually hardly enough troops there anyway, that he essentially is in a bit of a fix. And so he dispatches Romanus Skleros to defend Abydos, which is essential that he holds, because if Focus takes Abydos, that means he can have access to the Straits of Gallipoli, the Hellespont. And Basil tries to rally support in the east, and he sends Gregory Taranites out to try and rally support. He does this by sending a ship round by sea into Armenia. But Gregory is defeated by Focus's ally, David of Tau, who throws his lot in with Bardas Focus. So Basil is now in an even worse position. So by AD 988, Basil is left with but one choice, and that is to ally with the Grand Prince of Kiev, Vladimir, who has recently been making a raucous around near the Crimea. And so, because the Rus at this time are in constant fighting with either themselves or the Pechenegs. And so he negotiates this agreement with Vladimir to ally with to send 6,000 Varangians to the capital for Basil to use. He will convert to Christianity, and Anna, Basil's sister, will marry Vladimir. And this, I think this is an important thing to remember, that if you look at something like the De Administrando Imperio, Constantine VII tells Romanus II not to marry princesses off to the northern peoples, not to give them Greek fire, and there was a third rule which I can't remember off the top of my head. But so this was a big concession to Vladimir. I think it's important to realize that, because it helps us understand just how desperate a situation Basil II and Constantine were by this point. Because Abydos is under siege, Chrysopolis is under siege. So Phocas has split his army into two to attack these two important settlements, which are the gateways to Europe from the Marmara Straits. And so this injection of seasoned warriors is just what Basil needs. So, for the rest of 988, he is assembling an army, and on the 13th of April, Basil and Constantine lead their army against Phocas. And initially they land in initially they cross the Bosphorus and attack Chrysopolis, and they defeat the besieging army under Delphinus. And also you have a relative of Bardus, Nicephorus Phocas, another one, who is besieging it. And the Rus immediately prove a decisive factor in this battle. They smash through the rebel forces, and this is what they need to defeat their army. So this is either late 988 or early 989. Battle of Chrysopolis, Basil wins. Delphinus is hanged for high treason. Supposedly a pole is erected in front of his tent, and he's strung up from that. Nicephorus Phocas is thrown in prison. And then on the 13th of April, the two brothers swing around to Abydos, which is still under siege, with Romanus Scleros defending. And they also bring the black and eye icon of the Virgin Mary with them. So just kind of shows the desperate situation that Basil in. This is high stakes stuff that's going on. Basil takes a look at the landscape before the battle. He meticulously plans out what he's going to do, and he marches along the beach of the coastline, and he torches Phocas's fleet, which he's captured. And then Phocas, seeing what's happening, assembles his forces, and then the two have a great battle at Abydos. And as mentioned in my introduction, during the battle, Phocas dies of a heart attack. and this causes his army to rout and disintegrate, which leads to a major victory. So with Phocas dead, this means the revolt loses a lot of its impetus. And so a lot of themes and commanders and people join Basil. And it is also said that Constantine VIII proclaimed that he was the one that killed Phocas, but this is wrong. So Phocas's head is cut off, and then it's sent to Constantinople and tours around the empire to show that, to make an example of him. Skleros, who's been under house arrest for the last couple of years, he goes and resumes the revolt, but Basil sends emissaries to try and get him to give up his rebellion, and Skleros decides to submit under very favorable terms. All of the rebels will be pardoned and allowed to keep their property. Skleros will have his estates handed back to him, which had been confiscated in the First Civil War. And in November AD 989, Leo Phocas, a relative of Bardas Phocas, he surrenders as Duke of Antioch, which is the final end to the rebellion. And is the end of the civil wars until the one in 1021 to 1022. But just for a moment, I do want to talk about the impact of these civil wars. So John Geometries, he speaks about how in the following year after the revolt, there's banditry and lawlessness in the countryside, which has been devastated by this conflict and the previous one as well. Leo the Deacon, who was also a contemporary of these events, describes how Skleros laid waste Asia for 4 years. This is talking about the first revolt, ravaging the countryside with fire and destroying cities, cruelly defeating and slaughtering in a pitched battle the Roman forces that were deployed against him. And so I think this paragraph, so Leo the Deacon and John Geometries would have been first-hand witnesses to all of this destruction. And I think it happened, he's able to capture a little bit of the feeling of these revolts. And this definitely had a major impact on Basil himself. Selos tells us that this is the event which causes him to turn into the austere autocrat that he's known as later in life, although how far we should believe Selos is up for debate. And it's a very difficult time. There's also in October, on the 25th of October, AD 989, there's a major earthquake which destroys forts, houses, damages buildings, and part of the western apse of the Hagia Sophia collapses, as well as part of the dome. So these are very inauspicious things happening during the end of the 980s. And it took, Leo the Deacon tells us that it took Basil 6 years to rebuild all of the damage that had been caused. And we're told separately that it took 6 months for him to repair the Hagia Sophia. So lots of people died in this earthquake. So St. Luke the Stylite died when his column collapsed as well. So there's a lot of tragedy that happens during the 980s. And I'm also given to think that, and we'll talk about this later, but regarding the land laws, I was thinking with all of this disruption in the early part of Basil's reign, because the land laws introduced in AD 996, with all of this disruption and mayhem, perhaps part of that law was to put right a lot of abuses that had taken place because of the lawlessness of those times. So I think that's something else. That's something that struck me while researching these rebellions. And then, fortunately, for almost the rest of Basil II's reign, he does not suffer any more civil wars or insurrections, save one. So in AD 1021, while Basil II is fighting his Georgian war, there is a major rebellion by Nicephorus Phocas and Nicephorus Xiphias. And this is quite surprising because Nicephorus Xiphias was a one of Basil's main commanders. He'd been in Battle of Clydion, so it's very peculiar that he's involved in this revolt. And also, while this revolt is going on, Phocas and Xiphias start building this web of alliances. They approach the Fatimid Caliph and also King George of Georgia for assistance with their revolt. And Caldelis believes that Anthony Caldelis, in his book, Streams of Gold, Rivers of Blood, believes that this revolt happened because of uncertainty over the succession. Because at this point, Basil had no children, no wife. Constantine VIII had 3 unmarried daughters, no son. So, and also considering how old both of them were, they're both in their 60s and they're not going to marry anytime soon. The question of who succeeds him was probably up in the air. And I think also it's interesting that it's another Phocas that tries to become emperor that perhaps gives what Caldelis says some weight. And in a way, the Phocardis were the closest thing the Macedonian dynasty had to a cadet branch, if you like. But anyway, so Xiphias, he's the strategos of Cappadocia, and he begins his revolt there. And Theophylact Dalasenos is sent with an army to deal with Xiphias and Phocas. And also this is during the winter between 1021 and 1022, while Basil is busy fighting his war with the Georgians. So this really scares Basil. Fortunately, the revolt doesn't go that far, despite the fact that it builds up quite a lot of support, because Xiphias and Phocas don't like each other, and enmity starts building up between the two. And eventually, Xiphias, according to John Skylitzes, kills Phocas and then takes over the revolt and then is defeated in battle, and he's sent into exile. Or, according to the Armenian source Aristarches, He says that Phocas was murdered by David, who was the son of King Sennacherib of Vaspurakan, who had decided to join the rebels, but then during the revolt changed sides. And so it's not quite clear which source is to be preferred. I think both eventualities do have a case. And so, was it Phocas and Xiphias falling out between each other? Was it, as I mentioned, how the fluid nature of loyalties during these civil wars that a Armenian princeling decides it's probably better to back the reigning emperor rather than this upstart? I don't know. Difficult to say. But Xiphias is exiled to a monastery and doesn't reappear until the reign of Romanus III, I believe. So in some ways it's a bit of a non-starter, that one, but it's an important one, and I think it's different in nature from the other two. But I think all of these civil wars had an impact, and I think we shouldn't underestimate just how much of an impact it had on Basil himself, as well as on the people of the Eastern Roman Empire at that time. So yeah. That concludes what I have to say about the rebellions. Let's have a look at some of these questions. Yes, I I think also until so the question is or statement, only the two Basils actually led their troops. I can kind of see why the army revolted against him, especially after the disaster at Trajan's Gate. I think something to remember is by 986, Basil hasn't done anything yet, especially notable. And suddenly he's calling the shots. And all of these experienced people are removed from positions of power, new people coming in. And I think in terms of character, the first revolt is definitely your classic, there's a change of power, someone sees an opportunity to claim the throne and makes his best shot at trying to do that. That's how I would characterize the first revolt. The second revolt is Skleros tries again, and then Phocas sees that you have this disappointing idiot essentially trying to rule the emperor, and you have him going, I could do this better, and then he revolts, and you've also got Skleros to back him. So he's already got a revolt going, and he decides to betray the emperor. So it's called an almost exacerbated political instability, which I think it's important to consider the long-term elements that feed into this. That the last smooth succession you had in the Eastern Roman Empire by this point was Constantine VII and Romanus II. And then because Romanus II dies so young, and his boy, the Macedonian boys are emperors, you have the regency of Joseph Bringas, which only lasts a few months, and then you've got a usurpation by Nicephorus II, and then he comes to a violent end as well from John I, and then he is only in power for a few years. So I think in some respects, the double civil wars you have in Basil's reign reflect this almost delayed or snowballing in political instability in the empire from the death of Romanus II onwards. I think it's because of the competency of both Nicephorus and John, and the fact that they're both army commanders and both of them have a lot of support and loyalty within the army, that prevents they themselves from having a civil war. Although both Nicephorus and John both have rebellions, they're not quite as major as these ones, but the Phocades try and seize power on 2 occasions during John's reign. And then also Nicephorus, you have various army commanders who he manages to annoy, like John Zimisces, who start plotting against him. So I think in some respects that helps us understand why the beginning of Basil II's reign was so unstable and so fraught with civil strife. So and then I think the third civil, or the revolt, the Xiphias Phocas revolt, also something to bear in mind with that is it's at a moment that Basil is vulnerable because he's fighting the Georgians. It may not have been the most vulnerable because he had just won a major victory against the Georgians. So whether Xiphias and Phocas felt that they could exploit that to some extent, I don't know. But it seems an odd time to have a revolt. So I think Count Ellis may be right in that amongst the aristocracy, there is this feeling of uncertainty, which boils over with yet another Phocades princeling attempting to assert his authority, even though it fails. So So, that's what I have to say about the rebellions. And as I mentioned before, they are some of the more well-known and well-documented parts of Basil II's reign. So I will now move on to Bulgaria and talk about the Bulgarian Wars before I have a little break. So, I see that as an old holdover of ancient Rome of how the 3rd century was. I think also something to remember is the circumstances in that Basil II in 963 was about 5 years old, 6 years old, and not able to become a ruling emperor, which is why the Regency Council was set up, and it was exploited by commanders. And this happens fairly regularly throughout the history of the Roman and Eastern Roman Empire. And it's very rare that a child actually survives into adulthood without some sort of rebellion. And take the case of Constantine VII, when he became emperor as a child. There was infighting between his regents, the empress, and then eventually Romanus I becomes emperor. So I think without very strong people in place to kind of help weld it all together, like during the reign of Michael III, we've got the Empress Theodora and her eunuch Theophylact. It all manages to hold together. So it's different too, because by this point, these Eastern Roman Empire kind of settled on the fact that the Macedonian dynasty was the imperial dynasty. So it's very rare for revolts to actually try and get rid of them, which, there's 3 usurpers that end up joining the imperial dynasty instead of replacing it. So, Bulgaria. So, let's just make some slight adjustments. So, so for a bit of background, John has one moment. Yes. So, sorry about that. So, it all goes wrong. I mean, it all starts in AD 976, where, for background, John I Zimisces has, in the course of 2 years, from 969 to 971, defeated both the Bulgarian and the Rus armies in the northern Balkans, and he has annexed the eastern half of the Bulgarian Empire. And also, in a very dramatic scene, he captures the Bulgarian royal family, forces the Tsar Boris II to strip himself of his regalia. The Patriarch of Bulgaria is demoted to an archbishop. And for all intents and purposes, the Bulgarian institutions of the Bulgarian state are dissolved. So by 976, there essentially is no Bulgaria, at least de jure, if not in fact. And unfortunately, we don't have any information about what's happening in Western Bulgaria. Was it owned by the Romans? Was it just a sort of Bulgarian hinterland? Who knows? But in 976, a group called the Commentapuli rebel, and they proclaim Samuel as their de facto leader. And he rebels with a number of his brothers, Aaron and a few others. And throughout the 970s, they start attacking Eastern Roman territory. So they start attacking places like southern Macedonia, Greece. Also in that year, 976, Boris II and his brother Romanus, the latter having been castrated to prevent him from having any children, escape Constantinople and flee to the Commentapuli. However, they are mistaken as Roman agents, and Boris II is killed on his way there. And however, Romanus is recognized and he's proclaimed Tsar, but is not allowed to rule because he is a eunuch, and Samuel and the other Bulgarians see that as disqualify him from holding any actual power. So Samuel remains as the de facto leader, even if Romanus is de jure the Tsar. And that is Tsar with a TS rather than a CZ. But it's up to you how you spell it. So the Bulgarians start raiding the Balkans, and unfortunately, Basil, there's nothing he can do while he's busy with the revolt of Skleros. So essentially, the Commentapuli are able to have free reign over what they can do in the Balkans. Even so, the Eastern Roman strategoi are able to land a few victories over the Bulgarians. Most of the Commentapuli are killed in the opening years of Basil's reign. And only two of them are left. There's Samuel and there's Aaron. And then later on, Aaron is murdered by Samuel, which will eventually come round to bite them in the back after Samuel dies. But we will come to that. So they're pushing and capturing territories. In 986, there is the Basil's first expedition. This is to try and capture Serdica. With the intention of going further and conquering what has been lost during the first revolt that John had conquered. So try and put things right again. Basil arrives. He besieged the city. Unfortunately, as mentioned, a lot of the more experienced commanders and troops have not been brought with him. And also, After 20 days, the siege fails. And so Basil lifts the siege and withdraws. And this is on the advice of his commander of the Scolae, one of the imperial bodyguard, but this is part of a trick because the wily Samuel has laid a trap for his army in the passes in the Maritsa Valley. So as his forces head towards Trajan's Gate, on the 17th of August, they are ambushed, and the Romans suffer heavy casualties. The baggage train is lost, and Basil II himself barely escapes with his life. So with this army having been destroyed, Preslav is lost to the Bulgars, as well as other provinces in eastern Bulgaria. And most of what John I had captured during his reign in Bulgaria has now been lost after the Battle of Trajan's Gate. And then to make matters worse, you have the continuance of the civil wars. So by 986, the wars against Bulgaria are going very badly. Just to add, in AD 980, Corcomenos, who is the strategos of Hellas, refused to pay Samuel tribute, and so the Bulgars attack Thessaly and besiege Larissa. And Samuel continues to head into Greece to raid Thessaly during the early 980s. So the Bulgarians are turning into a real problem. And at the end of the Civil War, or in fact during the Civil War, more bad things happen. Samuel leads another expedition into Thessaly in 986, and he captures and sacks Larissa. In 987, during these wars, the European themes are tied up with the Bulgars. Still, Dyrrhachium falls to the Bulgars in 988, and Samuel pillages Epirus. So the theme of Dyrrhachium. And then during the final year of the Civil War, Beroia in Macedonia is lost to the Bulgars. So they're really pushing now. They're really trying to capture as much territory as they can. And the Romans are on the back foot. So by 990, the situation in the Balkans is pretty grim. Greece has been heavily raided. They've lost Dyrrhachium, which keeps being captured and recaptured over the course of these various wars. So in 991, Samuel replaces Romanus the Tsar. He officially is proclaimed the Tsar. So the old royal dynasty is now completely out of the picture, although Romanus continues to be of some significance. But once the civil wars are over and things have been put to rights, in 991 to 994, Basil starts to continuously raid and attack the Bulgarians, and he starts making alliances with the Serbs of Dioclea. In 991, he sends an embassy asking for an alliance to help defeat the Bulgars, and he also starts looking to Venice to get some help from them. because the Bulgars abut the Adriatic, he needs help to make sure the Adriatic Sea is secured. So in 992, there's a new naval treaty which grant privileges and trade rights to the Venetians in exchange for naval support. This is not the far-reaching concessions of Alexios I, but one can imagine that this is that first step towards Venice being useful as an ally rather than just a tin pot little client state. So in 993, Basil retakes Beroia in Macedonia. And there's another campaign in 994. So beginning this annual campaigning that Basil leads against them. And it's also important to remember that Basil's having to try and balance fighting the Fatimids in the east with fighting the Bulgarians in the west. And as you can imagine, fighting a war two fronts means that this is a big strain on resources, which we will come to. And so Basil is campaigning against the Bulgars throughout the early 990s. And then in 996, he moves east. In 995, Basil moves east. And that's in April. So a major Fatimid attack on Aleppo causes Basil to march with his army to Antioch to relieve it. And he places his trusted friend and advisor, Nicephorus Oranos, in charge. However, that is in response to another disaster in Bulgaria, where while Basil is busy in the east, Samuel attacks Thessalonica, first Battle of Thessalonica, if you like, and he besieges it, and the strategos, Gregory of Toron, is killed, trying to relieve the city, and also his son is captured too. So Basil then decides to appoint Nicephorus Oranos to take over. That is after John. So, sorry. Gregory of Toron is killed in battle. Then Basil appoints John Chaldos to take over. John Chaldos is then captured and then spends the next 20 years in a Bulgarian prison. And then Basil appoints Nicephorus Oranos. And so by 996, the Bulgars begin a major campaign into Greece, and they attack Thessaly, they attack Boeotia, they attack Attica, burning their way as they go, and they also attack the area around the Isthmus of Corinth. So Nicephorus Oranos, assuming command of the Western armies, follows the Bulgarians, which are led by Samuel himself and one of his sons. And they follow him to a place called the river Spercheios. And in AD 997, which this is, so 995, Gregory is killed. 996, John Caldos is captured. And then 997, Samuel invades Greece. And then Nikephoros Oranos follows, camps near the Spercheios River, and it's raining heavily when he arrives, and the Bulgarians are camped on the other side of the river, and so the Bulgarians think they're safe. The river is almost breaking its banks. They think that they have a nice natural moat in the way, and so they bed down for the night and go to sleep. However, Oranos sends out scouts to find a way to ford the river, and they find one. And then, so during the night, he moves his army across the ford. Sorry. He moves his army across the ford and then attacks the Bulgarians. And so during this night attack, the Romans catch the Bulgarians completely by surprise. And it is said that most of the Bulgar army were killed, and Samuel and his son who were wounded, only escaped with their lives by pretending to be dead, and then escaped when no one was looking. The Bulgarian baggage train was captured. Roman captives were released. The loot that the Bulgars had been taking was reclaimed. And it's also said that the Roman soldiers were allowed to despoil the fallen Bulgars. I don't know what that necessarily means, but something. And because of this victory, which the Romans essentially suffered little to no casualties in, is a major swing back in terms of fortunes towards the Romans. Because up until this point, from pretty much from 976 until 997, the Romans have been on the back foot. They've managed to take back a few fortresses and cities, but most of the time it's been the Bulgarians attacking Roman territory, plundering, defeating Roman armies and taking territory. And then after this battle, there is a major swing back towards the fortunes of the Romans. So the Basil returns. Sorry, it doesn't return. A large Roman army returns. Sorry. So Basil gets a large army assembled and then sends his forces to recapture Preslav. They recapture Pliska as well. And very quickly, also Serdica is retaken. And very quickly, eastern Bulgaria is reclaimed. So a lot of the lands lost from John's reign are reclaimed. As mentioned, the Bulgars struggle to put together a large offensive army again until 1002, which is 5 years, which kind of just goes to show the scale of this defeat for them. Although the Bulgars aren't idle, in 998, the Serbs have been attacking the Bulgars, and then Samuel leads a campaign against them, and he defeats and essentially brings into basically subordinates the Serbs so that they are removed as an ally. Venice is operating in the Balkans. Sorry, I needed to clear my throat. So, Venice is operating in the Adriatic. And in July 998, Basil campaigns against Bulgaria and he captures Philippopolis. And in 999, Basil returns again, captures Serbia, Serdica, and then he starts moving against the northern Balkans. And so Basil's kind of flitting between frontiers and swapping with his commanders. And so by in the year 1000, Xiphias and Theodorikanos conquer Preslav, and the Dobruja region is retaken. So all of the territory that John had taken is reclaimed in those following 3 years. And also the Venetians, and there's some attacks against Dalmatia, which the Venetians help protect against. And in the year 1001, Basil II again campaigns against Bulgaria, reclaims Beroia and Servia in Macedonia again. And Ashot of Tehran, who's the son of Gregory, he is made the governor of Dyrrachium, but he defects to Bulgaria. Oh, he defects from Bulgaria to the Romans, sorry. And in 1002, Basil leads a campaign against Vidin in northern Bulgaria, the northern Balkans, which he besieges from March to September that year. And then Samuel sees his opportunity to attack, and he attacks and takes Adrianople, sacks it, but Basil is not dissuaded from his siege of Vidin, and although Samuel has captured one of the major cities of Thrace, Basil has managed to conquer another part of Samuel's realm, and so on his way back, as he's moving, Basil II ambushes the Bulgarian army and even manages to reclaim a lot of the loot and prisoners that Samuel had taken. So it's increasingly turning into victory after victory for the Romans. And also Prince Romanus of Bulgaria, he surrenders to the Romans and becomes a Roman patrician, joins the Roman aristocracy. And then for the next few years, there's major campaigning going on. So Basil II sacks Skopje in 1003. He also introduces the Alengaron. This is essentially a war tax where, in brief, anyone, all major landowners have to pay for people who cannot pay their taxes. So this is to ensure that everyone, particularly the soldiers, are always paying their taxes and able to keep up, because of how the Byzantine tax system works. You have village communities, and these are taxed, and soldiers with military obligations have to pay their taxes and also go on campaign, but this is supported by the village community to make sure that these people don't go bankrupt while they're fighting. And so the Elengeron ties in major landowners to make sure that they make up the difference. And this falls heavily on monasteries and the church. And we know this because the monasteries and the church are always there asking Basil to repeal it as soon as he introduces it. And as soon as the reason for it being introduced, which was to help fund the emperor's armies against Bulgaria, comes to an end in 1018. And it's them who are the most relieved when Romanus III finally repeals the act in his reign in 1034. So by 1005, it's the last major campaigns we see in Bulgaria until everything goes quiet. And this is because as John Skylitzes takes us up to 1004, most of the other sources can take us up to this point in time. And then everything falls silent. Yaya's able to bring us to 1005. And then John Skylitzes wraps up 10 years of history by saying that Basil II continued the Bulgarian Empire every year, and slowly grinding them down. And I think it's probably fair to say that during this period, I believe there was still, as Skylitzes says, still campaigning going on, but the nature of it was much smaller. So Basil goes out with his army, ravages a bit of Bulgarian territory, and then comes back with loot, and then goes out for the next year and does the same thing again and again. Paul Stevenson, when talking about this in his books about the Balkans, he suggests that Basil, by 1005, had essentially achieved his initial objectives of reclaiming all the territory that had been lost since the beginning of his reign. So Dyrrhachium is back in his hands. The Macedonian frontier has been stabilized. All of eastern Bulgaria is back in his control. So now, I think he plausibly argues that Basil had essentially accepted that there was going to be some sort of Bulgarian realm in the west. But unlike him, he believes that some sort of secret peace treaty was hatched between the two, and that essentially campaigning stopped for the next 9 years. Whereas I don't think that's the case. I think from when the curtain lifts and Skylitzes is talking about the Battle of Clydion, it seems to me very clear that this was not a interlude, but just kind of a run-of-the-mill campaign, which Samuel just so happened to choose as his attempted strike back at the Romans. So I think that we shouldn't believe Stevenson's second point, but I think his first point about Basil being less interested with conquering Western Bulgaria is probably more the case from 1005 to 1014. However, with 1014, there is a major change in what happens. And that is because there is a rather significant battle at Clydion. So, to set the scene, Basil begins his campaign and he is moving through the Varda Valley. And the Samuel decides to try and stop him. So I think I will let John Skylitzes take over. With this next bit about Clydion. So, Samuel constructed a very wide fortification, stationed an adequate guard there, and waited for the emperor, who duly arrived and attempted to force a way in. But the guards stoutly resisted, killing the assailants and wounding them by hurling weapons up from above. The emperor had already abandoned the attempt to pass when Nicephorus Xiphias, then commander of Philippopolis, made an agreement with the emperor that he would stay there and make repeated attacks on the enemy lines, while Xiphias would, according to his own words, go and see if he could do anything profitable and likely to solve their problem. He led his men back the way they had come, then trekking around the very high mountains which lies to the south of Clydion, and which is called Valazitza, passing by goat paths and through trackless wastes. On the 29th of July, the 12th year of the indiction, he suddenly appeared above the Bulgars and came down on their backs with great cries and thundering tread. Completely taken aback by the unexpected nature of this attack, the Bulgars turned and fled. The emperor dismantled the abandoned defense work and gave chase. Many fell, and even more were taken prisoner. Samuel was only just able to escape from danger by the cooperation of his son, who stoutly resisted those who attacked, got his father onto a horse, and led him to the fortress of Prilopon. They say that the emperor blinded the prisoners, about 15,000 in number, with orders They say that the emperor blinded the prisoners, about 15,000 in number, with orders that one man in each 100 be left with one eye so he could be their guide, then sent them back to Samuel. When he saw them arriving in such numbers and the state they were in, lacked the moral fortitude to endure the shock. Fainting and darkness came upon him, and he fell to the ground. By applying water and perfumes to get him breathing again, his attendants succeeded in bringing him back to himself somewhat. As he revived, he called for cold water to drink. He got it, drank it, and then suffered a heart attack. 2 days later, he died on the 6th of October. So, as you can see, Basil came, he tried to break through, and he couldn't. But just before the Battle of Clydion, there was another aspect to Samuel's campaign that year. So he was attempting to prevent Basil from entering Bulgaria and also attack Thessalonica. So earlier in that month, Theophylact Botaniates and his son defended the city against David Nestoritzes, who was one of the great Bulgar magnates, and was sent against the city with a powerful army, perhaps about 14,000 troops or thereabouts. And then when battle was joined, Theophylact repelled him with his thematic forces, and they managed to take a lot of prisoners and a lot of loot which the Bulgars had left. And there was more detailed, if more prosaic, version of what happens in Italietes. Essentially the same. They say the same thing. And after this, all of the loot and prisoners were sent to the emperor, who was still engaged at Clydion. So I think if we factor this in to the element, the Clydion element, we see a major reversal of Samuel's fortunes in this. His attempt to try and bring the fight to the Romans again is completely foiled, and also his attempt to keep out the Romans is also defeated. So he's lost 2 armies in the space of a month. And although Basil resumes his campaign, he moves through the Vardar Valley up to Strumitsa, and he takes a couple of fortresses. And then Theophylact Botaniates is sent with a contingent through the passes in that area to clear them of obstacles. He is trapped on his way back, ambushed, and is killed. And it's even said in Skylitzes that Samuel's son, Gabriel Radomir, dealt the killing blow to Theophylact. So this man who just won a major victory is killed almost immediately afterwards, and Basil is forced to turn back and return to Roman territory. But after he hears about Samuel's death, he resumes the campaign and starts attacking the Bulgarian holdings in western Macedonia, and starts taking the fight to them in much larger scale military operations. So after Samuel dies, his son Gabriel Radomir becomes Tsar, but later in 1015 he is murdered by his cousin John Vladislav, who is the son of Aaron, who had been murdered by Samuel, and then he rules as Tsar until 1018. In 1015, Basil attacks Western Macedonia again, and he blinds all of the Bulgarian prisoners he takes and starts burning his way through the area. In 1016, there's an ambush near Ohrid where the Bulgarians slaughter a contingent of Roman soldiers. And it said that Basil was broken by grief at this loss. The campaigning continues in 1017, and Constantine Diogenes is sent up to try and attack the heartlands of the Bulgarians. He is surrounded and ambushed, and Basil, in Skylitzes, gets his army to follow him and personally leads his army in a forced march to save Diogenes and his troops, and manages to cut his way through the Bulgarians and rescue them. And then in 1018, Basil's preparing another offensive when John Vladislav, he offers, no, he doesn't offer, he attacks Dyrrhachium, which he's desperately trying to take, and he is killed during the siege of that city. And with him dead, the Bulgarians are essentially leaderless. And very quickly, the Bulgarians start surrendering en masse to the Romans, and Basil starts touring through Bulgaria to accept the surrender of first a lot of the Bulgarian magnates who hand over their cities and armies to him. Then the Bulgarian royal family surrenders, and he eventually makes his way all the way up to Sirmium, which he occupies and places a garrison there. And this is the furthest extent of permanent Roman gains in the war. So the Bulgarian state ceases to exist. And after this, he starts establishing the new administration. So 3 new ducates are established. But on his way back, Basil celebrates a triumph in Athens. And he goes to the Church of the Virgin, which was on the Parthenon, inside the ruins of the Parthenon. And then he returned to Constantinople. And so new armies are settled. He keeps a lot of arrangements in place. So he captures the Bulgarian treasury, but once the Bulgarians have been brought into the empire, he continues to tax them in kind rather than cash, because a lot of Bulgaria is not a monetarized society. The Bulgarian clergy are brought in to the Constantinopolitan Rite. So the Archbishop of Ohrid gains the sees all around that area. You've got the new themes of Parvunion in the east, Bulgaria, and Sirmium. A lot of forts are dismantled or repaired. New garrisons are established. This thematic administration set up. Bulgarian prisoners or Roman prisoners are settled in Bulgaria, which Samuel had taken and allowed to remain. Bulgarians are moved over into Roman territory and settled there. So there's sort of mixing it up a bit. And he supposedly receives the obeisance of Croatia and Dioclea. But I imagine this is more just a diplomatic, please don't invade us, rather than anything more substantial. So by 1018, this huge war, this colossal war, I mean, this has been going on almost continuously since 976, almost without a break, finally comes to an end, which I think is significant in itself. And I think also having been able to prosecute that war for such a long time is very impressive, considering the time in which this is happening, and a testament to the Roman organizational ability to keep doing this and their military setup, and also Basil's merits as a commander as well. I don't think necessarily military genius. He's competent, but it's something he's had to learn. And when he saw the opportunity to kind of bring the Bulgarian state to an end, he took it. But it was, I think, something that the Romans were able to pull off and the Bulgarians never were, is that the Romans were so much better at being able to use their military effectively, even despite setbacks. Because whenever the Bulgarians have setbacks, they can't keep campaigning aggressively for years, whereas the Romans can. So I think that's quite a key element. Right, I'm going to have a break, and I will see you in 15 minutes for a little bit of a discussion about Basil in the East. So, see you shortly. Hello, can you hear me? Excellent. So, we have to introduce our next topic, we have our next, let's try that again. Sorry, my brain's been frazzled. For our next topic of Basil and the East, we have our next guest star, Byzansimp, who is here today to talk about that. So thank you very much for coming on. And if you're ready, I will add you on. There we are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invite. And today we're going to talk about Basil and the East. Is it me that's going to be doing most of the talking, or do you have something else to add on as well?
I have some notes regarding the East, so depends.
Okay, perfect then.
If you want me to pitch in at any time or take the lead or not, it's entirely.
Basically, so I have this time I actually went back to look at the two primary sources that we have contemporary to Basil, that when he was alive, and two authors talked about his feats in the East. So one of them is Yahya of Antioch. So he's a Christian from the Fatimid Caliphate who fled to Roman Antioch to flee the persecutions of their crazy caliph called Al-Hakim. And then there's this other Armenian author called Stephen of Taron. And so basically my notes are completely constructed from these two primary sources this time. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I think
okay.
Also that will give a very unique perspective because I'm sure because he's the Bulgar-slayer, a lot of people concentrate on the Bulgarian aspect of it as opposed to the eastern bit. So you may fire away.
Okay. So let's look a bit about how this Bulgar-slayer actually did remarkably well in the East. And I've divided this little presentation into 4 periods. Basically, we have the first period, which was when Basil was having his civil wars with Skleros and Phokas in Anatolia. So from 976 to 989. And this was when really he began to have to discover how he wanted to handle things in the East, how he discovered the policies he will make, and how the players in the East became entrenched into Roman politics as a result of these two generals having their civil wars. And the second period is immediately after the Civil War. So after 989, we have the whole 990s, which is characterized by Basil and his generals in Antioch campaigning constantly against the very newly established Fatimid Caliphate. So they just established their control in Egypt, secured things down in Palestine as well, and they were making their headway into Syria. And this was hotly contested. So 990s, we have the Byzantine Fatimid Wars, a lot of it, until 1000, the year 1000. And after that, it was a balance of power in the Levant that characterized this period between the Fatimids and the Romans. And that was, so the Eastern Front was really quiet until then. And this was the status quo that was maintained in Syria, in Palestine, until the 1070s, until the advent of the Seljuk Turks. So really quite an impressive achievement that Basil managed to carve out down there. And then finally, we have a brief little narration of Basil's conquest of Georgia and how this really enlarged the empire. So let's begin with the first section, the Civil Wars. Well, we know how, I think you've covered the civil wars already, so I'm not going to get into that. But the thing with Skleros and Phocas is that they were both very prominent Anatolian generals, and they had decades of family connections and experience in how to deal with the immediate neighbors of Anatolia. So that is to say, the Arabs in Syria, Egypt, and the Caucasians, the Armenians, the Georgians, the Eastern populations. So they had a lot of connections, and they managed to bring those connections into the Civil War as their own allies. So, for example, we can see that when Skleros first revolted, he first secured cities like Antioch, and he had the primary units of his forces were also Eastern troops and Armenian cavalry. I think it's very interesting because when I was reading Stefan of Taron, he had a little smirky remark that he thought the Armenian cavalry was really superior militarily, and that's why Skleros was so successful in his early rebellion against Basil, who had mostly Western troops from Macedonia and the Balkans. But anyway.
Bit of Armenian pride there.
Yeah, quite a patriot.
Yes.
And then the second Caucasian element was brought into Basil's civil war by Phocas. Because Phocas, he was friends with the Georgians in Tau. And so when Basil's government recalled Phocas, Phocas also managed to get the help of the Georgian general Thonikios, and with Georgian help, Basil quashed the rebellion of Skleros for the first time, and Skleros decided to go to Diyarbakir, which was now under the Buyids, a new ascendant power in the east that also took Baghdad. And after that, Skleros went to Baghdad, and Basil's politics with the Buyids started.
And that was mainly to try and get him extricated.
Yes, to get him extricated. I have okay, so over the 980s, we have basically Basil and the only real noble he could count on, the one that was faithful to him all this time, Nikiforos Oranos, and he was sent as a diplomat to the Buyids in Baghdad. So he was trying to negotiate with the Shah, Abdullah, to hand over Skleros, but there was literally no success, and unfortunately, Uranos was even falsely accused of trying to poison Skleros. So he was imprisoned in Baghdad, and Basil had no confident or loyal people to count on for the next 2 years. And that's when Phocas, who was made the Domesticos of the East, started to rebel again. So you see, when Phocas was Domesticos of the East, he was really high profile, and he managed to do some very interesting conquests down then in Aleppo. And should I also give a little bit of background context on how Aleppo was in the 1080s? 980s, I mean.
Sure. So by this point, it is a Byzantine client state brought into the Roman sphere by John I. But if there's more details that you want to add to that, then please be my guest.
Okay. So, in Aleppo, you're right, it was a Byzantine tribute, but there were also some conflicts between the Fatimid generals from Egypt, who were kind of creeping up to Levant there around the 980s-ish, and the Hamdanids, who were the dynasty that John put under tribute, they were kind of fighting. So Aleppo and the Fatimid generals in Damascus and Homs were having this kind of conflict already, and this was why the rulers of Aleppo, the Hamdanids, called on to Basil and his domesticos of the East, so Vardas Phocas, to help them and fight off the Fatimids. They would prefer the Byzantines to the Fatimids. And this was how the Byzantines got involved into the whole Syrian struggle. Anyway, so in 983, the Hamdanid ruler of Aleppo, Saad ad-Dawla, and this Circassian general of the Fatimids called Bakjur. So they were quarreling again, and the Fatimids besieged Aleppo. And Saad was appealing to Basil, and Phocas came down to Aleppo and sacked Homs. And down in Aleppo, there was a monastery called Saint Simeon, and there was a massacre there by another Fatimid general. So Phocas went a little further on and besieged Kafaktab and Apamea, but he was called off by Basil. I think you can see then that he was getting a little bit annoyed from all of this. In the meantime, around 985-ish, there was this Dukes of Antioch called Leon Melissinos, and Basil told him to go besiege Balanias, a city on the Levantine coast. But during this time, 985, I think you've covered, this was when the eunuch, Lekapinos, was revolting and disrupting the government. So this caused the siege of Balanias to be interrupted as well. And Melissinos came to report to Basil, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't manage to take Valanias." And Basil really started to show his autocratic colors for the first time. He literally scared Melissinos back into taking Valanias. And Melissinos was just so afraid that he really gave it his best, and Valanias was made Roman territory in around 985-ish. Then Phocas was made the Dukes of Antioch. And at the same time, Ad-Dawla in Baghdad died, and his son Samsam ad-Dawla became the new ruler there. And that was when Skleros managed to negotiate his liberation from the Buyids. And he promised the Buyids that he would, once he defeated Basil, he would give them a lot of Roman fortresses, and he went back to the civil war. At the same time, he managed to convince Phocas to join him in this rebellion. And in 987, they had basically the whole east, the whole of the Anatolia, Syria was rising against Basil. Yes. And it seemed very hopeless until the Varangians came along. Now I want to go back to the Georgians a bit, because in 988, Basil sent one of his loyal generals, an Armenian migrant called Gregory Taronitis, and he sent him to Trebizond in 988 to gather support for the imperial army. And the Georgians managed to defeat him. But then, at the same time, over in Chrysopolis, in the west, I think you've covered that. That was when Basil won his Dingo victory against Vardas Phocas. So once the Georgians learned that their friend and their possible ally, future emperor in the making, was defeated, they immediately changed sides and began to try to appease Basil. And that was why, after the Battle of Abydos in 989, and when Phocas was killed in battle, and the Georgian ruler, David of Tau, was forced by Basil to sort of, willingly, but between quotation marks, to make Basil the heir to his kingdom of Tau. And that was how Basil managed to secure for himself his Georgian inheritance. I have a few more things to say about like Antioch, but I don't know if there's enough time for that.
Is it about Antioch at the time?
Yeah, Antioch on the Orontes. It's just quickly about how they kept resisting Basil for a few more months after Abydos because Vardas Phocas' brother, Leon Phocas, was the dukes there, and yeah.
I mentioned that it was recaptured by November when Leo surrendered.
Yes.
So
yes, exactly. Okay, perfect. So after that, you must have mentioned also that Michael Bortzis, who first conquered Antioch for the Romans in the first place, became the next ruler of Antioch. Did you mention that?
I had not, but we have now.
Okay, then perfect. Then we have finished the first section, and with that transition, we can now talk about the setting of stage of the second section, the campaigns against the Fatimids. Would you like to add anything?
For the first section?
Yes.
Not so much. I think the thing I will add is that almost as soon as Skleros leaves, the Buyids essentially disintegrate as a power. Like by the end of the 10th century, they essentially have ceased to exist and been conquered by either the Turks or there's infighting going on. So they really crop up for just this one episode in Byzantine history, which is why I think for most people, when they do see it, they're like, the Buyids, who are they? And then kind of move on. But they are quite an important power towards the east in Persia, which is their main power base. But I think something to remember about Basil's reign is that apart from the Fatimids, there really aren't any major powers in Mesopotamia, the Middle East yet left after the distraction of the Hamdanids by Nicephorus II and John. So I think because of this change in power in the region, it means that Basil ends up fighting very different enemies from what the Romans were used to fighting. There are very few wars with the actual Georgians and the Egyptians before this point directly. So I think that's
true.
Pointing out.
That's true. And I think we can really see that in how the nature of the war against the Fatimids and the Georgians in Tau managed to play out later. So let's talk about this the second decade, the 990s, and Basil's blitzkrieg with the Fatimids.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Be my guest.
The year is now 991, and let's set up the Levantine front. The older players from the last 2 decades. So we have Skleros, who was, dead by 1991. He was blind, and he was feeble, and he was old. And the old rivals that in Homs and Aleppo, so that was Bakjur and Saad al-Dawla, they had one final encounter. The Aleppans, the Hamdanid Aleppans, they won with Basil and the Roman help, and Bakjur was executed. So now there was a new Fatimid Hamdanid rivaling duo in the region. That would be Abu Fatahil Said ad-Dawla. So he's the new Hamdanid ruler in Aleppo. And the Fatimids appointed a new governor of Damascus, a Turkic general called Manjuteki. And this has something to do with an ongoing, I don't want to say racial conflict, but it sort of was. So they had this little competition between the original Berbers, who were the ones who put the Fatimids into power in the first place, and the Turkic generals who were coming into the Islamic world, and the Fatimid Caliph Al-Aziz was really trying to push down the Berber element, so he was elevating these Turkic slave generals to very high posts, and that was how Mencetekin came to be in this position of power. And also at the same time, coincidentally, Al-Aziz, the Caliph Al-Aziz's vizier was dead by then, and this vizier called Ibn Kidis was who really managed to go for a peaceful policy in the first place with the Romans. And well, after his death, there was no one to really constrain Al-Aziz, and he went on a very belligerent policy in the Levant. And meanwhile, of course, Basil was very busy in Bulgaria and couldn't spend much time in the east, so this was so the affairs of the east in the Roman Syria were left to the Duces of Antioch. So we've mentioned how Michael Vurtzis was the next one, and Vurtzis being the next duke has something is very important because, well, if you remember how Vurtzis managed to conquer Antioch in the first place under Nikephoros Phokas, you'll know he wasn't exactly the most obedient of soldiers, and this kind of cockiness that Vurtzis already displayed will end up really messing up the situation in Syria up to a critical point that necessitated Basil's intervention again. So let's see how that happened. In 992, Mencetekin, the Turkic Fatimid general, he was trying to conquer Aleppo, as is his goal. And Said Adollah naturally asked for Basil to help him, and Basil, being stuck in Bulgaria, sent Michael Vurtzis to go with a contingent to help the Hamdanids. Mencetekin actually didn't really want to fight the Romans, so he sent an ambassador, but Vurtzis was, well, in not a very good mood, so he imprisoned the ambassador, and once Mencetekin learned that Vurtzis violated the don't shoot the messenger rule, he got really mad, and after he beat the Hamdanids at Aleppo, he raided into Roman Syria, into Arta, Antioch, and all of these regions, and went to besiege Aleppo again for a year, before he went back to Damascus in 993. When Basil learned of this, he was understandably enraged against Vurtzis, and he chastised him and freed the ambassador, but he couldn't do much against Vurtzis as of yet. Then later on, Mencetekin came back again for round 2 of his attempted conquest of Aleppo. He took Apamea and Shaizar and besieged Aleppo again. And Aleppo again asked Basil for help, and Basil again sent Vurtzis. And but this time he sent the other dukes of Antioch before, Leon Melisinos as well. So in 994, these two, Vurtzis and Melisinos, they and the Hamdanids of Aleppo, they had a showdown with the Fatimids. They had a battle near somewhere on the Orontes around Aleppo, the river, and the Romans and Hamdanids were encamped on one side and Mencetekin on the other side. And the Romans managed to see that Mencetekin actually had more forces than them, and they didn't really want to engage in battle. They thought they would lose, and maybe that was the wise instinct to have, because the Hamdanids of Aleppo, those Aleppan troops, were the ones who really urged Vurtzis to attack, and Vurtzis kind of gave in to that pressure. And so when they went down to the ford of the river, they failed. Their assault failed, and the Fatimids massacred about 5,000 Romans. I'm not sure about the casualties on the Fatimid side, but yeah, 5,000. A major military defeat. And Aleppo was almost completely conquered by the Fatimids. Only the city itself, like everything around the city, was Fatimid territory by then, and only Aleppo itself was still hanging on, and they desperately begged Basil to help. Meanwhile, Basil was in Bulgaria, as he was, and only when things got as critical as this did he come back for his first lightning campaign, the 995 campaign. And I think it's really worth mentioning how logistically this was a stroke of genius, because Basil managed to transport the best of the Roman army, a couple thousand, I'm not sure how many thousand, but all of these men from Bulgaria in the Balkans, all the way across Anatolia and down to Aleppo in 15 days-ish? And that was, well, for medieval traveling technology-wise, that was a really impressive feat. And yeah, this was basically why the Fatimids were beaten. They couldn't expect Basil to pack up and show up at the door of Aleppo in 2 weeks' time, and they were completely taken by surprise. And so that was how Basil saved Aleppo. Manjutakin then he fled back to Damascus and he scorched the earth, and Basil followed up on a little bit more of a campaign. He advanced on to Rafania and Homs and went all the way to Tripoli, where the emir of Tripoli, called Ibn Azal, he went up to Basil and prostrated before the emperor, telling him he'll be a good vassal. Basil then went on to Antartus, which was the Tartosa of the Crusader period, if I am not mistaken. The city, Antartus, it was a bit destroyed by all the wars with the Fatimids, and Basil rebuilt it. And then once Basil secured Roman presence in Syria again, he just left. He left for Bulgaria again, because that was very urgent, and he gave Antioch a new dukes called Damianos Dalasinos, because, well, he had it with Fortis, and he actually put this incompetent man under house arrest.
Sad fate for the conqueror of Antioch.
Yes, indeed, very sad, but he kind of deserved it.
Look, mate, you're just no good.
Exactly.
Yes.
And Damianos was quite the figure. He was everything that Fortis was not, and he managed to conduct some very successful raids all around Syria, on Tripoli, Arka, and then Tripoli again, and Rafania, Nauj, and Al-Alakama. I don't know how to pronounce all of these names, but I hope I didn't pronounce them too badly.
Don't worry,
And,
I don't either. But please continue.
Yes. At the same time then, because Damianos was having all of these very successful campaigns around Syria, the Fatimid Caliph, Al-Aziz, began to prepare for a comeback, and he began building the Fatimid fleet, because as we know, the Romans had a very strong navy, and that was part of the reasons for their successes. And at the same time, in Cairo, the Fatimid capital, there was a little bit of a mob violence against the Christians there, which, well, not a surprise, because these kinds of things also happened in Syria when Nikiforos Phokas and Tsimiskis were conquering the region, so standard protocol by this point. Yes. And at the same time, Manjutakin, he was recovering from his defeat by Basil, and now he was at it again. He attacked Antioch and Aleppo and Antartus, but, well, Damianos Dalasinos was a very good general, so he defeated Manjutakin, and also the newly built Fatimid fleet, that shining fleet that Aziz sent to Manjutakin for help, was unfortunately destroyed by a storm. So the Romans managed to drive the Fatimids away from Antartus, and the citizens of Antartus managed to salvage any Fatimid ships that weren't destroyed by the storm. And, well, basically Al-Aziz's attempt to make a fleet for Egypt was a complete failure. And then he died, and his son Al-Hakim became the caliph. Al-Hakim wasn't very interested in war with the Romans, so we can see that after this juncture and around the 990s, we can see the policy of the Fatimid government becoming more peaceful in the Levant. And also at the same time, because Manjutakin, I alluded to the conflict between the Berbers and the Turkic generals of the Fatimid government, and at this time Al-Hakim's government was more Berber-centric, so Manjutakin, the Turk, felt like, haha, I'm in danger, and he decided that his future was not with the Fatimids, and so he went to beg Basil for help. But in the end, he was defeated, and he was out of the picture. So we have another governor of Damascus called Jaysh ibn Samsam, and that'll be the last real Fatimid governor of Damascus that posed a threat to the Romans. Just to be clear, all of this is happening around 997, 998-ish. At the same time, the Romans were trying to conquer the city of Tyre in Lebanon because the city of Tyre was being tired of the Fatimids, and they promised to hand the Romans this city if Basil gives them naval support. And Basil did. But the Fatimids managed to have a naval win for once, and took the Roman sailors by surprise. So the Roman attempts to take Tyre was a failure, and we go to the next. Okay, yeah. So we go back to Damascus, to Jaysh, and this time actually the battle was provoked by the Hamdanids and not the Fatimids first. The Hamdanids were a little emboldened with all of these recent successes for them, and they besieged Apamea. But then Damianos Dalasinos, the dukes of Antioch, he came, and the Lepans didn't really want to share their victory in case they actually took the city. So they fled, and they left their weapons and everything to the people of Apamea, who then called on the Jaysh, the governor of Damascus, to come relieve them from the Romans. So Damianos came, but he did crush the Fatimids at first. But on the way, when he was chasing the Fatimids away, all the way to Baalbek, he received a mortal wound. And a lot of times in Roman history, it's like critical points like this that when the battles go completely nuts, and when one commander that has this kind of charisma and control over the entire army suddenly dies in battle, like no matter how well you did before, the Romans would be routed. And they were, and 6,000 casualties on the Roman side, with many prisoners were sent to Cairo. And then we had like another critical situation in Syria, when Jaysh was menacing all the way to Antioch. And of course that means Basil needed to do a lightning campaign again, the 999 campaign. So Basil packed up, left Bulgaria, and came back to Syria. His route is basically a little like this. He went to Jizr al-Hadid, a city on the Orontes, and then he besieged Shaizar. He did that by cutting their aqueduct and forcing them into submission. Then he garrisoned Shaizar with his Armenian troops, and then he went down to two forts near Shaizar. One is called Hissin Abi Kubays. I don't know anything about that, but the other one is really interesting because it's called Hissin Masyaf, which is actually the more well-known Masyaf castle I don't know if anyone plays Assassin's Creed, but that's the home base for your assassins in Assassin's Creed 1. So basically, yeah, Basil destroyed Masyaf, and then he went to Rafania and Homs, where the Varangians actually committed some war crimes and burned a church, and then he went to Baalbek. And this evidently pushed the Fatimids away, and Syria was relieved again. At the same time, this is 999. No, I mean, yeah, that the campaign was 999, and it took only 2 months for Basil to go this complete route and also try to take Tripoli, but unfortunately that did not go well. So basically completed everything except conquer Tripoli, and he went back to Antioch and replaced the dead Dalasinos with the new dukes of Antioch, Nikephoros Uranos, in around 10,000 or 1001. And also around 10,000 or 1001, the King David of Tau died, and Basil and Uranos marched together to annex the kingdom for the Romans. And that was how the Romans acquired their Georgian territory, which they reorganized into the theme of Iberia. And while they were in Georgia, the Kurdish general Muhammad Abdullah ibn Marwan in Diyarbakir, he also submitted and became a Roman vassal. So that was how the Romans made the Marwanids also one of their client states. And on top of all that, also in around 10,000 or 1001, the Romans made a 10-year peace with Al-Hakim down in Cairo. So for the next decade, the Romans and Fatimids were at complete peace, and that was how, after 1 decade of wars in Syria and 2 lightning campaigns by Basil, a status quo was achieved in Syria. And that's the end of part 2.
Thank you very much. Just to add, for Basil's first force march in 995, he had 17,000 men deployed with him in the west, and then took 26 days to get to Antioch from where he was in the Balkans. So that is quite a feat of logistics. And as far as I'm aware, he did this by going overland as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he crossed Anatolia on mules, like no ships at all, just mules.
Yeah, which is, well, one of the slower ways of traveling, but it just goes to show how quickly troops could move if they needed to. And also, I think we should remember that the Byzantine Empire wasn't a wilderness. It did have a road system, which left over from the height of the Roman Empire, which were maintained, and clear kind of military roads for units to go down. So the internal logistical infrastructure of the empire was very
sophisticated.
That's the word I'm looking for. Sophisticated, and far more beyond any other power of the time. So in terms of internal defense, it's very important for him to be able to do things like this. And you can kind of see how, while he's in Bulgaria, he's got Uranos in the east, and then they swap over and swap back again. He is relying on these subordinates. And I think it's when it comes to sort of the myth of Basil as the super autocrat, in some ways he's not, because he's not doing anything particularly different from many other emperors in the case of relying on loyal subordinates. So that's an interesting aspect as well. I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Yeah, do you think like Basil being so autocratic was one of the reasons for his military efficiency? Like he he decided everything.
I think also perhaps possibly. I think he was someone who learned very quickly from his mistakes and how to do things very quickly, very effectively. And there are some anecdotes of him being very meticulous and doing things that generals should do. And I think it's also important to remember that Nikephoros Oranos wrote a book of military science, the Tactica, during his reign, which I wouldn't be surprised if Basil had read to him or was kind of circling in the court or amongst his generals for military education, because these are things that generals did read. And so the need for military competency amongst new men that he's brought up, I think was very important. And also good, I was about to say a good judge of character, but he does, I suppose, no one's perfect. He does appoint people who keep on making mistakes, like Bautzes and Dalasenos and a few others who I'm sure will end up being mentioned. But on the other hand, he does appoint lots of people who are very effective, like Oranos, like Theophylact Botaniates, and Nikephoros Xiphias, and a whole bunch of other people who show their worth. So on balance, I think he's able to effectively delegate what he can't do to generally competent people. And occasionally it goes wrong, but I suppose that's just the nature of these things. And I suppose also, unlike his predecessors, who are all civilian emperors, he has that practical experience of, well, he's been there, he's been with the army, he knows what he's doing increasingly, and is able to pull off these feats and quite. His campaign in 995 is very different in terms of its outcome to 986, where he clearly has no idea what he's doing.
Exactly.
So, you had another section, I believe.
Yeah, two more, but they're much shorter.
Well, if we cover those, and then I believe we have our next set of guests who are keen to cover his internal policies and dynasty. So you're very welcome to stick around for that as well, if you so wish. But let's carry on.
Yes. So part 3, the balance of power with the Fatimids. We saw now that by the turn of the millennium, around 10,000 or 1001, I'm still not sure about the dates because I've seen historians and chroniclers giving both, so we're just going to say around 10,000-ish. In the east, I think you can see the affairs were very stable. After 1 decade of conflict, it's very clear that both the Fatimids and the Romans realized that this was not the way. They can't just keep wasting resources on trying to conquer Syria. So why don't we try to share Syria? And that was how the Levantine status quo between the Roman emperor and the Fatimid caliph came to be. In the north, we have the Romans controlling Antioch and being the vassal lord of Aleppo, and in the south, Damascus, Palestine, the Fatimids had complete control. And so, now that this was done, Basil and Al-Hakim both had more important business to go on in Bulgaria and Egypt. And meanwhile, we had Nikephoros Oranos, as you said, a very capable military man who managed to understand military science very well too. And so he was the man in charge of Antioch, and basically under him, it's very quiet. And usually, when we have a period of quiet in Roman history, you know what that means. Under Antoninus Pius, not a lot of sources, and that was like the peak of the Pax Romana, and now we have the peak of Basil's peace in the east, when Nikephoros Oranos was the Dukes of Antioch. I think he held this tenure for around 10 years-ish. I'm not sure when he died or was retired, but basically, I think his last mention was around 1010, so we'll say that for this decade, we can say it was the peak of Basil's policy in the East. I don't have much to say about this period because it's honestly really quiet and calm and everything was going well and Antioch was prospering. I do have noted a few events, which is that since the Fatimids couldn't really attack the Romans anymore since they had the truce, and they actually respected the truce, unlike Khosrow with his eternal peace. There were a few like independent Arab and Bedouin adventurers who were having fun in the area, and they tried to attack Roman Syria. I mean, there's one around 1001 or 1002. There were some Bedouin tribes who raided but almost beat them. Then also in the mid-10,000s, around 1005 to 1007-ish, there was an Arab rebel called al-Asraf who had made incursions into Shaizar and other Roman territories. But interestingly, a Roman general called Bigas, who was apparently an old family servant of Varas Quiros, he was still around, and he managed to beat al-Asraf and carry off a great victory with a lot of booty. And what happened to this person, al-Asraf, was that he was imprisoned in Aleppo citadel as a sort of a compromise between the Romans who wanted to take him and the city that apparently gave al-Asraf refuge after he was beaten by the Romans. So the Hamdanids in Aleppo came in, intervened, and said, we'll take him in our citadel, and that was a very good solution for everyone. So by 1007, well, yeah, no more Arab raids and peace. There is one thing else to mention, which is the change of power in Aleppo, because at this time, in around 1002, the Hamdanid, Said ad-Dawla, he was dead, and his slave, very interesting name. His name was Lulu. I don't know why, but Lulu took over and was the de facto ruler of Aleppo. And Lulu managed to basically sideline the Hamdanids who were ruling the city since the days of, well, before even Nikephoros Phokas. And Lulu, when he died in 1008, his son called Mansur took over, and Mansur was very unpopular, and that came to lead to the next round of this period, which was how things degenerated a little, and Aleppo eventually was lost to the Fatimids. So, around 1010, we can see that Nikephoros Oranos was not there anymore. We had a new Dukes of Antioch called Michael, but not much is known about him. But he was clearly not as capable as Oranos. And in Aleppo, we had a very unpopular ruler, Mansur, and the Aleppans were always ready to riot. And Mansur had a lot of tension with an Arab tribe in the area called the Banu Kilab, and that will haunt him in a bit. And at the same time, even though the Fatimids weren't carrying out war against the Romans, I'm not sure how familiar all of you are with Al-Hakim, the Caliph, but he was, I'm not sure which historian did this, but he was termed the Nero of Islam. So you can kind of see how he was not exactly the most mentally stable nor the most friendly to the Christians of all the Fatimid caliphs. So there was a bit of agitation. A lot of Christians in the Fatimid Caliphate had to migrate into the Roman Empire for safety, including,
like
well,
Yahya of Antioch.
yes, indeed, Yahya of Antioch, and this was when he left his native Egypt and came to Roman Antioch. But yes, basically there was a lot of electricity in the Levantine air, but like neither Romans or Fatimids, despite all of these conflicts going on, they were not committed to go to war again. So that was why, like, even after the 10-year peace, there was no effort to restart a full-on war like they were in the 90s.
Content to let each other go about their business. I think perhaps the closest they came was when Al-Hakim destroyed the Holy Sepulchre, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, because that was quite a symbolic blow to Christendom as a whole. But apart from that, that's pretty much it. So, should we move on to Georgia and Armenia?
Yes, just very quickly.
Sure.
Yes. The conflicts with Mansur and the Banu Kilab caused him to actually lose Aleppo, because while he managed to win over the Banu Kilab tribe in around 1015, he was not very popular, and also he did this very idiotic move of blaming one of his slave generals for everything. So this slave general took over Aleppo, and after that there was a power vacuum, and that was how the Fatimids were able to move into Aleppo. They slimed in, and Al-Hakim appointed a governor of Aleppo for the Fatimids called Aziz al-Dawla, and at the same time, in Georgia, their king, Bagrat III, died, and his son, a very young man called Georgi. And Georgi came over, and the thing with young men is that they're all very ambitious and not exactly the best judge of the situation. And he decided to invade Byzantine Tau. He managed to conquer all of Tau by 1016, and he allied with Al-Hakim. So that put Basil in a bad spot, and he was also like neck deep into his final conquest of Bulgaria. So he decided to wait until he finished his business and defeated all of the Bulgarians first before he went to take care of Georgie. So now let's talk about Georgia and Armenia in the 1020s. Once Basil was done with his Bulgarian business, in around 1021, he brought his army into the Caucasus. When he refortified the capital of the theme of Iberia, Theodosiopolis, and then in 1021, he met Georgie in battle, and he took over Phasiani. That was one of the regions around Tau that Basil had inherited from David, and he went even further in. That was when the Battle of Shrimny happened. Shrimny was a village near a lake, and there Basil had his decisive victory over the Georgian troops of Georgie, and the Georgians retreated, and Basil plundered all the way throughout the Georgian country, and then he finally withdrew to his capital of Chaldea, which was Trebizond, and he spent the winter there before he went back to finish the campaign against the Georgians. Now, very interestingly, a little anecdote about the Battle of Shrimny and Basil's stay in Trebizond. during the empire of Trebizond, like 300 years later, in the 14th century, there was a writer in Trebizond called Joseph Vazaropoulos, and he decided to reverse the chronology of Basil's visit to Trebizond a little bit. He made it so that Basil visited Trebizond before he won his victory at the Battle of Shremny, so that he can make Lazaropoulos could construct this narrative that Basil prayed to the patron saint of Trebizond, called Saint Eugenius, at the Church of Eugenius in Trebizond, and then Eugenius appeared to the Georgians the night before the battle and really scared them, and that's how Basil won. But of course, that is just a story and a local legend. Then in 1022, Basil was able to first get the submission of the Georgese ally, the Armenians of Vaspurakan, and this was when they were harassed by the new players in the east, the Seljuk Turks, and they decided that they couldn't protect themselves anymore, so they made themselves vassals of Basil. And Basil, of course, gladly accepted and made Nikiforos Komnenos the Dukes of Vaspurakan before he went back to Georgia. And his final attack against the Georgians was at the Battle of Svindax, and King Georgi finally broke down and had to hand over everything he had conquered, and he had to leave his very young son, Bagrat, as a hostage to Basil's court. And this was how Basil reasserted himself over the Caucasus and gained a bit of Armenian lands as well. And I think that would be it.
I think Vaspurakan, he did have a tour in Vaspurakan in 1023, where he fended off some Azerbaijani raiders. But I think also Vaspurakan was quite a coup for Basil, because it is quite a large region in eastern Armenia. So there were quite significant gains for a very short period of conflict for Basil II in this area.
Yeah, indeed. And I think he would be like the first Roman emperor to ever expand the Roman Empire this far east, because I don't think even Trajan managed to have this much territory in the Caucasus at the peak of the empire.
I mean, typically it's... Armenia in the ancient period was very much a golf ball between Parthia and then Persia and then the Roman Empire. So this is new lands in a sense, yes.
Yes, and
also, what is it? As mentioned, Sennacherib, not as mentioned, Sennacherib in the revolt of Nikiforos Komnenos in Constantine VIII's reign was one of the people who helped suppress the revolt, which is quite interesting. So it kind of shows his own loyalty to the Macedonians when, once again, an upstart aristocrat tries to rebel. So there's a little tidbit I wanted to add in. I know it's outside of our period, but it's interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting, yeah. But now the question is that Basil managed to launch to expand Roman territory to the east further than before, but was it wise? Because now we know that Sennacherib gave Vaspurakan to Basil because he decided he couldn't protect himself against the Turks. But did that really put the Byzantines on the front line against the Turks? And is this policy of Basil to be blamed for the disaster at Manzikert? What do you think?
I'm inclined to say no, because one, that's 50 years later. Two, I think even if Vaspurakan hadn't been handed over, the Romans and Armenians would still have been in the same sort of situation, because the Turks were raiding, and there were very significant attacks, like the destruction of Ani. I know the Eastern Roman Empire was heavily hampered by infighting and incompetency and so forth. But there's nothing to say that wouldn't have happened anyway as well amongst the Armenians. And also because the Turks were not necessarily organized into a state, and were very much more individualistic, or sort of loosely cobbled together confederations of tribes under the umbrella of the Seljuk Sultan. I think it's difficult to say categorically that pushing the frontier forward this way was always, in the long run, going to be bad. And one could say, had he, even if he pushed southwards into Syria and Palestine, the future Romans would have still had the same issues, because the Turks also pushed into the Levant and were under attack in Antioch just as much as they were in Armenia. So it was, I think, the real question is not so much where the frontier was, but how the people at the time handled the situation. And the ultimate answer is not very well. And I don't think that's Basil II's fault. What do you think?
No, yeah, I totally agree. I'm just putting this question out there because I think that's the only real criticism of Basil's policy in the East I've seen among historians or like people in general. But other than that, we can see that he managed to really make Roman hegemony in the East a very secure thing. And in general, it was like everything he did from the Levant to the Caucasus was like a really successful endeavor. So that was why I had to ask the question. But yeah, I totally agree.
Oh, thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for the East and Basil in the East. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
I now have Project Glorious here to talk to us about Basil's domestic policies and also a bit about Dynasty, which you're very welcome to stay on for.
Yeah, sure, but I'll mute myself now.
Very well. Right, just adding them on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So we're the representatives of Project Glorious. It's me, Photios. It's also a Byzantine name, so I hope the viewers will be familiar with it. And it's also John here, or Yanis in its modern Greek version.
Or Ioannis, for a more
Byzantine.
Byzantine.
That's the better one. Yeah. So
thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for the invitation, first of all, and I'm really sorry I wasn't able to be to actually hear the stream earlier on. I'm currently serving my term in the Greek army, so it's a little bit tough to schedule things around. But yeah, it's good that I found some time now. So yeah. So me, myself, I'll be contributing into the discussion with the internal policies of Basil II, as well as some of his achievements in other aspects. Yeah, because I'm not really familiar with how the flow has been up until now. I think it's mostly of a discussion. You'll be also giving me some questions, I guess, while I'll be talking, right?
Yes, so I will leave you to do the main thrust of things.
Okay.
But if you want me to ask questions, or if there's moments for me to
of course.
add to it.
Yeah. Okay. Feel free to interrupt, anyways, because what I was planning actually was to give not necessarily a general overview, but maybe a little bit of my personal analysis and viewpoint on the things that I'm going to discuss. And of course, these things can sometimes be a little bit subjective. So I'm very welcome to criticism.
Healthy
and
discussion.
everything. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. But no, watching your channel, I think the discussion is going to be really healthy. And yeah. So yeah, because I really like that you always actually state everything sources, and you always state when you give your personal opinion. And yeah, anyway, so what I think about this this stream, which has been going on for several hours. I see it's 5 hours and a half. Yeah. Well, I think that it would be mostly beneficial if I contributed with my own point of view, because a lot of details have already been said. So yeah, my main thesis of what I'm going to talk about today is that Basil actually, with the reforms that he did and with the internal wars that he took part in, he actually tried to gain full control. Basically, I mean, of course, he tried to help the lower classes, which, of course, was a byproduct of what he actually did. As a step for him to gain control, but yeah, the ultimate goal was the control. So why this is the case? Maybe that's part of the character analysis that Ioannis will be doing. So, but just to give a brief overview, during his earlier age, he was being really overshadowed by great men like Nikephoros Phokas, Ioannis Tsimiskis, or Basil Lekapinos as well. So for sure, he didn't have a very good early life, let's say. Also, his early defeat against Bulgaria would have really made him a person who would like to really prove himself. Not judging him on a negative sense, but I hope we can agree on that. So. Yeah, starting on from his from the reforms that he did, I think the most discussed one would be the Allylengyon tax, right? So about the Allylengyon, this is actually a really interesting Greek word. It comes from Allilos, Allel, as we say in Allylengyon, and Egis, which Allilos would be the other person. That's what it usually means. You can see in the Bible, you can even see the phrase "agapate allilus," to love the other people, to love everyone else. So you can also see the word allil when you use the term parallel for a set of lines. You know that they are parallel, that they are with each other, they're close by. Para means close by. But anyways, it's a very common word, and I think I always like to do the etymology of things to just get a better sense of them. So Allylengyon and Allil and Egis, which is close, to be close to the other person, and that was the main point of this reform, was for the Dynasty, the strong ones in Greek. The aristocrats, in another way, to actually contribute to the debts of the people who could not pay their debts. They could even be their workers, because I wouldn't really call them serfs at this point, but that's also debatable. But they wouldn't really be considered.
It was so that I did mention this a little earlier, that the more able to people who are able to pay taxes would cover those less able, or as you say, in debt. Because Roman taxes were worked out through village communities, as were military obligation. And so by making sure that there was always a flow of cash from these people into the fisc, helps guarantee for Basil that he's always got money coming in to pay his troops. Because that takes up, let's say, 2/3 of the budget for the Eastern Roman Empire, and then the other third is like buildings and upkeep and civil servant wages and so on and so forth.
Yeah, true, especially in the era of Basil as well. But this tax would for sure be a detriment to the most wealthy, the most powerful within the state, and when actually interpreted in combination with the civil wars that he fought, the I can say the best deduction someone can make is that he really wanted to target the upper nobility, or especially the landowning nobility of mostly Asia Minor at that point. So these were actually his adversaries during the civil wars that he fought. But I really believe you would have analyzed that during the 5 hours that have already passed. Yeah, and multiple times
I
possibly.
actually
But
haven't come to the
yeah,
land laws. I've covered the rebellions. And
yeah, the rebellions. Yeah,
Bulgarian.
But
I've done a lot
in
of the foreign
yeah.
stuff. But I think also, so I did mention the Elengaron earlier, and in John Skylitzy's, whenever that comes up, it's always the church which is kicking up a fuss about it, rather than necessarily military aristocrats. So I'm inclined to believe that it was the church that was the people that ended up paying the most from it. And by 1034, when Romanus gets rid of it, he's talking about how monasteries were brought to the threshold of penury by this law, and so he's doing them a big favor by getting rid of it.
Yeah, for sure, though, the church could have been an institution that was also controlled by powerful people of the era. A lot of the younger sons of families would go into church service, and then would get really high positions, even in monasteries or in the churches themselves. So, in a big part, I would be inclined to believe that the church, on a big part, would be the moral representative of the aristocracy against the emperor. So it's my own belief that probably the church would be inclined to actually help the higher aristocracy in their endeavors. For sure, there would have been let's say a will to help the lower classes as well from the part of the church, but in many cases it was heavily politicized. The appointment of church officials. So I would add this one up to the point that I want to make, that he actually wanted to basically change the ruling elite of the Eastern Roman Empire. So that would be one of his a part of his, in my view, that would be a part of his effort to get as much power away from them, from the Dynasty, because the Dynasty were a set of families, like at least 7 or 8 of them, but of course even more would be adding up to them. And they were actually taking more and more power within the state, starting from the 800s or the beginning of the Macedonian dynasty. And what they tried to do in many cases was to dictate the policies of the state, as it actually happened even with Nikiforos Phokas being emperor. And of course, Vardas Phokas or Vardas Skleros would both try to gain a similar position. And actually, Basil even completely eliminated the Phokas family. There have been some instances of the Phokas family being referenced later on, but it's not very certain if it's actually referring to the same family. The Skleros family were also very, let's say, decimated. So I think the wounds he inflicted on the Dynasty were pretty heavy. And just to end up to the point that I'm trying to make here, what he kind of managed to do is to renew the aristocracy of the entire empire. Of course, a lot of families like the Votaniatis, the Vrienius, and so forth still remained powerful, but this gave a space for families like the Paleologi or the Komnini to rise to power slowly, because actually, if you see, that's the period when they start getting mentioned within the historical texts, both the Komnini and the Paleologi. So it wouldn't be only them, of course. A lot of contenders would have reason to take a position within the new aristocracy that was being formed, but these were the most successful ones, for sure. So that would be one way that he tried to get power, by creating a new elite and trying to control it through limiting their power in the beginning. At the same time, he would also gain the favor of the lower class with the laws that he issued, because of course the lower class would be the one that, would be the one that was manning mostly his army. So he would for sure need to have their backing in whatever military endeavors he tried to do against the Bulgarians and in the east, and on all other fronts. Because we have seen a lot of times in Byzantine history that the not having loyal troops could lead to rebellions. So that's how Phokas actually rose to the throne, like not Nikiphorus, the first Phokas, or there are several more examples. But I think that move was deeply strategic. I don't really believe it was out of religious piety, or, well, of course, there would have been a religious piety involved, because he would have been a pretty pious person. But all these moves actually signify a will for power. And on that one, what I would also add on that one would be the establishment of the Varangian Guard, which would seem like a military measure, but mostly it was a move to acquire more and more power. Why do I say that? So the Varangians that he received from, I think it was Sviatoslav of Kiev, if I remember correctly.
Vladimir.
Vladimir, yeah, okay. So the Varangians that he received, they would owe their actual stay within Constantinople and their subsequent enrichment, because I'm inclined to believe that they did have big salaries. I don't have a number in front of me right now, and I'm not really sure there is any. But
I don't think they've survived, but they would have been paid.
Yeah, they would have been paid very well, and it was a very profitable expedition for a person from Scandinavia to actually, or the Kievan Rus to actually come and work for the Byzantine Emperor in the Varangian Guard. It's something that a man would risk his life making that type of journey just to be part of this guard. So for sure, I would be inclined to believe that the pay was high. And having those people entrusted with this position would, by definition, make them loyal to himself. Because if the emperor just decides to get rid of them, he could easily do it. They were foreigners in a faraway land, so if they were not loyal to the emperor himself, they could not be loyal to anyone else. They were not the regular troops of the empire who would have had their own connections with either the generals or the locals of Constantinople. So, that was a power move, that he surrounded himself with people who were by definition loyal. So it's very similar to an attempt made by Leo the First. He was the one that established the Excubitores Guard. Because that guard as well was comprised of, let's say, foreign people. It wasn't as foreign as the Varangians, but it was the Isaurians at that point. So he brought the Isaurians to Constantinople just for him to be able to have a core of loyal troops that would try to thwart any assassination attempts or any Gothic influence that was at that time very prominent in the empire. So what I see from Vasilius trying to actually, I mean, there were already Varangian mercenaries in Constantinople, and actually Basil himself could have been a descendant of one of them, but I'll come to that later. So yeah, having this core of elite warriors surrounding him would definitely be a power move for him to be able to uh, to actually plan what he was doing more easily, and especially if we take into account that this guard was established in 988, if I remember correctly. It was during the civil war that he fought against Vardas Phokas, if I remember correctly, or was it Skleros at that point?
No, it's Focus.
It was Phokas, yeah. So it was during a time of great uncertainty, let's say. So having this loyal force, as well as he also used mercenaries. He used a big contingent of Georgians as well to fight in this civil war. So it kind of looks like he wasn't really trusting his own people, let's say, right? So
Just to add a little tidbit I found out was Basil II also establishes a small Frankish/German mercenary unit during his reign as well. It's a bit vague about the establishment of it, but there's a reference. A guy called Peter, who is supposedly a relative of the Holy Roman Emperor, came to Byzantium with a bunch of Germans, and they got enrolled into a small mercenary company, because later in the 11th century you have the Frankish mercenary company, which appears out of nowhere, and it's
so they could have
Basil's
been
reign
descended of that one, right? That's okay.
I mean, it's very small, and it's probably not as large as the Varangians were, but as you say, there is this desire to have more mercenary companies as part of the Imperial Guard.
Yeah, because otherwise the army was relying in a big part on the nobility. So I think it was, as discussed, I think it was his goal to actually get rid of as much as the nobility as possible, or at least the one that didn't agree with him. But no, that's a very interesting point. I wasn't aware of that. Frankish mercenary company, and yeah, it's pretty interesting for the events that take place onwards. And yeah, one thing that I mentioned before, and I'd like to maybe elaborate on it a little bit more. I'm not sure if you already mentioned it, but Basil could have actually been a descendant of a Varangian himself, because if you actually trace his lineage back, well, that's something that Ioannis will be doing more in bigger depth. But if you actually trace his lineage back, the wife of Basil I, the first Macedonian emperor, would be a woman named Ingerina, which would basically be the daughter of a mercenary from Scandinavia called Inger. So if we actually believe that Basil II and his ancestors were actually the descendants of Basil I, which there's a fairly known scandal playing there. But if
still be the same woman, even if it's not the same man.
Yeah, true. That's true, because it was the mistress of Michael III. Yeah, so yeah, it would be. It's almost certain though that so it's almost certain that he would be also having some Varangian blood in himself. Not that this played any role in his decision. I think it was mostly a political one, especially that he also gained the trust and support of the Russians at that point. Yeah, so One more thing that I would also like to touch upon, and I think it also adds up to the to what he was trying to achieve, would be the repairs that he also made on the aqueduct of Valens. Why that is the case? For a repair on the aqueduct to be made, or even a small enlargement, the main reason would be the rise in Constantinople's population. You know, because the population of Constantinople would have peaked at around 500,000 during the times of Justinian, at least the good days of Justinian. And after that, it would certainly drop a lot. It did drop a lot, as the numbers show. As the population dropped, the aqueducts were being maintained less and less. They were actually bringing water from pretty far north from Constantinople. It was like more than 200 kilometers. The springs would have been around a town called Vizi, or Visa in modern Turkish, for people who might identify that easier. There's also a Greek poet from there, Vizinos, so it's a modern Greek one. But anyway, so there are some hills there in the province of Thrace. So there are some hills, and they do provide the source of water. So the plan was to actually try to move water from there up to Constantinople in order to be able to maintain this high population as the city actually maintained. So yeah, as the aqueducts were getting in a worse and worse shape, because of the worsening shape of the capital itself. At some point during the era of the Macedonians, things started looking better for people in general, in all classes. The lower classes would have been mistreated, of course, but there are instances like in the case of Basil that the lower classes were treated well. So slowly but steadily, the population grew back again. Most of the estimates I read put the population around 400,000 at the time of Basil. There are some claims that it might have reached 1 million, 500,000 again, but most of them, and the more grounded ones, I think, would be around 400,000, which is still a really impressive number for the age. There would have been cities in China with a similar population, I believe, but still for Europe and the Middle East, it would be an impressive number. So in order to actually maintain this population, that's one more interesting thing I read on the same paper making the estimates, would be that you'd have to take into account that cities at that point would be like or even today in some regards, are basically demographic. They cause demographic problems, because the city cannot really grow its population up to after a certain degree. People in the countryside, they usually make more children in order to be able to work on the fields, or they wouldn't really be a burden on the household, while in cities, at least in modern times, they usually pose a burden. And we can see today the birth rates plummeting, but a similar thing would be happening in even in the Middle Ages. For sure, raising a child in the Middle Ages wouldn't be as expensive as today, but in all regards, it would be much harder to do so in the capital rather than the countryside. And besides the lower birth rates, also the diseases are very common in a city, especially in the medieval era. And we could safely assume, based on the paper that I read at least, that up to 1 or 2% of the population would be lost to disease, squalor or plague, or even would be dying in the streets out of hunger, because cities are very prone to hungers and food shortages, as they really depend on the countryside. So you wouldn't see people starving the countryside that easily as you would see in a bigger city. So taking those things into account, Basil would like to, I think, and every emperor that would be really interested in keeping a legacy up to himself would like to keep the population within a city content, have as few, let's say, well, not as few deaths as possible, but as good conditions as possible within a
Improve
mega
public
city.
health.
Yeah. So yeah, that would of course benefit to the public health of Constantinople, because having a big city on the besides being a big burden on the populational level, on the other hand, it would pose it would pose a pool. It would consist of a pool of intellectuals, basically. People within a city would have usually the time or the resources, the libraries and the scholars and everything to actually get more and more educated, create more and more art, the art that actually fueled the Macedonian Renaissance, or even the art that was used in order to raise the status of the emperor himself. And one of those pieces of art would be the famous Menologion, this hagiographical work that was actually commissioned by Basil himself, and is actually that piece of art, which is a really characteristic example of the Macedonian Renaissance art. This one with this piece of art, so would be the one giving us the most famous depiction of Basil II. It's the one that you are actually using yourself. I think you're
Yes, I think so.
Yeah,
there's two. There's the Basil II Psalter in Venice, which has a very almost exactly the same scene on it, and then there's the Menologion, which has this one on it.
Yeah, which is nowadays in Vatican, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're two different things. One's a Book of Psalms, and the Menologion is about saints' lives.
Yeah. It's it actually depicts the lives of saints that lived from that are venerated from at least half of the Byzantine year, from September up to February or March, something like this. It's probably not a complete work, or at least the other half is missing because it's only covering half of the year. And there are like 450, or at least a really big amount of hagiographies from saints' lives. You can see like Jonas in the Beast or in the whale, that ate him. You can even see different scenes of pagans persecuting Christians. There is a lot of art to be seen there, mainly referencing to biblical tradition or early church years. But yeah, besides that, there are also depictions of Basil and wars against Bulgaria in there. What is to be noted in the Menologion would also be the vividness of the depictions. Byzantine art is not always famed for its realistic approach. Nevertheless, during the Macedonian era, the scenes depicted are more realistic, but not in a way that you would see in Renaissance art, but in a way that actually keeps the old Christian tradition, but makes it a little bit more realistic on some aspects. Yeah, so just to tie it up better with what I said previously, so having this aqueduct actually caring for the city, its hygiene, and and actually trying to maintain its population in relation to also that would easily come into a relation with trying to promote arts and culture. during the era of Basil II. So building this aqueduct, maintaining this aqueduct, and also other public works that he made, that he constructed, were a part of him trying to leave a legacy behind. He did not leave a legacy like Justinian did with the Hagia Sophia, of course, but well, that's not something that you can easily reach. But nevertheless, it's Basil's. He actually made an attempt to leave a legacy behind, even in the cultural sphere, because he actually sponsored this work, the Menelagion and other works. So it was not just a warrior general or something like this, which of course he was a warrior, but of course he also had other aspects coming along in his life. One more interesting thing that maybe
if I may add regarding culture, I think there is perhaps a myth about Basil which derives from Michael Psellus, in that he was sort of an anti-intellectual, but that is not so much the case, because what Psellus is arguing is that there weren't well, as I have mentioned earlier in the stream, Psellus's account of Basil was very intentionally constructed, and his point about Basil not caring for culture is also, and finding philosophy at its lowest ebb, is also, in his own way, trying to big himself up, because he was the head of philosophy later in the 11th century, and so by beginning his account, which is very personalized, with something he cares about very much at its lowest ebb, then you have it at its height by Michael Psellus's own flourishing of his career, then there's that progression. But there's a lot of things that come out of Basil's reign, and although he may not have been a major patron of the arts, there are things he commissions. So Basil II commissions the silver gilding in the Balachanai shrine to the Holy Virgin in Constantinople. There are a lot of poets and authors during his reign. So there's John Murapos, who's writing poems. There's the aforesaid John Geometries. There's Simeon, the new theologian. We've got Leo the Deacon, who's writing during his reign. Nikephoros Oranos writes a few poems as well as his Tactica.
Along with the Tactica,
Simeon Metathrastes is dated to Basil's reign, and he writes the major Menelagion of that era, which kind of covers all known saints, and it's a big work. So the idea of him being an anti-intellectual is basically rubbish.
I would agree, because these works even required a lot of work and a lot of sponsorship. You cannot have people just writing and basically drawing for an indefinite amount of time and not paying them. It's not as we have office jobs today. It's something that was really expensive for the time, because it actually involved the training of those people, the trying to keep them.
Well, it was also something that only people with some wealth could afford, because you needed money to buy a higher education. And by higher education, that would be like learning about grammar and rhetoric and philosophy and stuff like that. But in an article by Mark Lawsturman, he kind of talks about how, although there is a lot of cultural output from Basil's reign, not a lot of people actually talk about Basil as a contemporary. and he's talking about how a lot of people like John Geometres and John of Militany don't like Basil and the Macedonians because they've been supporters of the Phocardus family and also Basil Lekapenos, who was a major patron of the arts, even if he was a very corrupt official.
Yeah, and probably did not really like Basil a lot. Yeah,
so there's enmity there. And Basil himself, although he was evidently a religious man and could sponsor, rebuild things and spend money on public works and culture, seems to Lord Zetterman's conclusion is that he just doesn't seem to have been all that interested in having people write panegyrics and have poems written about him. And so if he's not interested and there's not much patronage going towards them, then why should they bother? And they just kind of write their own things, which I thought was quite an interesting
it's a very good
thing
perspective
to include, which kind of helps understand why there's not that much. There is a lot of cultural output, but there's kind of also not much which is directed towards Basil himself. Whereas in the 11th century and in the 10th century, there's a lot which is. So like Constantine the Ninth has lots of things written about him and so on. Because he's a big patron of the arts and wants lots of things written about him.
Yeah. No, this would have definitely have to do with Basil's character as well. The way he would like to be remembered or portrayed, of course, would also play a role, or his personal stance in life, which would be definitely influenced by the way he lived in his earlier years. But yeah, that's something that Ioannis will be covering in more detail. One more thing that I would like to mention before I actually, let's say, give the ball to John, to Yannis, would be, I don't know, did you mention his, during the stream, was his visit to Athens ever mentioned? Or
briefly, I mentioned he went to Athens as part of his victory triumph over the Bulgarians, but I didn't go into much detail about it.
I think there is a description of the scene, exactly like he entered into the how he entered into the city and he climbed up the rock of the Acropolis. But what I wanted to add here is just a perspective that the territories of modern Greece up to the south, to Athens, would have been pretty insecure territories up to that point. We would have to basically think that the Bulgarians actually controlled all that. Not Athens itself, but they made the raids up to Corinth during Samuel's reign, and they even controlled territories as far south as Larissa. And adding up to that, the conquest of Crete by Nikephoros Phokas was only concluded some decades ago. So the whole region of modern day Greece, of classical Greece, wasn't really the epicenter of culture and let's say couldn't actually prosper that much because it was kind of a borderland back then. So with Basil actually doing this visit to Athens, would be like, in my perspective at least, it's like him trying to actually bring new life back to the region, bring stability to the region, actually state that, now you don't have to worry about the raids of the Saracens again because Crete was reconquered into the empire. You don't have to worry about the Bulgarians. The Bulgarians are also conquered. So it would be part of an effort for him to actually start integrating those territories more and more into the empire. The control that Eastern Rome or Constantinople actually had on those territories would have been growing more and more minimal during the darker years of the Middle Byzantine period. So yeah, it could be a strategic. Well, of course, it was a strategic move to actually visit Athens at that point. Well, of course, there would have been some cultural significance, or let's say, trying to state that it's the Eastern Romans actually appreciated the ancient Greek civilization, but that's something that I think already the viewers of this stream would be aware of, that the Byzantines didn't actually hate the ancient Greeks. So yeah, I think it was mostly a political move.
I think so
Yeah.
too. I think it might just be because a lot of Samuel's attacks and raids during his reign were directed at Epirus, Thessaly, Boeotia, Attica, and all these regions. So I wouldn't be surprised
even, which is within the Peloponnese itself, so it's pretty far south. Yeah.
In his 997 attack. So I wonder if this is a kind of a big hurrah moment for Basil and his subjects in Greece for having triumphed over this menace, which has been, for over a generation, has been attacking their lands and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, by that point, by 1018, it had been a very long time since the Bulgarians had been actually in Greece. But I think that is not to say that the people wouldn't have appreciated the triumph over this enemy in much the same way that Nicephorus II was appreciated by people in Cappadocia and Anatolia for the conquest of the great Arab border emirates, which had been constantly raiding the east up until that point. So I think that may have something to do with it. And Basil may have obviously had a little bit of classical learning, as everyone would have done.
Of course. Yeah.
So people were brought up reading Thucydides. So it's probably, and there's St. Paul's visit to Athens as well. So there's probably a little bit.
Yeah, there would have been a little bit of let's say tourism on his part as well. Like actually visiting the places he would have read about. Yeah. No, but those regions were really troubled during the Middle Byzantine era. I mean, the raids of the Saracens in Crete wouldn't leave a lot of things behind, in mainland Greece, and even if you visit today, a lot of the Byzantine monuments in the area of the Peloponnese and Attica are actually either from the time of Justinian or from the 11th century. There is little stuff to be found in between, usually.
I think that may be to do with piracy and just the fact that for a two things. One, Roman control in Greece and that area was very limited for centuries until Nicephorus I.
Yeah.
And then it was sort of the end of the 8th century. And then during that time, Greece was attacked a lot by Arab pirates, especially with the fall of Crete. And so it wasn't until the late 10th century, especially and particularly the 11th century, that Greece actually started repopulating the coastline and revitalized its, became a wealthy part of the empire. So it's still in this gentle recovery period.
Yeah. And funnily enough, it's one of the regions that actually remained a part of the empire for the longest after Basil's death. if you actually exclude the rule of the Franco-Cratia, the Frankish kings and the Catalans and everyone else ruling the Peloponnese in those parts. Other than that, Greece would prove a more compact part of the empire for most of the Paleologan era, rather than Asia Minor. That was the inverse case during the times of Basil and his predecessors. Yeah, and yeah, just finishing off with that, because I just really want to give the to give the lead to Ioannis. That could also be an attempt to actually shift the center of power from Anatolia, from the Anatolian Dynasty and the big land estates towards Greece. I mean, of course, a simple visit wouldn't be a way to shift the entire balance of power within the empire, but definitely it would. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on Basil's plans to actually try to pay more importance to the western regions. Well, and tying this up with all of the other measures that he took against the Dynasty and the personal guard that he created, I think that Basil would in some cases be a reformer for the lower class, but at the same time he would try to transform the state from within, or at least the balance of power within the state on a certain degree. Well, anyways, that was the perspective I wanted to share, and of course, thank you for your commentary and the additions that you made along the way.
My pleasure.
Yeah, and yeah, I'll leave the floor to Ioannis then. I will stay for a bit in the stream, but unfortunately, I'll have to leave. I don't have much time right now.
Quite all right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you as well.
Well, thank you for for your inputs. I think we learned a lot of interesting things about the reforms. And yeah, if it's okay, I can start with the dynasty. So
sure, fire off.
Yeah,
Fire away.
okay. So yeah, as I was researching to prepare for this discussion, I have stumbled upon a pattern that is something that happens throughout the dynasty, throughout all members of the dynasty of the Macedonians or the Porphyrogenity. Okay. Now, this pattern is what I call the sins of the father, or it's more like daddy issues that is seen and can be for all members of the dynasty. So starting from Basil all the way to Basil the First, all the way to Basil the Second. So I will not go into a long tirade of the previous rulers, but I'll mention a few things just because it's important, as Basil as well carries these sins, as we say, later on. So Basil the First, I'm not sure if you mentioned the previous rulers in the stream, or you have said many things about Basil, how Basil the First took power from Michael. But I will not.
Largely talked about
what did you
Basil II.
Yeah.
So I've largely stayed away from the Macedonian dynasty as a whole.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will go on it very briefly. So as Fotis mentioned previously, there was a scandalous, let's say, situation, which there were rumors that, Leo the Sixth, Leo the Wisest, or Leo the Wise, was the son of Basil and Evdokia Ingerina, was actually the son of Michael III, the previous emperor. There is evidence to support it, and I think it's not just rumors for us to speculate on. Those rumors were founded, and I want to so Basil I was actually kind of old when he took the power, when he became friends, let's say, with Michael III and joined his entourage. So Basil the First was 40, his 40s at least. I'm not sure if he was 45, but he was in his 40s, and he was a wrestler, and a very famous wrestler at that. Even though he was old, he was vigorous, okay? He was athletic, and he was very famous in the empire. He was some kind of a national celebrity, a national hero, because he actually wrestled some Bulgarians and he won, okay? So he had some kind of a nationalistic element to his fame. So everyone loved him, everyone knew him, and Michael III, the previous emperor, was kind of a fan of Basil. So because Michael was, and I don't think it's exaggerated to say that he was a drunkard and kind of a party animal. So, and that's where it begins. I think his father died when he was around 2 years old, very young. So he didn't have a father figure in his life.
Yes, that's correct too.
So, yeah. So he didn't have a father figure in his life. His uncle, with the help of his uncle, he takes the power away from his overbearing mother, who tries to dictate him a wife. Michael famously was very fond of Evdokia Ingerina, and he didn't want to marry the other Evdokia that he was forced upon, but he did. He married her. And what happens is that with the help of his uncle, Vardas, I believe, he takes the power away from his mother. He doesn't like Vardas because he has a lot of power. However, Vardas is a good guy. He is a good ruler as well. But, when you have a young man, he feels that his ego is damaged, let's say, because he doesn't have power. He's the emperor, supposedly, but he wants to take some control. So he becomes friends with Basil I. They become drinking buddies. They party. And Basil is some kind of a father figure because he's around 20, 25, 28 years senior to Michael III. So Basil is a father figure to him. Michael trusts him with many things. Now, it's not clear that Michael knew about this, but Basil I goes and murders the uncle of Michael, Vardas. So he murders the uncle, and instead of being imprisoned or punished, Michael actually promotes him to a co-emperor. So yeah, he's a known murderer. Everyone knows that he did it, and he's rewarded for it. Now Basil, as time goes by, is married to Ingerina, Evdokia Ingerina, the previous lover of Michael. Now, Michael obviously did this just to have Ingerina close by in the palace, so he can, be very close to her. So these were the rumors begin. So, and this is founded. These rumors are founded later on by the actions of the next emperor in line, who, yeah, I think it's Leo. Yeah, before Leo's, yeah. So Leo gets conceived while Michael is still alive, and Basil actually goes ahead and murders Michael in his sleep, in his drunken sleep, outside Constantinople. So what happens is that Michael gets murdered, and he's buried without imperial honors. He's buried like a peasant, and only his close family is allowed to mourn him. So, and what is remarkable is that nobody bats an eye, nobody cares. It seems that no rebellion happens, and nobody protests this murder. And Basil, and another reason to actually support this claim that his son, Leo, that is conceived during Michael's reign, is actually his bastard, is that, well, Leo is kind of hated by Basil. So his son is hated, and he actually prefers his other son, Constantine, to be the new emperor. So it's not clear why Basil actually murders Michael. The reason I believe it happened, because as we said, nobody batted an eye, so nobody cared. I believe is that Michael actually is the father of Leo, and perhaps this rumor will get more truth to it as time goes by, and perhaps Michael conceives more children, and people will notice. So I believe that's one of other reason. And Michael dies. Basil becomes the emperor. His eldest son, Constantine, his favorite son, also dies, and Leo is next in line. The guy he hates, the son he hates, supposed son. Now, Leo is also being imprisoned by Basil at one point during the later stages of his life. So just to see how much of this hatred is and this distrust and between the two men, okay? So he's imprisoned, and then Basil releases him, and then Basil dies. So before we go forward, I'd also like to mention that Basil was not basically a brute and a murderer and a drunkard, because he began the Basilica, which is a translation and the addition of new laws from Justinian's law code. So he begins this work. He also renovates palaces. He's a builder, but none of his works really survives the test of time. So we can't really see the magnificence of his work. But the Basilica has started to be composed. He supervises it, but he's not a literate man. He was a peasant, so he can't really do much about it. And the reins passed to Leo VI, the Wise. Now, Leo, what he does, one of the first things he does, is to actually go and bury the Michael III with full imperial honors. So this is another point to say that, probably Michael was his father, but it could also be a political move to say that, I will be an honorable emperor. So it goes either way. Anyway, Leo VI finished. I will not go into detail about his life and his works, but what's important is that Leo actually finishes the Basilica. He's an intellectual emperor. That's why he's called the wisest, although his decisions are not that wise. The woman he marries, he actually doesn't like her that much. He was imposed. She was imposed on him, let's say. So I think he conceives a daughter, but she goes ahead and goes into the monastery because they didn't have a love life, really. So Leo marries remarries later on. She goes to a monastery. Leo remarries another woman, his previous love. He conceives daughters again. The succession is not safe. She dies. He marries another woman, a third woman. Now, at that point, this was considered adultery, borderline adultery in the Byzantine world by that point. But through clever maneuvers and through his intellectual prowess, let's say, he goes ahead and seeks support from the Pope and other. And I will not go into detail. There was a schism, the Photian schisms in the same era. Or the important thing is that what he does is that he manages to actually have a third marriage. His third marriage provides him with a son, so his wife gives a son. So although his wife dies and the son dies later too, as an infant. So Leo goes ahead and does the unthinkable and has a fourth wife. So this has never happened before. This was scandalous. This was adultery by the era's standards. So through clever maneuvering, he managed to pull it through. His new wife provides him with a son. That is Constantine VII, Porphyrogenitos. So he manages to actually have a son. Succession is safe, and the Leo proves to be not that much of a wise person, although he was very smart. He's not that wise because if he actually had a loving relationship with his first wife, he could have had this. He could have ensured the succession is safe without going to do all these tricks. Okay. Now this caused problems because Constantine VII was now considered to be kind of illegitimate, but not really. So Constantine VII ascends the throne later on. In between, Alexander also has the throne. Alexander is the younger brother of Leo. He's a drunkard. Now that's important, and I wanted to mention this, is that Alexander also partakes in some kind of pagan ritual in order to be able to conceive children, because he wasn't able to conceive children. He was old too. He was a drunkard, wasn't very healthy. But he fails and dies soon after. And I wanted to draw attention to this because it seems that, some kind of pagan ritual was still alive in the 10th century by that point. So, so later on, Constantine takes the reins. Constantine is intellectual emperor. He takes the reins kind of late in his life, around 45, 48, because he's overshadowed by Romanos Lekapinos, who took the throne. He usurped the throne when he was younger. He carries again the curse of the Macedonians. He has his own daddy issues. Romanos Lekapinos, usurped his throne. He believed that he will never rule. Lekapinos also promotes his own sons to take the throne from him. But surprisingly, when his son dies, he gives the reins to Constantine, and Constantine takes the throne when he's quite middle-aged, in his 50s. So he hated in any case, he hated Romanos, and this hatred passed on to his son, who was Romanus II, his namesake. So Romanus II, he tells him, your grandfather and this side of your family, your half of your family, because, as I didn't mention, Constantine VII actually marries Lekapinos' daughter, okay, Helena, I believe. So he marries his daughter. He passes on his hatred to his son Romanos II, who is Basil's father. Okay. Now as we see, Romanos II. Now, this is a personal belief of mine. Believes that although he was good, he was well prepared to take the throne. He kind of felt like less of a man to his father because of his half of his genes, let's say, his half of the tree, of the dynasty tree. So Romanos II takes the throne later on when Constantine dies, and what he does is he's been called as a drunkard and as a more of a party animal like his predecessors, some of his predecessors. But I think this is an unfair assessment for him because he carried the burden of ruling the empire. He led campaigns. He was a vigorous man. He led famously. He orchestrated the expedition at Crete to retake Crete. He appointed capable people like Nikephoros Phokas, who later takes the throne. Okay. So he was a capable emperor, although dies unexpectedly during a hunt. And Nikephoros Phokas goes ahead and takes the throne. Young Basil is around 5 years old, I believe, 5 or 7 years old. So he's very young at that point. He's not fit to rule. Nikephoros Phokas takes the throne. He marries Theophano. Theophano is the wife of Romanos II. And now I will not go into detail on Nikephoros and Tsimiskis' rule. Famously, Tsimiskis goes ahead and murders Phokas and rules as well for a little while. And then we have, obviously, Basil. Now, this was a little brief summary. I think I didn't do it much justice because we have to go through it very fast. But that's a very short summary of the dynasty before Basil II. Now, for Theophano, okay, the mother of Basil and the wife of Romanos II, and later the wife of Nikephoros Phokas. Well, Theophano was kind of a scheming woman. Okay, I don't think it's unfair to believe it. Although the contemporary historians said that she did many other things, like poisoning Romanos II and poisoning his father, Constantine VII. I don't believe these rumors are true, are to be believed, because this would be kind of stupid moves for her place. But what is true is that she actually sidelined the sisters and mother of Romanos II. So what she did was actually to close his sisters to a monastery, and yes, she forced them to take vows, and his mother was also forced to be into a secluded corner of the palace. She was neglected. She was old too, and she died quietly. Nobody cared really about her at that point. So she managed to be the sole female influence inside the palace, let's say. So she was scheming. Nobody denied that. She was politically savvy. She managed to take control, and she was very smart. She later on marries Nikephoros Phokas, who comes in and takes the throne. They don't have a loving marriage. because Nikephoros has lost his wife previously and son. He vowed to be celibate. So, and for a woman like Theophanou, Theophanou liked men. Okay, to put it like this. So Theophanou liked men. She
She was
didn't
still
like
quite
that.
a
She
young
didn't
woman
have.
as well, I understand.
Yeah,
I think she was only in her 20s or something. So.
Correct. She was young. She was beautiful. She proved she was scheming. Okay, as we said, and she famously plots the murder of Nikephoros by Tsimiskis, who probably was her lover, but this is not proven. Okay, so Tsimiskis goes ahead, becomes the new emperor, and he banishes her into a monastery. So Theophanou ends up leaving the palace. Now, young Basil witnesses all this. He witnesses the murder of his stepfather. Okay, he witnesses the death of his father when he was younger. He has a new father, James Keys, who is kind of a distant. He is busy campaigning. He rules for a little while, not that long. And this must have been very traumatic for a young boy. And his mother, everyone says that she was an adulterous woman. She was responsible for the murder of his second father, his stepfather Nikephoros. So I'm not sure if he actually hated his mother, because when he took the throne, he actually brought her back from the monastery to live in the palace for a little while. But this for sure left a big trauma on young Basil and his brother too, Constantine VIII. So, and this is very important for the events that follow. So, young Basil, as I think Psellos says this, or Skeletons, no, it must be Psellos, that he was kind of indulging in partying. Basil, okay? So, Basil, when he was young, kind of indulged in women and partying.
I actually have the
So,
exact quote in front of me, if don't mind
yeah,
me
go
reading.
ahead.
So it is Psellos. He says, "The Emperor Basil, he seemed austere and abrupt in manner, an irascible person who did not quickly change his mind, sober in his daily habits and averse to all effeminacy. But if I am to believe the historians of that period who wrote about him, he was not at all like that when his reign began. A change took place in his character after he acceded to the throne, and instead of leading his life of his former dissolute, voluptuous sort of life, he became a man of great energy. In his early days, he used to feast quite openly and frequently indulged in the pleasures of love. His main concern was with his banqueting and a life spent in gay, indolent atmosphere of the court. The combination of youth and unlimited power gave him opportunities for self-indulgence, and he enjoyed them to the full."
Correct. I have a huge smile on my face, because this goes completely opposite to what we know, to what most people know about Basil. Okay, this is a very interesting part of his life, and thank you for quoting. I did not remember it out of my mind right now, but yeah, as you said, he indulged in the pleasures of love and youthfulness and partying and feasting when he was young, along with his brother. So we imagine that he and Constantine, his younger brother, had a very close relationship. Okay, they only practically had each other when they were young.
They
And
do
also, not to
quite a few
mention,
things together, if
yeah.
I Well, they do a few things
Sorry,
together as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Well, he's with him during the campaign against Focus. He's
That's
also
right.
he joins a campaign in 995 with Basil just because he is there when Basil's trying to persuade his sister to marry Vladimir. So he does pop up every so often to actually do things.
Correct. And he took part in at least one battle, if I'm not wrong, at least one. And there is a famous depiction of him with a long spear. He's tall and imposing, like surrounded by troops. So yeah, he was Constantine also took part in the campaigns, in the early campaigns. Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah. So yeah, Constantine and Basil practically are very close in the beginning. They are completely opposites as characters. As times goes by, these they diverge a lot. So at that point, and I believe later on, yeah, they diverge a lot later on. Basil was not as tall as Constantine. He was not as handsome as Constantine, and he was not as charismatic, at least with with other commoners or nobles. He was charismatic with the troops and the soldiers, and he was not that much fun to be around if you are not subordinates. So I'm not sure if you want to add something to this. I saw you unmuted.
No, I was just going to say that the irony is, as much as you say it may have not been that much fun to be around, he was actually known for jokes. And there is in Michael, there are actually 4 jokes I found, or have been. This is actually an article by Linda Garland where she identifies 3 jokes in Michael Sellos, and also there may be a joke in his land law, or sort of a hyperbolic joke, where, and it's a sort of a very particular kind of dry humor. It's very matter of fact. In the land law, he says that there's been an issue of people proving that they've owned a land for 40 years and therefore it's theirs by the Dynasty, which is a provision in Romanus I's land law. And he gets rid of that. And in his own land law, he says that unless these people can prove that they've had this land since before the time of Augustus, they can't reclaim it, which is, yeah, it's kind of, it's a hyperbolic joke.
It's kind of a joke. It is.
But it's like, it's going to go, unless they can prove it's basically been there since the dawn of time, they're not allowed it.
Yeah.
And
there's
some other jokes as well.
I don't think it's right. I think it's very clever. It's kind of a jab to the
He has this kind of sardonic wit. And the other thing is that Isaac I, when he's very ill, he entertains his entourage by talking about stories of Basil and jokes that Basil used to say. Where is it? Here it is. He talked. This is Michael Sellos again. He talked in a rather provincial dialect, cracking jokes more than his wont. This is about Isaac, and kept us till evening with stories of the old times, recalling all of the witty sayings of Romanus's son, the Emperor Basil the Great. So despite this sort
Yeah.
of one of the characteristics of Basil II was he was witty, which I find is quite funny.
Yeah, and it's not surprising. He was a very smart guy. You have to be smart in order to do the things he has done administratively and in battle. So yeah, it's not surprising to me that he was witty. He had humor, and that's not to say that he. Now, what I've said, that he was not fun to be around. He.
No, it
what
just prompted my interlude. But yes.
Yeah, and you collected it, and thank you for that. And it's that's why I've said that he was not fun to be around if you were not actually if you were a pretentious aristocrat, let's say. So I think you would agree that he didn't like that much to be around the other, the brown nosing and the fake smiling and all these fake people that were at court.
I think it probably ties into why he didn't like panegyrics and things like that, where people were singing his praises, because just like, no, none of that. There's also, I think, also in terms of his approach to rebels and jokes, there is a apparently quite famous line that he said when he met Skleros for the final time. And so when he came into sight, Selos says, the emperor, seeing Skleros approaching some way off, turned to the bystanders and made his celebrated remark. Everyone knows the story. So this is the man I feared, a supplicant dotard, unable to walk by himself. And this is because Skleros is blind and needs to be led by the hand to meet him. But I think it's... and then Skylitzes adds that he of whom I stood in fear and dread is approaching, led by the hand. So this is someone that really terrified Basil, this usurper. But at the same time, he's making a joke about him and making a mockery of him.
Okay, that's more accurate. Yeah. And that ties to one of these points, like he hated the aristocracy of that era, because they tried to they tried to usurp him with all those rebellions, and this contributed also to his paranoia later on in life, as he would not share power with anybody. He would not allow this to happen at any cost. And this was the downfall of the Macedonian dynasty, as we will see later on. And yes, so Basil essentially is a very different personality than Constantine, his brother. And in theory, they were co-rulers, so co-emperors. In reality, I think Basil and Constantine came to some sort of an agreement. And that agreement was that Basil wanted to rule solely and completely and autocratically the empire and the armies. He wanted to administrate, he wanted to be the sole administrator, he wanted to be the sole general. But Constantine would not rule. However, he would be present at the court, he would be present at ceremonies, he would be present in this, which Basil wasn't interested in anyways. So he lets Constantine do that, but he would not have any real, actual power and say in how to rule. Basil would not allow that, and Basil was a scary guy. He nobody could say no to him, otherwise bad things would happen. So not even his brother. And I think they came to this agreement. Constantine sires 3 daughters. And what is surprising here, that even though they agreed to something like this, and they kind of agreed that Constantine and his line would continue the Macedonian dynasty. This is personal belief. This is not recorded. This agreement is not recorded anywhere. So even though they they silently agree on this, it seems that when Constantine's wife dies, he doesn't remarry. So it seems that Basil doesn't allow Constantine to remarry and have more children and actually produce a son to continue the line. So that's
it's
very
a tricky
interesting.
because unfortunately, we just, on this whole subject of Basil II, his wife, and Constantine VIII, there's so much we don't know. It's difficult to say one thing as being definite. But I was thinking in a similar vein, in that I think very early on, perhaps even before he became senior Augustus, Basil seems to have decided not to marry anyone. Why, we don't know. But as you were saying before, I think there's a lot of reasons for why he may have chosen not to marry, because his life up until that point had been one of tragedy. And there's increasingly lots of reasons why perhaps he shouldn't get married. And I think perhaps, again, this is speculation, but it seems that Constantine VIII seems to have been the person to focus on the dynasty. And he has his children. He's already perhaps married or already married by the time he becomes senior co-Augustus in 976. So, and he has children. He has his 3 daughters very early on. So Eudokia is born in 978, Zoe is born in 979, and Theodora is born in 980. And then I can't remember exactly which date, but then Constantine VIII's wife does die, and he decides not to remarry. Or it is decided for him he's not meant to remarry. So I wonder.
I don't think it's his decision. It was because if Basil wanted him to get married, he would get married. I don't think it was his decision, to be honest.
Unfortunately, we'll just never know on that particular point.
We will never know, of course. We will never know. We can only make speculation about these things. Yeah,
exactly. I think perhaps what could be said is that perhaps Basil was betting on his brother to continue the dynasty, and because he only had daughters, there was no obvious successor to take over. And female succession in the empire has always been notoriously difficult and very rare. And
that's right.
I think also something to remember is that if you think about what happens in their early life and what happens during the early years of their reign, you have rumors of Theophano, poisoning everyone around her, and then is more securely probably definitely involved in the death of Nicephorus II. You have John I marries one of Romanus II's sisters, but that's a political thing. So it's sort of, he only does that because he wants to tie himself into the imperial dynasty. You've got the death of their father at a very early age, and you have all of these rebellions. You have Nicephorus II, who rebels against them and marries their mother. Again, that's a political marriage. So there's this use of women as sort of political pawns in various games, and also lots of scandal, and also the raising of these aristocrats up into positions of power because of their marriage to the female members of the dynasty. So
That's right.
I think there's perhaps some understanding can be made that marrying anyone within the empire is a no-no, because also something I have observed is that there are a number of marriages that are arranged for the imperial dynasty and around it. So Basil II wasn't totally against marriages taking place. So, for instance, his sister marries Vladimir the Great. Maria Argyropoulina marries John Orsello, who's the son of the Doge of Venice. And Maria is related to the imperial dynasty. I think she's a cousin or something.
I've seen some.
There's
Yeah.
and then Zoe herself is arranged to be married to Otto III, and had he not died in that same year, probably would have happened.
Yeah, very tragic for Zoe, because her only chance to marry was that, and Basil famously didn't let her marry anyone else. She asked and asked and asked, but Basil has made up his mind. He would not marry anyone within the empire. So, as you said correctly, he married his sister Anna to Vladimir of the Rus for the 6,000 Varangian Varangians. Okay, and that's a very important part for the Rus or the Russian history in general. As she goes along with she, by the way, is the only person, the only Porphyrogenita, to actually manage to marry outside the empire and marry a foreign ruler. So not even Bulgaria, not even the Holy Roman Empire managed to actually do a royal marriage with this dynasty. Okay, so the Rus
That's another
managed
point
to
I
do it.
wanted to make, in that for Basil himself, if he's ruled out marrying someone from within the empire, it's very rare that emperors in this period and before actually have a foreign woman marry into the imperial dynasty. It becomes very common after Alexius I, but like, you can count on one hand the number of people that did this. There's Justinian II, Constantine V, and that is it. As far as I'm aware, there may be one or two others, but it is very rare for a foreign princess to marry into the imperial dynasty.
Yeah.
So,
and at one point,
it's just one of those things, a bit like Elizabeth I, that there was no one suitable to marry, and all the people that could have been married are dead. So it just never happened. But then there's more questions to ask, and why didn't he try and have Zoe married off to somewhere else? So on and so forth. But it's
to add to that point,
we will never have a definite answer about.
At one point, Leo, I think. Yeah, but that's a correct observation. I think Leo or Constantine was at one point. I think Constantine the Seventh was at one point. They tried to marry him off to. a Bulgarian princess. Yeah, and these didn't go anywhere. So, it was very rare to take a foreign princess as an emperor of the Eastern Romans. However, it wasn't that uncommon to marry off a princess outside. So, it's Anna goes to the Rus. Now Vladimir converts to Christianity. This is a pivotal point in the Russian history. There are many monuments of Vladimir throughout Russia and Ukraine, modern Ukraine, and many priests go along and convert parts of the population and nobility. They have children too, although it's not clear whether these children actually are Anna's. They are certainly Vladimir's. So Vladimir was polygamous before marrying and becoming a Christian. So it's not that clear whether we have some descendants there in the Rurik dynasty. So that's as far as we know. She did help build churches, so she was overseeing it. I think I've read somewhere that she had nightmares about going that far away and marrying this barbarian at the north. But who could say no to Basil? Yeah. So
well, apparently it took a lot of wrangling and persuading from her brothers to get her to go.
Yeah.
For most people that were born in or lived in Constantinople, leaving it was a fate worse than death for most people.
Exactly. So it turns out her life wasn't that bad after all when she went. Vladimir was a relatively good husband to her, as far as I know. So it wasn't that bad for her. And as you also said, Zoe was to marry Otto III of the Holy Roman Empire. She goes to Italy to Bari, I believe, and Otto dies. So I think Otto dies before she arrives. So she goes back again to Constantinople, and there goes her chance to marry young. So I think she was at her 20s at that point, but I may be wrong. So at 23, I believe she was at that point. Anyway, so his Constantine's daughters remain unmarried, and Constantine is not allowed to remarry. And I think Basil, as you said, would not allow anyone of the aristocrats to gain power within the empire by marrying one of his nieces, even though it's reported that he actually loved his nieces. So he loved them, but he didn't love them enough to provide them with a husband. They certainly wanted a husband. Zoe, for sure.
Theodora never marries herself, as far as I'm aware.
Theodora never marries. However, I believe, actually, when she was younger, she was not close to the idea of marrying. Even though she expressed later on in her life that she didn't want to, because it would be immoral, because she could not conceive children, or something along those lines. I think when she was younger, she actually wanted to perhaps to get married, especially when the messengers. I'm not sure. Yeah, bro. The messengers that Otto sent to choose the suitable princess for him when they interviewed, quote unquote. So this is a woman. She probably expressed her desire to get married. However, Zoe was the most beautiful of the three. There was a third sister, I didn't mention her as she was kind of irrelevant because she went to a monastery. She wasn't. She was slightly deformed from an.
Oh, this was
smallpox.
Eudokia. Yeah, she got smallpox, which disfigured her.
Yep. She was disfigured. She didn't want to. She wanted a religious life anyway. She wanted to be a nun anyway, regardless. So it worked pretty well for Basil and Constantine. So they didn't have to worry about marrying her off. So she went to a monastery and died soon after, I believe. So I don't believe we have much information about what happens to her later on. So the two daughters of Constantine, up until their 40s, I believe, remain unmarried. Basil and Constantine must have had some kind of falling off, because Basil doesn't allow him to get remarried. He indulges into drinking and gambling, Constantine, that is. And
or chooses not to.
I believe. Sorry?
Or he chooses not to remarry. We don't know.
Or he chooses not to remarry. We don't know. And Constantine spends time outside the palace and outside Constantinople in the countryside, not very far away, however, and he indulges in those things there. So, and I'm not sure who wrote this. I'm not sure if it's Psylos or Oskilitzis that mentions that Basil basically demanded that Constantine be not present in the court when he was as well during the later parts of his life, because as we said earlier, Constantine was a tall guy, he was handsome, and he didn't want him to be overshadowed by his brother. So that's speculation, okay, that he didn't want to be overshadowed.
There is a line in Psellos that he basically, after the civil wars, basically pushes Constantine out of any sort of power, and starts to rely on him less. But how true that is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because Psellos himself was not there either.
Yeah, only later on. Yeah, only from the account from that he has. He was kind of contemporary on this during this era. Yeah.
But also, Constantine ends up leading or participating in a campaign after that point. So, again, it's difficult to say if that did happen, what that meant. Was Constantine helping Basil making decisions, and then at some point told not to do that, but could still do stuff, anything he wanted? Don't know. Again, one of the first things I talked about was all the sources and the lack of information we have about Basil. I think this is a big aspect of it, and which has little to no information about.
That's right. Correct.
And until we find a new big source, that the big write-up on Basil II, I think that will not change.
We probably would have found it already if there was, or we would have heard about something like this existing by that point. But it's not impossible for us to find something like this at any point.
And new things do turn up, like a second manuscript of Michael Psellos turned up like 30 years ago or something. Before there used to be just one. Which,
that's very interesting. I haven't heard about it. Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. So it's not many things will come up, and answers probably will be given about these things.
Possibly
not to make some speculation.
But sometimes we
So,
just have to accept the known unknowns as well.
yeah, that's right. That's right. And it seems that yeah, so they kind of had some kind of falling off, at least at one point, probably, although we will not know. And I believe that was because Basil kind of had this idea about Constantine, that this speculation again, that's okay, man, you had one job, produce an heir and be done with it. And he felt that he had only one job. I go into the trenches, I do all these things, and you can't even produce a son. You are fertile. Why can't you do it? So,
Yes,
so
and he also never
probably
marries for love, like Romanus II did, or known to sire any illegitimate children. So it must have been a very conscious effort on his part not to do anything of that sort.
Perhaps.
The nature of which,
possible.
unfortunately, we do not know.
Yep, that's right. That's right. And what happens is that Basil is on his deathbed, and I believe that he reconciled with Constantine, because Constantine, he recalls him from the countryside, and we don't know what they talked about. But it seems that he passed on the reins to Constantine, and Constantine was now the sole emperor of the empire. And Constantine is in big trouble.
I may add that Constantine himself makes no plans for the succession until he's died.
That's right. But I think he procrastinated choosing a proper successor. But I believe that he actually took measures, because as during his reign, during this, I think 35 months, something like this. During this time that he ruled, he went on to blind, essentially, a lot of people from the old aristocracy. And I mean many people, many of the Focadis, many of the Scleri, and other prominent aristocrats, even children, grandchildren of the rebels, of the previous rebels, of the Vardas Focas and Vardas Skleros. So lots of blindings, lots of it could seem kind of tyrannical today, and perhaps it was seen as tyrannical that day too, and perhaps it was, because even young people, like not even prominent officers, and they were preemptively blinded. So it wasn't proven that they planned on doing anything. And I think this laid the groundwork for the rise of the new aristocracy, because none of the old aristocracy could rule at that point. They were blinded, they were not available. So he goes ahead and it laid the groundwork for a more peaceful rule of his daughters later on. I think he took action. He did these things, but as you said, he didn't choose a successor. He didn't choose someone to marry one of his daughters up until the last minute. Literally, on his deathbed, right? He chooses Valasinos, a governor very far away. His advisors persuade him, but he's very far away. He does not have time to come here. Choose someone much closer. He chooses Argyros, who is much closer, to marry, interestingly, Theodora, not Zoe, the eldest and most beautiful daughter, but Theodora, the younger. Theodora refuses to marry him, as she says she's kind of infertile at that age, and he's basically a third cousin, so it would be kind of incestual. So says, okay, fair enough. Zoe, come on, and you marry him. So Zoe goes ahead and marries the Michael Argyros, or sorry, Romanos Argyros. It's not Michael Argyros, correction. And literally a day later, Constantine passes away. So in his mind, the succession is kind of safe, as Romanos Argyros was also very senior. He didn't have children either. He was pressured and forced to divorce his earlier wife to do it. So, in theory, the succession isn't safe, but it's not everything is doomed for now. So Romanos, third Argyros, marries Zoe, and now the burden of finding what to do and not what to do not plunge the empire into chaos falls on Zoe and Theodora. So Zoe rules with Romanos a little bit. They have an intimate life early on. Zoe wanted this all of her life, so this was the chance for her to kind of indulge in it. Now Zoe, we didn't mention it earlier, was into cosmetics, and she looked very young for her age. Even up until now, she was in her 40s. Even up until her 60s, she looked very young, and people thought she would live practically for a long, long time. She experimented a lot with cosmetics too. She believed that she could. She also believed that she could conceive at that age. So it wasn't impossible, but she tried. She failed. Also, reportedly, some pagan practices also took place to help with fertility, but obviously all of them failed. And she actually takes a lover around that age, around that era, because Romanos is kind of old. He is not able to be intimate that much as time goes by.
It's not very interested in her either.
Not very interested, yeah, to put it politely, let's say. So she finds a boy toy, Michael the Paphlagonian, yeah. So he's young, he's handsome, he's vigorous, and Romanos seems to be okay with it, surprisingly. Although it is mentioned that he kind of forces Michael to massage his feet and bath him or something along those lines, just to tell him, okay, you are the plaything of the empress, but don't forget I'm the emperor, so I have the power here. So I think, so he kind of claimed some power there, but the truth is that obviously Zoe was interested in men, and she liked Michael. There is a rumor that she actually poisoned Romanos, because Romanos dies later on, suspiciously in the pool of the palace, I believe, or he was swimming
dies in
and
the bath.
just dies in the bath. Yeah, so he just dies. So there is mention that he was kind of swelling in different places of his body during the last.
This is one of these. Was it poison, or was he just very ill situations?
Yeah. Or perhaps he was very old and just had a heart attack or something along those lines. So who knows? Who's to tell? Thing is, Zoe, the beautiful Zoe, the youthful as she was perceived to be, Zoe marries, literally announces it during Romanos' funeral that she's going to marry Michael, the Paphlagonian. This is Michael the Fourth. Yep. and they go ahead and they marry. Now, Michael, the man he is, he turns out to make a couple of bad decisions. I will not go into detail about his rule, but he kind of sidelines Zoe. He encloses her to her quarters, to the woman's quarters, and he rules solely for a little while. Then becomes ill and becomes kind of hideous and not pretty to look at. So Zoe doesn't hold a grudge against him. She still loves him, and when he's on his deathbed, she kind of requests to go see him, but he declines. He doesn't let her, either out of guilt or either because he didn't want her to see him in this condition. So he wanted her to remember him as this handsome guy. So we will never know the reason. So Michael dies, but before he died, he adopted his nephew, Michael V. Now, Zoe comes again and adopts also Michael V. They hold hands, the people cheer, they see their empress again after all those years that she was enclosed. They rejoice, and little Michael thought they rejoiced for him for some reason. He thought that all these people were so happy to see him. Okay, and later on he banishes our beautiful Zoe to the monastery. Now the people don't like it, not one bit. And what happens is a revolt inside Constantinople. A mob goes ahead and demands Theophanot, not for Theophanot, they demand Zoe to return to the palace. Around that time, perhaps earlier, I believe, the other, her sister, Theodora, also went to a monastery, was enclosed to a monastery. And
yeah, she got herself into a little spot of bother plotting against Romanus III. And was
I think that was quite early. Yeah, and she was forced essentially to go to the monastery. She took part in two revolts, I believe. Two attempted usurpations.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up because we are heading towards our next section, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Okay, we will finish up very quickly now. In any case, there's nothing else much to say right now at that point. So what happens is a massive revolt inside Constantinople forces Michael to bring back the girls, the women, not the girls. So they come back. Michael sadly falls into mob justice. So what happens now is something that has never happened before and would never happen again, which is that the two women rule as co-empresses. So both Theodora and Zoe rule at this point for a couple of months, 3 or 4 months, as co-empresses. And they kind of did a decent job. Now, later on, Zoe remarries for a little while. There are some scandals there. Because she marries probably one of her other lovers. Now another thing that happens is a kind of a love triangle. This other guy that she marries is in love with another younger woman. She brings the other younger woman inside the palace, probably poisons her because she dies young. They had some kind of polyamorous relationship previously. But what happens is that, just to speed things up, essentially they all die, and the only person that stays alive is Theodora. And she is kind of old by that point. However, she rules. She rules for a little while. She proves to be a competent ruler, a very wise ruler. There are plans and speculations of her planning an invasion or an expansion into the east. So we see that the empire was quite strong at that point. So there are plans, and the people apparently thought she would live another 10 years or so. She was in her 70s at that point. So she suddenly falls ill. She hastily adopts another guy. I think Michael the Sixth.
Michael Bringas, yes.
Yep, Michael Bringas. She adopts her really quickly. Famously, she wasn't able to speak at that point, so she nodded the approval of adopting him. And Michael doesn't rule for much long because our boy, Isaac Komnenos, comes in and usurps the throne. And that is the end of the Macedonian dynasty. And
Thank you
the
very
beginning
much.
of a new one. Yep. Thank you.
Well, I think we've covered everything that we wanted to for that one. Thank you very much for your talk. And I think we'll have a short break now before our final guest appears. John, you're very welcome to stay on if you wish.
Great. Thank you for this collab. It was a pleasure for me to speak here. I'm sorry if I went on a tirade a little bit longer than I had to, but yeah, I was very happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Well, I will see you all shortly. See you soon.
See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Just getting everything ready for our final section, which will be about the legacy of the Bulgar-slayer. And we are waiting for our final guest. Aha. Here he is. Hello.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you
do
hear
you hear
me?
me?
I can.
I'm not sure if I hear you on the stream or on the on YouTube. Let me just mute YouTube.
Can you hear me now?
All right. So now I'll have to wait for you to say something, so I can check
Hello.
if I hear you on the streaming service, whatever you call it. No.
Hello.
Okay. Give me a second.
Can you hear me?
Oh, right now I do. I had to
Perfect.
change the thingy, the audio device. Yeah,
It's quite all right.
absolutely. So thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
And how do you want to do it? I just don't want to reiterate the points that people have brought up before I came, because I've only listened to the later parts.
Mm.
And
Well,
yes.
So we've covered the sources for Basil, a little overview. I've talked about his rebellions and a little bit about his wars in Bulgaria. Schwerpunkt has talked about Italy. Byzansimp has talked about Basil in the east. And Fotis and John from Project Glorious have talked about his internal policies and also his dynasty and marriages and so forth. So we're
right.
on the final bit, which is about Basil the Man, the legend.
All right. So I think there are like a couple of points, a couple of directions through which you can address this issue, right? There is the legacy of Basil in the sort of in actual Byzantine history. There is also the image of Basil, the Bulgar-slayer, and all that in historiography and how it's evolved through time.
Mm.
And there is also like the legacy of Basil in a wider range. The things that he's done that affect the political history of, well, even of modern day, if we can be so brave to claim that. But certainly the regional politics of his immediate successors and such, and how
In
the
the
regions
decades that followed him.
Yes, absolutely. How the regions that he has affected with his policies have evolved. So which one would you like to start with?
Should we talk about should we start with the short term and move outwards?
So short term is yeah. Well, for the longest period of time, I think when I've just first started to discover Byzantine history, Basil II was held up as a very interesting figure, certainly a monumental one.
Mm.
If I can just quote for a guy who actually got me into the Byzantine history, one John Julius Norwich said, and what he writes about Basil, and I think it just gives us a good overview of what what historians, I know, like he's kind of a popular historian, right? So certainly in the context of the business of Eastern Roman history.
He is. So Norwich,
what's
just for a
used-
little bit
Yeah.
of context, Norwich is a professional historian for
Venice and
Norman
Sicily.
Italy
Oh,
and Sicily.
Sicily, yes.
And he, for fun, wrote books about Byzantium, but that's not his specialist subject.
Well, yes, he's certainly a wordsmith, and and so he writes very well in a certain style that it's I think is all too rare nowadays. And just to quote from him, from his the Bulgar-slayer chapter, he had been a phenomenon, effortlessly dominating church and state, and by virtue of his ability to combine the strategic vision of a commander-in-chief with the meticulous attention to detail of a drill sergeant, shown himself one of the most brilliant generals that the empire had ever seen. More remarkable still is the fact that, apart from what must inevitably surround the figure of an emperor, he was utterly devoid of glamour. His campaigns generated no thunder or lightning. Under him, the imperial army was more like a flood of volcanic lava, advancing slowly but inexorably. After his youthful humiliation at Trajan's Gate, which he never forgot, and for which the entire Bulgarian war was, in a sense, an act of revenge, he took few risks and suffered few casualties. But although he was trusted by his troops, they never loved him. No one ever did. No lonely man ever occupied the Byzantine throne. And it is hardly surprising. Basil was ugly, dirty, coarse, boorish, Philistine, and almost pathologically mean. He was, in short, deeply un-Byzantine. He cared only for the greatness of his empire. No wonder that in his hands it reached its apogee. In one respect only did he fail. He left no children. Although his attitude to women remained a mystery, could he not force himself to take a wife and engender a son or two for the empire's sake? Dying without issue, he virtually ensured its decline. He died on 15th September. By the 16th, the decline had already begun. So this is a very poetic and also a very characteristic of a man, sort of the picture of a man that we no longer, I think, perceive as our understanding of Basil's figure evolved through later history, later historiography, so to speak. Like this Norwich and well, I guess this would be like the 19th to the early 20th century. They picture this guy, a CEO of an empire, a guy who just, only interested in management of the empire and does a bang-up job of it, and but there is no humor, right? No glamour, just pure efficiency.
Militaristic emperor.
Militaristic, I guess, would be a too specific a term. Just a guy who values efficiency first and foremost, and nothing else. And he just, he does his job grimly, like a machine. And
which,
yeah,
I think it derives a lot from Michael Sellers's portrayal of the emperor, and increasingly in sort of the later 20th century, historians end up admitting that our understanding of Basil the Man, if you like, is basically the way that up until that point has basically been how Sellers portrays him, which is, even in its interpretation by scholars, is actually in some ways wrong, based on Sellers's own arguments. Like some historians in sort of the 19th and early 20th century saw Basil as sort of, I mentioned before, as a sort of anti-intellectual, which is not true. He just didn't was not a patron of the arts as much as other emperors were before and after him, but that wasn't to say that he hated all intellectuals. And in the same way that although Basil was he's talked about as the stern, austere, angry person, he also talks about how he has belly laughs. His whole form convulses when he laughs, like Brian Blessed, or in his own narrative, how he sort of weaves in these sardonic jokes that Basil makes, which he sort of quotes verbatim. And so, and his early life, where Sallust is almost completely bewildered by the fact that, and this may derive from Theodore Sebastian, I'm not sure, but he refers to how a historian describes him as a sort of dissolute youth before he became emperor in 976, and after that point decided to change his ways. And that's separate to Sallus's own discussion about how after the civil wars and getting rid of Akapanos, he has this sort of this transformation in character. Like he can just change it at a light switch. So it's kind of, there's flaws in what Sallust is trying to do, but there's also been flaws in historiographical interpretations of Basil the Man.
Yeah,
and
there is
knowledge is also very good, for capturing where kind of epitomizing older scholarship, because that's what he's largely relying on.
Well, yes, there's certainly a. This used to be I think, a basic MO for all historians, just taking one source, and in absence of alternatives, it just making it the sole source of the truth about someone's personality, and sometimes given the description that's been taken from this particular book, from a particular book, like their own flair, and just going with it, and thus creating an image that we now I think it very much is perpetuated by many other popular historians that base their portrayals solely on the most popular book. Like I don't know, like you'll take J.B. Barrie, right, or some classic source on the Byzantine history, and you just go with what that guy said. And now for all of us, this is the definitive Basil II. But lately it's been like we learn more, I guess, as more sources become more widely available. Like it's just how Norwich says no one ever loved Basil, which is kind of which is very strong and thing to say. Kind of makes you sad, but we certainly know that Basil had friends, that he wasn't always alone in his work. What's his name? I think Nicephorus Cepheus.
Oranos.
Oh yes, Oranos. Sorry, Cepheus is the guy who, I mixed them up. Cepheus is the one who betrayed him, right? He was just kind of trusted guy, like way later in his life. Nicephorus Oranos is his friend. The guy who died at Clydion was Theophylact.
It's just after. He's the Theophylact Botanieses.
Oh yeah,
dies just after Clydion.
Just after, yes.
And it affects Basil enough to make him end his campaign there and then.
Oh yeah, that's yes. This is the thing. He's purportedly had abandoned the campaign and retreated back. I guess as per usual, because those campaigns have taken some going on the second decade, I think, at that point. And only like after learning about the Samuel's death, he resumed that march on Ohrid. Yeah, so Basil certainly had friends. I think this is now an established fact that we can, we can. What's the word now? Debunk Norwich's claims that no one ever loved him. But as it pertains to Basil the Man, I think you have talked a lot with your with the previous guests about his early life experiences.
Yes, I thought that was very. Just as I've been researching about Basil for this, it struck me just how chaotic and how much scandal and toing and froing there was as he was growing up. So I won't go over it all again, but to think that had no impact on him whatsoever, I think would be ludicrous to say that it didn't.
Well, I think a connection that people often make, by people I mean historians, is that Basil witnessed a lot of these intrigue and court machinations and all of that throughout his early life, which made him cynical. Which is, I guess, is how like this armchair psychology works. That all he's described as this man, and people start to look for supposed reasons behind his morose character, or what have you. But have you talked in depth, I guess, about his relations with Lycapenos?
I've talked about the downfall of Lycapenos and how they had a growing enmity increasingly as Basil II got older.
Mm-hmm.
And then it all comes to a head in 985 when Basil dismisses him from service.
And Basil at this time was in his 20s. What was that?
Late 20s.
Late 20s, yeah.
About 27. Because he's about 18 when he becomes senior emperor.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how he becomes, or Basil Lycapenos becomes his regent, essentially, because in Skylitzes he says that Basil Lycapenos took charge because of the youth of Basil and Constantine, their youth, their inexperience, and their youth and inexperience, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's striking because to think that they've managed to get to 18, their late teens, and had no exposure to the government or campaigning or any of this before that. I mean, they joined one of Nicephorus II's campaigns, but that seems to have been it. So in terms of the actual education of these emperors, there doesn't seem to have been any, or it's all self-taught in the end. And I think Basil shows his inexperience in 986 with his disastrous campaign against the Bulgars.
The Trajan's Gate, the aforementioned one. Yeah. What I've always wondered is just how much of an influence Basil the Capinos was on Basil II's early life. Because one thing that contrasts them is that, well, I guess we kind of touched on that, but he doesn't share in his love of fine art, supposedly. Like we went over this a little bit, but it's still, I guess, a certainty that his interest in in being a patron of the arts does not extend to the levels of Basil the Capinos. So this certainly was not something that his what is that, second cousin twice removed, grand.
I think he's a grand uncle. Grand uncle. Because he's the son of. He is the brother-in-law
brother
of his grandfather.
Brother-in-law is in, well,
because he's the bastard son
of his grandmother. Yes, and Romanus's daughter is the grandmother of Basil.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, it's the great uncle. So he did not. So he's like the closest relations is being the brother of his grandmother. Yeah, so being great uncle. Yeah. So this is something that he didn't taught young Basil, I suppose. So speaking of Basil as a man, there is also a contrast between him and Constantine VIII, in that we get an image of Constantine VIII as a party boy, of a court, like a courtier, a prince for the palace, right? Who revels in like the fun times and pays no mind to the affairs of the empire. And Basil is juxtaposed against it as a dutiful, diligent, whilst not being cheerful at all. And we get very little also about very little information. I don't think it's in Psellos that much, and certainly not in Skylitzis, about the relations between two brothers.
Yes, with our previous guest, we were talking a lot about the known unknowns about the imperial dynasty at this time. That we don't know why Basil never married. We can guess that Basil and Constantine were very close because they do a few things together, but we don't know how their imperial dynamic worked. Was Constantine VIII in charge of the capital when Basil was away? We don't know, that sort of thing. There's all sorts of things we don't know about their relationship with each other. There was a mention that Constantine VIII may have been demoted after the revolts after the civil wars, but this comes from Psellos, and how reliable that is and what the nature of that is, we don't know. So there's so many unknowns about their relationship. And
so definitely not something we can deduce from like secondary, or something that we're just left to our own devices and have to guess what it used to be. That's the thing with like the sources. But touching on what Novish writes about his motives and his like emotional weight for the war with Bulgaria and the disastrous Trajan's Gate, as you mentioned, it never kind of strikes me as something, as an affair that's driven by this emotional motive, like revenge. I have to prove my worth. I have to show those Bulgars that I'm going to get one up on them. And it's where we come back to the image of the Basil and his legacy, the Bulgar-slayer thing. It only becomes a historical narrative, I think, 100 years, more than 100 years later. I think it's from Choniatis. You probably have you spoken about this?
No, I haven't. I've been saving the discussion of the Bulgar-slayer to now. Actually.
I see.
I did find a very interesting thing in my research for this, in that in the 11th century, in the life of St. John the Younger, there's this quote, and it says, Basil, who had the imperial power of the Romans, excelled in the diligent fight against the Bulgarians. He was so brilliant that his victories over them earned him a nickname. And although he doesn't actually say which nickname it is, it kind of alludes to the fact that this Bulgar-slayer epithet has probably come into being a little earlier than I think historians originally thought. But the first time it's actually used in our surviving sources is in Choniatis, which is well over a century afterwards.
Yes. And it's what you would nowadays call a propaganda narrative or something. I guess it's colored by the tendencies, by the the events of the day, so to speak, the new Bulgarian revolts, and because Choniatis writes at the end of the 12th century. So this narrative of Basil as the great enemy of the Bulgars may actually, I don't know how much of it used to be a general sentiment. So the wars with Bulgaria, they don't ever seem to be all that personal, ideological. What do you call it? As we now perceive like wars with between nation states.
It's not sort of a fixed idea of Basil's that he must conquer Bulgaria.
Yes.
I think there's a determination to get back everything that he had at the beginning of his reign. I think Paul Stevens, I mentioned this earlier, that Paul Stevenson has a suggestion that once he's got everything he started with, which is achieved by about 1005, he then is content to just raid what's left of Bulgaria every year. And then when in 1014 he is conducting one of these raids, he and Theophylact end up obliterating Bulgaria's attempt at resurgence, because they go on the offensive and they lose on two accounts. And then with the death of Samuel, opportunity springs up that Basil can actually make some more progress and then pushes through. And I think Stevenson's observation there, I think, holds some water. I don't think it holds some water. I think his other suggestion of some secret peace treaty that's been eliminated from the history books is a bit more far-fetched, but I do think he's right on that first point.
Well, and also here's I think what you've mentioned is from the legend of the Bulgar-slayer, right? It's Stevenson's book.
Yes,
Yeah,
he mentions it a couple of times in
Uh-huh.
his. There's 3 books he has about the Basil and the Balkans,
I see.
and he uses that same analysis in all 3 of them. It's partially based on Yayo of Antioch, because he stops at 1005 and then he kind of has an argument from silence, which he himself admits is a bit flimsy. But as all these things are, things which one historian says are perhaps speculation end up being treated as fact by another one, and then that gets baked into a historiographical narrative. So,
well, kind of like the whole Bulgar-slayer narrative, and Stevenson also is the main opponent, I think, of this. Well, I don't know if it has been if there was a revision of this, the image of the Bulgar slain before him, but I think he's the one who's brought it into the, I guess, academic mainstream.
Well, I think he's trying to, in the Legacy book, analysed a lot of the more material evidence and tried to temper our understanding of Basil the Bulgar-slayer, like find out where this came from, and just try and analyze it, bring it into focus. Because someone like Sellus never mentions that title. He just calls him Basil the Great. So kind of, I mean, also something to remember is there are Bulgarian revolts during the 11th century. So if the writer of St. John the Younger is correct, maybe there is the sort of feeling that as they're fighting the Bulgarians again, this kind of Basil as some sort of great Bulgar fighter comes back. But as you mentioned earlier, it kind of really comes into focus when Isaac II is fighting the Bulgarians in the late 12th century.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think this has been well, if we're talking about wider legacy and just jumping ahead a little bit, this certainly became a patriotic narrative, us versus them, in the 20th century, the Balkan Wars, and because the Balkans are a special kind of place, and once they get there,
not another Balkan War,
independence, they start sort of looking for narratives about how they are so much greater than their neighbors, and the Bulgar-slayer certainly fit into that particular mold. It's just something to tell a story about how you got one up on your neighbors. And
I remember reading
it's a very graphic. It's a very graphic tale, right? 15,000 blind. Not something you read every day.
Yes. I mean, a lot of historians have talked about the sort of legendary quality of this event. I read the passage earlier in my stream that, and even Skylitzes doesn't quite believe it himself, or the sources copying doesn't quite believe it himself in that. He tempers it with, so it is said, which is code in all sort of ancient and medieval sources, that what they're writing is something they've heard. They don't necessarily believe it, what they're saying, that he blinded 15,000. On the other hand, there's also snippets of evidence that Basil did commit lots of these sort of very cruel acts. But so later, I think it the following year, he blinds all the prisoners he takes after he's captured Bitola in Bulgaria. Probably not quite as many, but as blinding there. And then Matthew of Edessa, who's writing in the 12th century, mentions that when he was on campaign against, can't remember exactly who, but he's campaigning in the east, and his troops fail. I can't remember the exact details, but his troops fail him, and he has 13,000 of his soldiers blinded or killed.
Oof. Oof.
As in repercussion for that. So there is a capacity for this, and Matthew Edessa is writing much later, so the veracity of that particular statement is unknown. But I think if you look at the kind of warfare that the Byzantines have been waging before this point, it is very bloody. Like Nicephorus II is capable of just massacring the populations of entire cities and then selling the rest off into slavery. And Samuel too, he sacks and destroys Adrianople and Larissa during his campaigns. And there's lots of toing and froing. So although the blinding of the 15,000 has a legendary quality to it, I'm not against the possibility that it did happen. Whether it was 15,000 or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
But also, I've made the observation that Basil would have had a lot of Bulgarian POWs in 1014 because he's captured all the people from Clydion, and also Theophylact has sent all the prisoners he's taken from Samuel's other attack against Thessalonica at the same time, which have also been sent to Basil. So in this year, he unusually has the prisoners of two large Bulgarian armies, which perhaps both of them are roughly about 15,000 each.
Yeah, it could be. Could be real. Although I guess the logistics are kind of daunting, but
yes, what time of the year he did it, and I mean, there's lots of known unknowns, but I suppose this is the trouble with the study of Basil II, is that there are these huge gaps in our knowledge because of the state of the sources that survive.
That's true, but I think it's been lamented many a time, probably throughout this stream already as well, right?
Oh, indeed. Well, the first thing I mentioned was the state of the sources.
Okay.
It's just like, how do we know what we know? Unfortunately, we don't know all that much.
Yeah, that's really true.
Yes.
Now, to the about the Bulgarian War and its legacy, something that I think has become a also another popular theory, so to speak, is just the consequences of conquering Bulgaria. Something that used to be taken as an absolute positive. You just defeated this very stubborn and very difficult enemy, and now you have control over this. Well, you dominate the Balkans basically now. Back at the day when Basil was just the pinnacle of everything a Byzantine emperor could be, this has been viewed as and presented as nothing short of a great triumph. Nowadays, I think it's a more up to debate. How much did the empire gain? And certainly the later events in the Byzantine history prove that those guarding against the Danubian frontier isn't an easy task. And something that's also often brought up is the transfer of Eastern Roman power base from Anatolia to the Balkans, and just kind of, I guess, a more even split between the two at this point. It's not, it's not until the Turkic crisis and early and the not after the massacre and its consequences when the Anatolia is lost and Byzantium becomes a Balkan power, basically, rather than the Anatolian power, which it had been for, well, since the 7th century, I guess, more or less. And this change is certainly had been facilitated by Basil's conquest of Bulgaria and his policies of settlement of the many of the Byzantine nobility there. And if earlier you would have all the revolting generals come from Anatolia, from Cappadocia, from those regions, right? Different here with the Caliphate. When civil wars of the post Michael VII, post Massacre, post Romanus Diogenes come up, I think it's roughly even. Like all of those people called Nicephorus, they are strategoi of regions. I think a couple of them are from Anatolia, or no, from the Balkans as well. And
in 1078.
1078, yes.
Yes,
Mhm.
both Nicephorus, Bryennios, and Botaniates revolted exactly the same time.
Yes.
Botaniates is in the Anatolikon theme, which he's been made Strategos of.
Mm-hmm.
And Bryennios is in Dyrrhachium. They both rebel and head straight to Constantinople, and Botaniates gets there first.
Yeah, so it's now the military power, the influence of the nobility, this kind of split between the two halves, and the Basil does a lot to disperse, to dissolve the nobility's influence a little bit, but it doesn't actually, change the fact that, if you're in command of an army, it certainly helps that they would have like a familial ties and whatnot, but it's not necessarily for you to, mount a revolt. If you have an army behind you, family or no family, you become a contender when the power structures that prop up the empire start to crumble. And this is something that we see, when the big crises, multiple big crises, converge, I guess, in the 1070s.
Well, I know that Michael Angold in his book talks about how he talks very negatively about Basil II because he has what he calls a poison legacy, where he has no successors, but he's handed over this kind of system of rule to people who are very ill-suited to carry it on. and then leads to the eventual near destruction of the empire. But in some respects, I don't agree with that, because I don't think Basil II's reign, although he's in charge, it's not necessarily massively different from what other emperors have done. Like Basil I is not, he's in the center of the state, just like Basil II is. Nicephorus II is making political decisions, economic decisions, military decisions, campaigning. He has lots of people around him to help, like Basil Lecapenus and Leo Phocas, but he's still there making those decisions. I think Basil II is a bit different in the fact that he hasn't officially got a lot of the people that fill those jobs, but once he's gone, a lot of the subsequent emperors do introduce people that fill those jobs. So in some ways, he is a bit of a blip in how the empire's run, probably because of the various systems in place that he inherited from, firstly, Nicephorus II and John, and then the death of his father so early on. But like Michael IV, he has his brother John the Orphanatrophos, who is essentially acting as, he's a eunuch prime minister, just like Basil Lecapenus was. So I don't necessarily agree with Angold in that Basil had handed over the way of running the empire to people who were unable to follow his way of rule. I think it just defaulted back to how it used to be run. And just they tried and failed to try and meet the challenges of their day, which were considerable. Like the empire had not been tasked with having a fight on 3 fronts simultaneously for decades, since it was sort of like the Arab conquests. A lot of the time, they kind of flitted between the various frontiers. I think Basil II is one of the few emperors who managed to do that successfully, and the 11th century emperors failed at doing that. And it is very difficult because when you're fighting a war in Italy, Sicily, the Balkans, and Anatolia all at the same time, and you've only got medieval means of funding and providing for all of these things.
But so wait, what are the 3 main frontiers of Basil's? About Bulgaria and the, I guess the Emirates of
for Basil,
places.
it's mainly
Fatimids, the Caucasus,
Bulgaria,
right?
Georgia,
yes,
and Italy. But Italy is very self-contained.
Yeah, Italy is like a sideshow.
But Georgia only becomes relevant right at the end of his reign, where George invades. King George invades. So Basil almost has the luxury of being able to.
King George of Georgia, how original.
King George of Georgia.
I think Basil has a through David of Tau, right?
David of Tau, yes.
Yes, they have the influence in the Balkans.
Yes, and George wants it back. Which is understandable. It's not going to happen, but yeah, we can understand his reasoning for it. So by the time that happens, the Georgians only, this is the only war that Basil needs to fight. But earlier in his reign, in sort of the 990s, he's shifting between the Balkans and fighting the Fatimids, both at the same time.
He famously had crossed the entire Anatolia in 17 days.
And also, this is before he's introduced the Alengeron, which is his big war tax, which the church hates. And that's introduced in 1003. So it's not until the middle of his reign that he introduces this law to help add money into the treasury. And by the end of his reign, in the last 3 years, he's able to remit taxes almost entirely in the empire, because it just doesn't need the money. Because Michael Sellis says that there's like 200,000 talents stored in the treasury. So he's one of the few emperors that actually manages to pay for his wars.
He probably wanted to spend it on Sicily, though, right?
Yes.
If he
Oh,
had the chance.
maybe.
Let's see.
And then Constantine VIII, one of his first acts is to get everyone to pay the taxes they owed for the last 3 years, all in one go as well, which doesn't make him very popular. Although this is from very hostile sources. Because Yahya of Antioch says something completely different to what the Roman sources say.
Such as?
For example, I've just mentioned how Constantine gets people to pay the taxes owed from Basil's reign. Yahya says that Constantine forgives taxes and actually introduces lots of tax exemptions, because again, he just doesn't need the money. In the late 1020s.
Yeah. So, what do you think about the claim about Bulgaria? Like did we need Bulgaria in that regard, or because when Pechenegs come, kind of wish there were Bulgarians to deal with them rather than dealing with them yourself. It's kind of
early in the stream.
2020.
Byzansimp asked me the same question, but regards to Armenia, like expanding so far east, and then suddenly the empire has a border with these people called the Turks who might cause trouble later down the line.
But it also is a bit different though. Like Armenia, I think the sack of Ani is the one, right? That's it becomes like when the Turks become, the Roman problem, yeah. With the Pechenegs and the Bulgaria, it looks, I don't know, at least geographically, it looks more prescient. More it's like you own this land, because the Armenians are, they have some kind of vassal state that doesn't necessarily make you responsible for everything that happens over there. But if there's some nomads cross the Danube, now they certainly are your problem. Rather than the Bulgarian problem, which you used to have.
I mean, firstly,
if I may just come in for a bit, because you referred, yes. So, I would say that it was a little earlier than the sack of Ani that the Seljuks became a Byzantine problem, because, to be frank, the Seljuks had been raiding into the Byzantine Georgia, which Basil conquered, already in the 1040s-ish, so it's a little, like, 20 years earlier than what Ani would have been, but I think, yes, indeed, the Turks did come into the strict Byzantine radar a little earlier. So that's the main point of the question, I guess.
I think if you look at earlier in the history of the Eastern Roman Empire, in terms of nomads attacking the Balkans and it being the Romans' problem, even with Bulgaria there, like when the Magyars attack, they are raiding into Eastern Roman territory, and this is something that Romanus II has to deal with, and Nicephorus II. In fact, that's what causes the breakdown of relations between the two. Is he blames Peter, the Tsar, for not dealing with the Magyar problem, and then Peter's like, well, you haven't done anything for us. So, and then when the Rus appear, once they've brushed the Bulgarians aside, they then start moving south towards Roman Thrace. So, I think regardless of whether Bulgaria existed or not as an independent state, the nomads, if they, the Pechenegs that eventually move into the Danube Delta and that sort of region, would have been a problem one way or the other.
Huh.
And also there's the Oghuz Turks that punch through the Danube defenses.
Even
and the Romans
earlier, I
can't
think
deal with it. It's only because
Leo Phocas fights the Oghuz Turks. I think in what 950s.
They weren't the Oghuz a little later, like 1050s-ish?
Wait.
He fights Leo.
Leo Phocas the Elder, or wait, is there one Leo Phocas?
Fights the Magyars. It's I know Romanus Argyros's father fights the Magyars, and wins against them. But there's the Oghuz Turks. I think it's the 1060s or late 1060s. Punches through the Danube defenses, takes the commanders prisoner, including Nicephorus III, and they cause devastation. And then they only leave because most of them get wiped out by plague and famine. But I don't think, to answer your question, I don't think having Bulgaria as an independent state in the long run would have helped the Romans during the 11th century. In fact, I think it could have been a benefit because once the situation had been brought under control by Alexius I, they had a much larger power base left to them than they would have had otherwise.
And that's true. But the claim sort of here is that, well, if we hadn't have to deal with these with the Balkans, right, we wouldn't have lost the Romans wouldn't have lost the Anatolia that badly. Which is okay.
I think that's wishful thinking. But everyone says that. It's like, if only Napoleon hadn't invaded Russia and Spain at the same time. If only he had the foresight
to know, that's
superhuman understanding of events.
That's kind of true. Like, I guess there is some validity to the argument that, the noble families of the Anatolian plateau, like the Phocas family, or the what's his name, Kurkuai.
Korkwas,
yes. So that they would be a powerful counter to the Anatolia, the central Anatolia, the inner regions would not have fallen that easily if those families were not reduced in power that much as they were by Basil's policies and sort. This is kind of the justification of the theory that Basil did overextended the empire. But make of it what you will. I think it's like fair to say that hindsight is 2020, and so we don't have the foresight. And at the time, it certainly looked like the decision. So it certainly looked like this should be the main focus of the empire's resources, solving the Bulgarian question.
Should we talk about Basil's long-term impact?
How long term do you want to talk?
Or how long's a piece of string? I mean, that could be a question in itself. Does Basil II have a long-term impact beyond the 11th century?
Well, if the previous topic of discussion notwithstanding, there are policies that certainly helped shape the world around the Eastern Roman Empire in ways Basil probably wouldn't have guessed. And it's been on your topic list, on the original topic list. So, but I don't think it's highlighted now. But the Christianization of the Rus, the christening of the Rus, is one of those. I think the main one of those in terms of resources spent / thoughts given to this particular decision versus the impact on the wider history of the world. Because it's in Scaelitzis, it's basically a half of the sentence. Because because Basil required the assistance of the Rus, he gave their chieftain, the Archon Vladimir, his sister as a wife, and
Got some soldiers.
Got some soldiers, yes, and they helped him defeat. What was it? Was it Focus or Sclerus at that time?
Focus.
So it should be Focus, yes. It's
Right, so not one, that second one. Because
Yes.
Sclerus starts and ends the revolt, but Focus is the guy in the middle.
Yes, and he gives them. I think Vladimir also gets the fortress of Chersones in Crimea.
He attacks it,
He attacks. Yes, he is
which prompts
repelled.
Basil
and then-
to
yes,
actually
yes,
follow
yes,
through with sending Anna to him.
Yes,
And I think
yes,
that's in 989.
Mhm.
But then there's a follow-up, there's a campaign later where the Rus and the Eastern Romans send a force against the Khazars,
Yes,
the
should be.
last remnant of the
Yes,
Khazars.
yes, Khazars. Yes,
Hmm.
yes, yes. And they the Khazars are across the Kerch Strait on the Taman Peninsula.
Hmm.
So they have a settlement. Something starts with S probably, which I'm blanking on, and probably everyone else. Because
I'm afraid I don't know.
Yes. yeah. So Vladimir is kind of a rebel rouser.
Hmm.
He's and he's also a saint in the Russian Orthodox Church, because you can have multiple wives and murdering your family members and all that, but if you bring Christianity to your people, you become a saint. Well, Constantine the First.
I was just about to say.
Yes,
it's just
yes.
Is he a
Constantine the
Russian
First.
Constantine?
Constantine, yes,
Yes.
that's exactly what he is.
Yes.
So there is a, I think, I guess from a Russian standpoint, this particular event gets like all the attention as a turning point from pagan ways to to Christianity, because it's known that the war attempts to convert the Slavs of modern day Russia and Ukraine to to Christianity during there. It's like a Photian conversion at the time of Patriarch Photius. Then Olga.
That's
comes-
Constantine the Seventh.
Constantine the Seventh. Yes,
Yes.
Olga has there is an embassy to Constantinople during which Princess Olga supposedly converts to Christianity. I think she does. Like I think it's not supposedly. It's more or less established, and she tries to convert a lot of her people, but she's not as widely successful because she's not. I guess she's not as forceful as Vladimir would be. Because the first conversion, like the Photian conversion, is it's completely erased by there is a guy called Oleg the Wise. He's a Varangian prince who he conquers Kiev from Novgorod, and there is a pagan reaction that wipes out basically the outlaws Christianity. Yes, and those conversions. So Olga's kind of brings a little bit of Christianity, and then Vladimir very forcefully does so. He establishes a mission in Kiev and sends well, I want to say missionaries, and he asks for a patriarch from Constantinople, and he sends missions, but they kind of the religious missions that would beat you up if you refuse to convert. So to the
medieval kind of
medieval. Yes. And he sends them to Novgorod and to the cities of the what would be to the northwest or northeast of Russia. That would be Rostov and Suzdal, and those are 4 major ones. Ladega. And it actually prompts like not only does it does what it's supposed to do, right? Make Christianity a dominant religion throughout urbanized Russia, right? Metropolitan Russia. Like the major cities are Christianized fairly thoroughly. It also
I suppose also it adds the Slavs in that part of the world to the Byzantine Commonwealth, to use Oblensky's term, in this kind of larger sphere of Byzantine cultural and religious influence, like Georgia, Bulgaria, and now Russia.
It does so, yes, but I think the consequences of it would not be that significant until later. Basically, until the Grand Duchy of Muscovy becomes becomes wealthy. Becomes more wealthy than Byzantium at the time, right? But just the immediate consequences that it starts the Slavic colonization of northeastern Russia. So where the Finno-Ugric tribes used to live, the pagan, what do you call it? Not loyalists. How do you call someone who holds out? Except holdouts.
Adherents?
Pagan adherents that refuse to convert. They migrate to the northeast, and thus it now becomes it. They do not completely assimilate the Finno-Ugric populations over there. They kind of merge with them. So that region, that region becomes Slavified. Like there are Finno-Ugric tribes that get mentioned throughout chronicles, like Meria, Mardva, and in the 10th and not the 10th, in 11th century, they no longer like Finno-Ugric. They now speak Slavonic languages. They are some kind of hybrid cultures right now, and that would be later assimilated more completely by basically by expansion of Christianity over to the west, to the north, and to the east.
I mean, it's also in the 11th century that the final Rus raid against Constantinople happened. So the sort of end of an era as the Russes, a sort of Viking people, comes to an end very rapidly.
And I think it's like Yaroslav the Wise does it, and he's already Christian. Like, but she just can't refuse the temptation of going like one last time, one more.
He and Harold rather have that in common, I suppose.
Hardrada, I think Hardrada is still pagan, isn't he?
No, he's Christian.
He's Christian, yeah. Okay. Yes. So it's kind of.
Yeah.
They just had to do it.
Oh yes. So, do we have any final points to make?
Oh no, really.
I think we could also talk a little bit about Basil's closer legacy, like not exactly as in how he impacted world history and created the Russian Orthodox Church as well.
What are the close ones? What's the time frame?
Time frame like late Byzantine history. For example, like how he affected the Komini and how he was a role model for them and their imperial governance.
Well, no, in terms of a sort of personal legacy, he was quite fondly remembered, not necessarily by a lot of poets during his reign who all hated him, but a lot of, like I read earlier, like St. John, the Life of St. John remembers him very fondly. Even Michael Psellus, who doesn't necessarily like him, also can't help but sort of, he's using him as like the topos of the model emperor by which to judge all the other emperors of his time. In fact, you've got almost like Basil as the good emperor, and then Constantine VIII as the bad emperor, and then you've got all the emperors he actually had experience with as a sort of, was he a good one like Basil, was he a bad one like Constantine? And by the end of the narrative, you realize the only good emperor is Constantine X in Psellus's book.
And Psellus really showed the Ducas dynasty.
Yes. Yeah. No, it really does.
Yeah, that's kind of a hot take, as you would call them today.
And I mean, Holmes, in her book, she argues a lot about how Skylitzes is talking about, because in his narrative of events, he taught like lots of families which will end up being relevant later in the 11th century, like the House of Botaniates, Melissenos, Komnenos, and so on and so forth. I've all mentioned, or a lot of them are mentioned during Basil's reign, and the things they did stand out. And she talks about how Skylitzes, although he's a very faithful copyist, he's pointing these things out because he's writing under Alexius I and trying to curry favor with the new aristocracy which has taken over the government. And even in a similar way, similar but different way, Michael Italietes is doing the same thing for Nicephorus III, in that he is tying his family to first Nicephorus II and the Phocas family, and then also the Emperor Basil II through association, but these are the first Botaniates that's actually done something. And you have this famous victory at Thessalonica, and then you've got their involvement in the Georgian wars afterwards, and he captures this to try and make Nicephorus III look like distinguish his lineage as a great soldier emperor with these other great soldiers. I mean, it's heavily propagandistic, but there's a reason why he's doing that and choosing these people when they are. So in all three of the main contemporary sources, there is this Basilian influence that all these later emperors who are desperate to try and prove their legitimacy in some way, because they haven't got any, is by associating themselves with Basil or the other 10th century emperors.
Yeah, suddenly everyone has an ancestor that served in Basil's army or helped him conquer this city with that.
Yeah, because there are so many blank spaces to fill with your supposed ancestor. you can't disprove those claims. Yes.
I like how Ataliates says that Nicephorus III can trace his lineage back 92 generations, and that he is a descendant. He is related
of
to
Romulus.
Is it Fabius?
Fabius, yes.
Which is probably completely
the second.
hocus pocus. But very interestingly, I know we're straying slightly into non-Basilian territory. There is a inscription from the 6th century about a Botaniates. So whether it's the same family or not is unknown, but it could be. Which throws up an interesting question of, if you have these aristocratic families which are just kind of idling in Anatolia, not doing anything, and then have so many appear during Basil's reign, he must be uplifting lots of, let's call them countryside gentry, the sort of people that have lived in the same village for 800 years, out of these obscure places and shoving them into his administration.
So there are certainly more new new surnames during the Basil's reign, which may be connected to the fact that just more people started getting surnames. I think like Cepheus means a swordfish, and Nicephorus Cepheus means a victory-bringing swordfish.
Indeed. Is it John Skylitz's is a little dog? So, yes, they get all sorts of weird surnames.
Yes, I think it just became more like what kind, like they just Greeks used to not have the Roman style surnames, but now just with the formation of the noble class, so to speak, they start. It becomes a fashionable thing to have. No longer do you have you would now have to have a
Basil the Macedonian.
The Macedonian. It probably felt left out because the Macedonian dynasty is the last one that doesn't actually have a name, a surname, right? Is it? Yeah, it should be,
yes,
right?
it is.
I mean, they aren't like one-off emperors that don't have any surnames. I think everyone after Basil II, after Constantine VIII, has a surname.
Michael IV, he hasn't got a surname.
Oh, okay.
He's just the Paphlagonian because he's
the Paphlagonian.
He is a tax collector from Paphlagonia or some
Something with
mundane
coins.
job.
Yes, something with finance. What's Michael V's name?
The Colker, after his father.
Wait. Okay.
His father was a Colker, so he's just called Michael the Colker.
Okay, yeah. So
he was a shipbuilder.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah. One thing I wanted to bring up, that I kind of thought that Basil II's life was like there are certainly some cinematic events in his life, despite the fact despite what Norwich writes about him having no glamour. And I've kind of always thought that it would make for an interesting, I guess, a movie, a TV series, because Bardas Fokas dramatically dying mid-charge is certainly a fantasy event. that would...
Oh, I feel a bit poorly, and then topples over dead. Yeah.
Yes. So
just imagine Basil and Constantine just turn to each other and go, "Oh."
Yeah, something like that.
Yes. Shall we wrap this up? If you don't mind, if we've spoken about everything we intend to.
I guess so.
So I think it's fair to say that despite the limitations of the source material, Basil II was an important figure, both in his reign and in his afterlife. He's brought up by future emperors and in future conflicts, and also remembrances of jokes that Isaac Comnenus remembers. So his kind of imprint on the empire itself is quite long-lasting, and is one of the few emperors to have a legacy that we can feel today. Him and Michael III, two very important emperors. But I think if we were to take Basil, imagine Basil had died at the Trajan's Gate in 986. He probably would not be terribly well remembered, if he was remembered at all, because by this point nothing had been going right in his reign, and there was still a very long way to go. And I think, despite the fact that in such a short amount of time, the empire went from being quite stable and successful under John, and then to be brought to such straits by 989, and then not only recover, but then go one better, is quite a success, a successful feat as emperor. And although I think the study of Basil II will continue to temper our understanding of what he did and elicit controversy and reassess our understanding of him as time goes by, I think that he's able to cause debates and be able to loom large in people's minds when they study the Eastern Roman Empire. Helps to solidify his place as an important Roman emperor. And so, to end the stream, I wanted to quote his epitaph, which, although it doesn't survive intact today, was copied down in various manuscripts. And it goes like this: "Other past emperors previously designated for themselves other burial places. But I, Basil, born in the Purple Chamber, place my tomb on the site of the Hebdomon, and take Sabbath's rest from the endless toils which I fulfilled in wars and which I endured. For nobody saw my spirit rest. And when the Emperor of Heaven called me to the rulership of this great empire on earth, but I kept vigilant throughout the whole span of my life, guarding the children of New Rome, marching bravely to the west, and as far as the very frontiers of the east. The Persians and Scythians bear witness to this, and along with them Abascos, Ismail, Araps, Iber. And now, good man, looking upon my tomb, reward it with prayers in return for my campaigns. So I would like to thank all of my guests for joining me today. It's been a fantastic discussion. I think we've all learned a lot from each other, and it's been very good you've all brought fantastic contributions to the stream. Very grateful for all that you've done. I'd like to thank my audience as well, who's been listening to this mammoth stream, nearly going for 9 hours. And I would also like to take a moment to thank my patrons who continue to support Eastern Roman history and like the content that I make. So thank you very much to everyone. And this has been Eastern Roman History.